So you gotta do it this way for now. I'll figure this thing out. Mm-mm. All right. Is there a power button on this thing? That's dope. I'm gonna figure this thing out, man.
Mark Robinson.
Look at the settings. At least I'll test it out a little bit to see what it looks like. I just gotta figure out how to let people up. Oh boy. So they did it differently then. So you can do it on the phone though?
Oh shit. Finally, you fixed your shit.
Like a little nooch right there, I see
I'm so mad that that thing changed my name.
you. You nooch. How you feeling, man? What you been up to?
I'm good. I've been home.
You been home, just chilling? What the? She got a smile? I didn't even know she could smile. What?
Why are you playing with me right now? Listen here, Kevin.
You said what?
Listen here, Kevin.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry before anything come up. I'm sorry. I'm over here struggling trying to find out how to work this dang on studio junk. I bought a laptop finally.
I gotta go get my ring cut off my finger.
Your ring cut off your finger. What?
Yeah. Look, my finger is red. Like it's
Oh
turning
my.
purple.
You put it on that tight?
Yeah. It didn't go on that tight, but now it won't come off.
Oh no.
Like it went on fine. Like it slid right on.
Y'all,
But
I'm
now I'm
coming
like,
out.
see?
I'm coming out as trans bitch.
Oh.
I knew somebody just let somebody up and just knew it was gonna happen.
Doesn't mean you ain't never made me a mod. But like you see how my like the sides are low key bulging over the top on this one?
Dang.
Yeah, like out of nowhere it just started and it hurts, but I can't get it off. I didn't try butter, oil, water, all kind of stuff.
Dang. You better soak it in a bathtub or something for a minute.
I'm gonna go to the ER and get it cut off.
You just like it, just living it like it's a regular day, just normal. That's crazy.
It don't hurt.
I think I'm scared of you.
It don't hurt. If I was in pain, I'd be in a rush, and my finger hasn't gotten cold yet, so I'm fine.
Wow.
When your finger
Like,
gets too hot or too cold and you can't feel it or it hurts, that's when you have a problem.
you like my finger fell up, but it still don't hurt though.
Listen here, Ken. What are you grateful for? Where's the other one?
I'm grateful I get to see Slimmy smile today.
Anytime I come up here and I come on cam, I smile. I don't understand what the whole...
Better. Yeah, better. Yeah, better.
You know, I'm not the type of woman who believes in putting my hands on men because I believe that that gives a man the right to hit me back. But sometimes it's niggas that make me realize that there's an exception.
That's what you're grateful for? What the wow?
No, I didn't say I was grateful
You're
for
so
that.
violent.
That needed to be said.
Why are you so violent? Who done did that to you?
I'm not violent at all. I'm really a sweetheart. You just be pushing my buttons because you like hearing me pop off a little
Who,
bit.
me?
Yes,
What
you
did I do?
Kevin. You like getting under my skin. You do this every time.
I literally ain't do nothing today. I was innocent, and I'm a compliment.
I'm grateful that I got to see Slimmy smile today. Oh my god, I didn't even know
That's a good thing.
Slimmy could smile. Like, okay,
That's a good thing, man.
do it all the time. Not that sounds like a warning.
That's messed up. I can't even give compliments no more. That's crazy.
So what you trying to say? I don't smile enough? That I always
No, I
look like
just saying you got a cute
black
smile.
woman?
That's all
Is
I
that what you
said.
trying to say? I
All
am,
I
Kevin.
said. All
Is
I
that what
said.
you trying to? I see. You know what? I'm telling cousin and Mr. Print on you that you out here stereotyping me.
Wow.
Yep,
Wow.
I'm snitching.
Yeah. If that's a snitch, then go ahead do your thug thizzle.
Call me snitch, bitch, Ben. Don't actually call me that. Them is fighting words. I'm just saying it was a line in the
That
movie.
girl came back up here again. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
I gotta get this down, dog. I know I can get that. It's something I can do to make that. Who Papa with the? I got that beard.
I got one off.
That's what she said.
I hate you.
That's most definitely.
Oh wait, no. Just taking off that one made it feel so much better.
Like it's a fresh soda or something.
Kevin,
What I do now? I done got the Kevin now.
do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just go straight to hell.
Dang. That's messed up. So you be more mean to me than I be. That's crazy.
I'm not mean.
There you are.
No, I'm not.
Every time I give you a compliment, you be Kevin.
I always call you Kevin. I've never called you Kev.
Kevin.
I always say Kevin.
You the
Because it
first.
reminds me of that movie, We Need to Talk About Kevin.
Oh my.
Have you ever seen that?
Ever? Nah.
Basically, it's this movie about this family whose son just like is a sociopath and he start like unaliving things and people and stuff. And it's like they try to help him and like put him in therapy and stuff. But then he becomes a a school pew pewer. But he's so gangster, he don't even use a pew pew. He used a bow and arrow.
My. Oh my.
Yeah. And the name of the movie is We Need to Talk About Kevin.
Dang. And I had to beat my name in it. That's crazy.
Yep. And it's funny, the person that plays Kevin is a known essayer,
Dang, what the heck?
like in real life.
Made me change my name.
It's okay. I share a birthday with Al Roker.
Who is that? Is that another crazy guy or something?
Nah, he be on the news like doing the weather and stuff. I think I got the same birthday as Napoleon too,
Dynamite?
and Demi Lovato.
Mm-hmm. I gotta figure it. Man, I'm gonna figure this thing out though. 'Cause I ain't buy this laptop for no reason.
Oh, you was trying to go live from your laptop.
Yeah, I was trying to do that. I see it now, and it look like it's showing me that I can go to studio on my regular phone now. That's crazy. I swear. I was wondering because I was wondering how everybody got their custom backgrounds and all that stuff. So I'm looking at it now. I'm gonna figure this thing out. Now I can download it as soon as I get it on my PC. That's crazy. TikTok Studio. Yeah. What's up, Ari? What's the deal, man? How you feeling? Yeah, I ain't got no topic for y'all today.
How often do you talk to your loved ones? When I need to. What are you willing to sacrifice to better yourself or others? I don't know if I'm willing to sacrifice anything because I like myself and life the way it is. How do you know how to forgive? If not, are you really searching? I believe I do know how to forgive because I understand that forgiveness is not for the other person, it's for myself to make peace with myself so that I can move on. If you're constantly seeking forgiveness for that other person, you'll never be happy because some people genuinely don't care about whatever they did to you. It's a quote I actually have tattooed on my back that says, "Today I decided to forgive you, not because you apologized or you acknowledged the pain that you caused, but because my soul deserves peace, and I live by that." How do you motivate yourself? I just be reminding myself every day in the mirror that I'm a bad bitch, I'm that bitch, and I will never be a sad bitch. That's what it is.
Hello.
You know? It's a lot being me. It is. It's a heavy load being the person that carries the weight of like having the most personality and pizzazz and like sassiness in my family. Like that family member is not easy.
I like that. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Better keep motivating yourself, man. That you
Motivating. Okay.
motivating. Man, that's a new word, man. Gotta teach you something.
Mm-hmm.
Air, what you got for us, man? I see you done snuck up in here. What you got?
Hey y'all. Um, I'm grateful for my health, my kids, and just the strength that I give myself every day to keep going. Um, how often do I talk to my loved ones? I guess whenever I feel like it. I don't go past 3 days without at least checking on them. But I'm not the type of person that gotta be on the phone every day with you. Um, what are you willing to sacrifice to better yourself? Um, hmm. I'm not willing to sacrifice nothing. If it's for me, it's for me. If it's not, it's not.
Amen.
Um, do you know how to forgive? No, I do not know how to forgive. And I know Slimmy said it's for her peace, but honestly, some people like you did what you did, and that's how you felt, and that's who you are. So I don't know how to forgive people.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, do you know that you can forgive somebody and still feel that way?
Yes, but as you stated, you said that's for your peace. You forgive people
Right.
for
So
your
my
peace.
thing is, I
Mhm.
forgive you for what you did, but
Mhm.
because you did what you did, you have to suffer the consequences of those actions. So what you're talking about isn't not being able to forgive. You're talking about standing on them having to suffer the consequences of their actions. So that means even though I forgive you, you still lose access to me. That means even though I forgive you, you can't see my kids no more. That means even if I forgive you, that means I have to live my life without you. You don't get the privilege or the blessing of having my presence.
No,
So you can still forgive and stand 10 toes on that.
but even when you forgive, I guess, do you forget? And I think my thing is I don't forget, and that just brings back
Hmm.
everything that has happened.
So,
That's why I say I don't forgive.
right. So with the forgive and forget thing, that's if you're going to allow that person to still be around. So if you're saying actively, I'm going, like, oh, it's usually in relationships. So like, let's say he cheated, right? And you decided to forgive that and work it out. That means you cannot repetitively throw it in his face. That means you genuinely have to move on. But that's if that's what you feel like you have the capacity to do. If you don't have the capacity to do that, I forgive you, but we can't be together no more. That's the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, I don't have the capacity to forgive people.
I feel it.
I'm just
It took me a while to get there.
I'm just not there yet. Cause I feel like people do things and like the apologies, and I mean, don't I feel like people shouldn't apologize for who they are. Like you did what you did because that's how you felt and that's who you are.
That's fair.
How do I motivate myself? Um, I've been listening to a lot of motivational speakers, and every day they just give me strength. Like I couldn't get into the preachers, I just started doing like listening to motivational speakers. That's it.
Um,
You got for me, Kayla?
hello. I really like this, what do you call it, this topic, because, all you see on TikTok lives are 50-50 racism, all of the, the above, all the controversial topics, but this is pretty, positive. So I came in, just to give my answers. What am I grateful for? I'm grateful, um, that I can see, I can hear, I can walk. I'm not disabled in any way. I have all of my life ahead of me. I'm grateful for my youth, for my intelligence. I'm grateful for so many things, for all the little things that we take for granted every day. I'm grateful for all those things. How is what you believe in helping you currently in life? I believe in. That's a good question. Let me think. I believe in an opportunity being around every corner. And because I believe in that, I've been able to fall into a lot of opportunities to better myself and better my life and things of that nature. How often do you talk to your loved ones? I'm not really a really family oriented person. So, like my immediate family being my mom, my dad, my grandparents, and my uncles and siblings. I am 21. I live with my mom still currently. So, I talk to her every day, of course, because we live together. As far as my other like immediate family, I talk to them like once a week ish. But like outside of that, I'm not really family oriented, so I don't speak to them much. But I think being family oriented would be beautiful. Just it's not my life. Um, what are you willing to sacrifice to better yourself and others? To better myself, I'm willing to sacrifice my comfortability. I'm willing to sacrifice all little things in life, like going out and partying and doing things that don't really feed you or get you to a better place. I'm willing to sacrifice all those things to get further in life. When you waste too much time having fun and partying as a young person, you're wasting time when you should be trying to do something a little bit more important. So then when you're older, you could relax. So I'd say that's what I'm sacrificing right now in my life to, better myself. How do you know how to forgive? How, if not, are you? Yeah, I don't really forget. Like how the girl before me was saying, I'm not really a forgiving person at all. I think that not everyone is Jesus. Not everyone has to forgive every person that they come across. The whole, forgiving them is more for you and it sets you free and all that dumb oh, let me not cuss. I think that's like, I don't know
Okay.
who invented that concept, maybe Gandhi, but I mean, that's not realistic. That's not the real world. People I haven't forgiven for hurting me, I don't think about it often. They're just out of my mind, out of my whatever, and I move on. But they're not forgiven. No, you're not forgiven. I just move on. Not forgiving someone doesn't weigh on your mind. That's not true. I don't know who said that, but I live every day happily. I go to sleep very good, not knowing that I didn't forgive people who hurt me in my life. You don't have to forgive everyone. I don't know who came up with that concept, but anyways, so no, I can't answer that question. How do you motivate yourself? I motivate myself by looking around and saying there are skyscrapers that people live in, like that's someone's apartment, like there are cars that you see that there's someone in this world that can afford that. There are luxuries that people can afford, and I want to get to that place. I look at it as the world is my oyster and I can accomplish anything I put my mind to. So um I'm like, yeah, there's so many things that I could accomplish, so let me get in my bag, let me work harder so that I can get all
God.
the luxuries that I want to have in life. I know that I can get to them eventually. And that's it. Oh, was he trying to say something or no? Okay. Yeah, you said it really doesn't. Oh, that's why I said I don't have. Yeah, I don't know who said. Oh yeah, forgiving is with no. I don't. Whoever says that is trying to be overly mature about things, and that's not how
Yeah.
real people work. Like, come on now. If someone, let's say, someone like, I don't even know of an example, a man cheated or whatever. Someone like did you bad, did you real bad. You don't gotta forgive them. Just distance yourself. Never forgive and go about your life. You feel me? Like, what's this forgive and forget bullshit or this forgive for your own sake? No. How does that even happen? Like, no.
I'm back. It's time now. So I'm glad. Yeah.
Both of us
Um,
answered all the questions just now.
yeah, I did. So are y'all is y'all currently seeking like a relationship or in one?
I just got out of a domestic relationship.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. Okay, what you got, Kayla? You going in one, or you in
Um,
one, or you
I
looking for?
am not looking for a relationship at all.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
actually trying to stay
I would
away
just
from
okay,
them. I'm
okay.
actually trying to stay
I would
away
just
from
okay,
them. I'm
okay.
actively avoiding relationships right
There
now.
you go. I was about to say. So y'all both answered it right. I was hoping y'all did because I was about to say until y'all learn how to forgive, I wouldn't recommend even joining anything. And I understand the situation though because like I think throughout time when y'all figure out what forgiveness really, because I can tell y'all how I learned how to, but I think
I have a question.
uh you said what?
I have a question when you're
What's the
finished.
question?
Oh. What does forgiving someone do for the person? I want to hear your answers to that.
You said the for me or for the other person?
For me, like if someone hurt me, what do I benefit for? How do I benefit from
Um
forgiving them?
you can live a regular functioning life without basically bleeding on the next person. Because if you don't let that go, and that's the reason why I asked y'all about the relationship. You will have this person on your mind for the rest of your life. And and you will also be, and what happened a lot of the times is that you will be matching that next person that you get with, or the energy you around, you will give that same like attitude towards other people and everything, and you will just realize why you can't keep friends, because overall
Mhm.
that'll bleed over to your family members and everything.
So I knew that
What's
was
the
what you were gonna
difference
say.
from
I knew that's what you were gonna say because that's what everyone says. It's gonna help you, and that's not true. For example, in real life, I have an uncle that I haven't forgiven for whatever reason. I don't think about him every day. I go about my life. I just don't forgive him for being a bad person. I
You
don't
just
think
brought
about
them
him
up.
a day in my life. It's not a real life example. I'm just saying some like sporadic. When anyone in my life that I haven't forgiven for whatever, I haven't thought about them in forever. Like when you don't forgive someone for something, that doesn't mean you dwell on them. That means you just don't forgive them. You distance yourself. You go about your life. forgiveness isn't something that, like, I don't believe in this forgiveness sets you free thing. Like, I've never felt the need to, like, I don't get it. But Ari was gonna say something.
No, you touched on it, cause it sounded like what you were saying, Kev, is if you don't forgive someone, that's basically holding a grudge on someone and
It is.
move on to your next relationship
Yeah,
because
I
you
would
didn't
never.
forgive
I
them.
would. Yeah, I probably would never recommend that because that'll set. Or at least, what I would say on the other end,
I
I
mean,
would
that's
tell a
why
person.
you take
I
time
would.
to
I,
heal
huh?
before you jump. That's why you take time to heal before you jump into another relationship.
Right.
I don't have to forgive you, but I can learn from that situation and still be able to move on.
Yeah, that I think even healing that takes number one will be forgiveness. That's what help you heal. And to heal, in order to heal, is basically changing your point of view of how you see things. Because the thing is, like I was mentioning before, is that you will not forget, and it also helped because I don't know, it helped build an optimistic mentality. I think that's what helped let me let go a lot of things. And the reason why forgiveness is so big because you're going to get your feelings hurt no matter what going out through life, or somebody's going to either say something, do something, whatever it is. And you got to realize that humans, humans are flawed. We make mistakes, or we gonna run into people that's either to condition us to be a certain way. But if it make us a worse person, I would say sometimes you probably need therapy because it would just otherwise, because if you can't figure it out on your own, because that's the whole point of it, because you got to realize that everything happened for a reason, you know. But this stuff probably like Chinese talk at the moment though, but
It's not,
especially
but
if you start depending on the situation, huh?
to me, healing is not about forgiving someone. To me, healing is remembering who you are and who you were before that relationship. So, meaning before this relationship, who was I? Like, that's what's healing to me. I don't have to heal by saying, oh my God, I forgive him for doing this and now I feel better. Like, no. Healing to me is remembering who the fuck I was.
Exactly. I feel like people who say forgive, 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 it's kind of, it feels like gaslighting to me because it's like you want someone to forgive someone who drug them through the mud. I think maybe in your examples that you were giving, Kev, you're talking about something small, like for example, like a misunderstanding. Oh, I forgive you. That's fine. We do that every day. But we're talking about like insane breaches of trust or insane things that could happen, completely left field. You don't gotta forgive someone for that. You got to distance yourself, move on. And like I agree with her, healing isn't forgiving. Healing is remembering who you were and reaffirming your boundaries. It's getting your boundaries back. It's getting your self-love back. It's getting your who am I? I know who I am back, because
Well,
sometimes you lose yourself in people. You lose you let your boundaries down, etc., etc. So that's kind of what we're trying to say.
I would say this though, because the reason why I can't go by your word on, I mean, not, I ain't gonna say it that way though, but you can't, if you don't know how to forgive, you can't say that healing is not forgiveness because you don't even know how to do it. So, and I'm
I
a
feel
hundred percent sure that healing, I mean, that is part of the healing process. You have to learn how to forgive because, like I said, we all gonna run through something, or we're gonna have a time where we're gonna want somebody to forgive us, right? Because we're gonna do something intentional, just like our kids, right? I think some of us gonna have to learn the hard way when our kids don't forgive us, and you will hope they would. You wouldn't want, and they come with empathy. This thing that everybody be claiming that they want or know, and they can't even give it or figure it out themselves. But that's the reason why it's gonna be kind of hard because this will be a long thing for me to talk about because that's all I really talk about this a lot. And like if you want some, it's really just putting yourself in other people's shoes to figure things out for real. And I understand that everybody's at different parts of their life where it's gonna be kind of hard, and you're gonna keep that defense mechanism for a long time until you figure this out on your own because you're gonna. I can even hear how y'all talking. Like I could tell it's like a lot. It's a lot, or whoever y'all went through, and the fact that you said it's automatic like gaslighting, and that's not even a fact. I think once you really understand what forgiveness really is, that'd be the most grateful thing you can ever realize you're like, dang, I didn't know, this. I didn't know I was doing this and acting like this or whatever. Because like ego and pride gonna make you, you ain't gonna be able to see it right at the moment though until you figure it out. Cause I used to be like this at my job. Like I used to have this one dude I used to try to dodge every time because I don't know what happened. Like he kind of, I guess I was just trying to dodge him. It's just hard to try to sit here with a balled up lip every last moment trying to keep avoiding this person and all this stuff. When all I had to do is really change my perspective. Like man, whatever, man. That's a long time ago. Why I'm still thinking about this? But it's a long process though. So. But I would say this, like I said, that's a big part. I can't let y'all say that, that healing that it might not to y'all point of view, but I'm saying 100%. I know that forgiveness plays a part in healing. You got to. That's part of things because you're going to get hurt in your life.
I mean, I think healing is different for everyone. Healing is not
Yeah,
linear and it's not a monolith. So every single person heals differently, in my opinion. I
yeah,
mean, I'm not healing the same way that my homegirl is healing. So maybe healing for you includes some kind of forgiveness, but for me, for Ari, for whoever else, feels like, oh, a person does not deserve my forgiveness and wants to move on with their life after that and heal the way they want to heal. That's cool for them. This is not a situation where it's wrong or right. Like
yeah,
you talk in a very wrong right kind of way, and it's like no. Some things don't have a right and wrong. Some things have a this how this person does it, and this how this person does it, and like it's all about the situation. Like Ari is speaking from a perspective of a domestic relationship, and I'm speaking from a perspective. I don't really have like a person that I haven't forgiven in my life that I could think of off the top of my head, but like I'm a person that's really firm in my boundaries. Like if someone in a way that is unforgivable in my opinion, then they're unforgivable. Like I
yeah,
don't I'm a really no nonsense, straightforward kind of cold person. Like I'm not forgiving anyone for crossing me in any huge way. Now small things of course we forgive people every day for little things. Sorry, my bad, things like that. But you know, healing is not the same for every person. And for me personally, it's I'm not forgiving anyone for hurting me in a way that's crossing my boundaries.
yeah. I got you. Yeah, I feel you.
Kayla, can I ask, and you don't have to share, but do you think that you are walking, like, are you defensive with a lot of things that may come your way?
I wouldn't say that I'm defensive, but I am at the same time, like full accountability wise. I would say, no, I'm not. I'm half and half. I guess maybe a little. I think most people are a little defensive, depending on what it is. So to to be straightforward, yeah, a little bit.
It just seems like, just by listening to you, you have a wall that's surrounding you, because when you talk, you sound really intelligent, but like when you talk, you can tell that you're really defensive about people, or just uncertain of people, or even that you don't trust a lot of people to enter your space.
Yeah, that is correct. I don't allow people in my space. You're right. I keep to myself most of the time. I don't feel like people deserve my energy or my time because I'm not forgiving. Like, that's the point of the conversation. I'm not really a forgiving person. I'm very no nonsense. So, yeah, your assumption is mostly right, I could say.
Yeah. So you said, and I know, I think I remember hearing you before you came in here. You said you glad that this is a live where uh it's not talking about the other thing. Do you believe that a lot of the lives is like kind of almost doing the same exact thing? Because they have topics that seem like they're speaking from. I would say bitterness, right, which come from they didn't learn. I think a lot of them haven't healed from their situations and stuff, and that's why they come up with them type of topics, or they come with things to basically project for the most part. That's what they really do. And what you notice, like with this live, I usually talk about things to make people look within themselves because so we don't have to be like the rest of those lives. Because like I said, what we were just talking about earlier, these are people that have not, we could say, not healed, right? We could say that.
I wouldn't
Um,
say that. I wouldn't say that necessarily. Those lives are what you call, like, listen up, because I don't know how old you are. Maybe you might be an old man. You don't understand, newer lingo. But those lives are what you call clickbait slash rage bait. I can guarantee you, like 60% of the people that host those lives don't even believe what they're saying themselves. They're just rage baiting for monetization on lives. Now, the ones who do believe it, that's not bitterness or holding on. That's just their opinions. You feel me? And they're
okay.
trying to say, hey, you disagree with me? Let's debate. Now, when you debate someone, they could be defensive, yes, but like I've been on a lot of panels that were actually pretty peaceful, and I came in here saying, like, this topic is different. I've never seen a topic that's not really, like I said, it's like 50-50 racism, Trump, this, Trump, like it's always certain
Or
like nuanced
abortion.
topics that, we talk about 24/7. And I was saying this topic is refreshing, is what I was saying.
Yeah. So wait, how old are you, by the way? You got me now. You got me curious now.
I'm 21, and
Oh,
it's funny, Kev. I've actually been on a panel of yours before, and
oh
as
yeah.
soon as I told you my age, you were like, "Oh gosh, I can't hear nothing this girl is saying because she's 21." It was an interesting
Oh, you
conversation.
just reminded me now.
Yep,
I
I
think
was
you just
telling you
reminded me. I
my.
think you
That is
was. I ain't
so
gonna lie. I think I had
biased.
a super hard time with you because
Yep,
you was talking about. I think you was talking about.
yep, yep. That was
It was
me. Yep.
something dealing with dating, and you was like, "No, I'm doing what I want." I'm like, why would you? But
It was.
I remember you now.
That topic
I
was.
remember you.
That topic
'Cause I
was
was about to,
more
so I
on.
feel even cooler now. All right, I'm cool now. All right, so I'm not
No,
about to.
mine,
So
no. See, and that's the problem with you guys. Just because I'm younger doesn't mean that my opinion is invalid. You know
no,
what
I
I
never
mean? I'm
said
just
that. I never said that.
I'm speaking from my perspective, and then there are people who've lived twice as long as me who have their perspectives, and whether they know more than me or they don't, which they usually don't.
That's cool.
Um, that's respectable. You feel me? I never invalidate your opinions because of you being older than me. Because the issues we deal with this day and age, some you couldn't even speak on because you don't know, you're in a different age group. But I won't invalidate your opinion because of that. You know what I mean? But what was I trying? Where was I even trying to go? I lost my train of thought. Um, were you gonna say something, Ari? I don't know.
I wanted to talk about something that you mentioned that I don't
Mhm.
agree with, and that was basically, what are you
Mhm.
willing to sacrifice? And you basically said, "Oh, I'm willing to sacrifice not being able to go out." My question is, why do people feel like you have to just study 24/7? You're not supposed to enjoy your 20s or just enjoy being young. Like, as long as you have balance in your life, I feel like you could be able to still party and have fun, and at the
Mhm.
same time still stand on business.
I
What
see.
type
I
of
know what you
fun?
mean. See, because I personally, I said that though I still do party on the weekends. What I mean is, people in my age group, they party too much. You know what I mean? It's a Wednesday night and they're at the club. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think you have to have a healthy balance of locking in and going out, because going out is always going to be there. The outside is always going to be there. You know what I mean? And I do think there's a beautiful, youth is a beautiful thing. So being able to be young and doing that is fun, yeah. But fun is like in the moment kind of thing. I think I'm a really career oriented girl, so I'm way more worried about things that are going to make me comfortable in the future than I am worried about having fun right now. But I do still have fun. I'm not going to devote my entire life to locking in. You got to have a good balance between the two. That's what I was trying to say.
But see, that just goes in back to, you just need to change the crowd and the people that you're around. Because if your vision does not align with the people that you're around, that's what's hindering you. I only say that because I'm in my 30s and I spent my entire 20s raising my kids and going to school, working, and I regret it sometimes. Like, sometimes I really wish I would have set aside school. I mean, I'm still school, but set aside some time for myself to have fun or to just go out. Because now I feel like an old piece of nothing. Like, I just feel like my whole life is surrounded by kids and a career.
Yeah, I personally, I life where kids aren't a thing that's holding me back. I don't want my kids to be something that's like a crutch. No, I want my kids to be something that I brought into the world and I'm ready to nurture them. They have a college fund already set up. That's the life I want to live so that, you know, I won't feel like I said, they're a crutch. So that's why I'm locking in at the age I am now. I'm only 21. So like the whole being young and partying thing, that could happen when I'm 23, 24, 25. I'm in my last years of college. So once I graduate and lock in, then I could lock in. But yeah, kids, I agree. Having kids young is something that a lot of women do regret. And that's why I'm not doing that. Nah, you won't catch me pushing out any children for any man that isn't going to make my life super comfortable in the way that I don't have to regret anything. Regrets is something I don't want to ever have. Because my mom tells me the same thing that, oh, you're going to regret this, you regret that. So she gives me all the seeds to know that I got to lock in at this age now so that I won't have those regrets at 30, 40, 50.
So let me ask this then, because boy, y'all interested in that. I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of hard because I gotta talking, um, not talking, but because I could, I just want. Okay, what is y'all like? You said I know one. You said you want to have fun, or you wish you would have had fun or whatever because you spent your 20s raising kids. Well, what's having fun to you? Eric?
I mean, when I say having fun, I don't mean going out every single day. I mean like just taking time out for myself. Rather that shopping or going to the bar every now and then, or just I just felt like me having kids as young as I did, I didn't want to be a disappointment. And so I felt like for a long time I had to like live up to a standard. Oh, okay, go to work, come home, make sure my kids are, just motherly duties. And I lost myself by doing that because I never took the time out to know who I was or to take time out for myself. So when I say having fun, I mean like just time for myself.
Mm. You said you know. So have you found who you are, or who you or you say was? Have you found yourself? I guess.
Absolutely. Now I did. That's why I was asking Kayla, like, you can still study, have a career, but you can also still have fun and have time to yourself.
Yeah, I agree. My answer to that question was like when I said have fun, I mean what my generation considers fun, like you said, a bar, a going out, a party, a this, a boys. Is all like the things that
Yeah.
satisfy your flesh in the moment. I have fun, I every day after class I go to Panera Bread and I get me a nice little, tuna sandwich and I drink my little, lemonade and I people watch. That's fun to me. I also take myself to spas. I hang out with my homegirls and we sit in her apartment and drink wine. I have fun. I'm just talking about the fun that gets you off your A game, the fun that you're gonna low key regret a little bit, and the fun that keeps you from your real life responsibilities is what I mean. Because it's so easy to get caught up in that. I did before when I was freshly 18, went straight to college for my freshman year, and I lived in a dorm room. Yes, all I did all day was party this, party that, wasn't focusing on what I needed to actually focus on. So, with the wisdom, well, we keep call it wisdom. With what I know now, I know that that wasn't good to do, and that's why I'm correcting it. And I think a lot of girls my age need to correct it. We're so party this, club that. There's other fun. That's why I think that's probably why he asked you, "What do you mean by fun?" Because there are other fun things to do in the world, but go to a bar. Like you can give yourself a spa day maybe, or travel to like go to the beach by yourself and just chill there, or with a friend. There are other things to do besides you know 304, shake butt. It's more to life than that. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I like your angles though a little bit though. So a couple of things we need to talk about, but hey, I like some of your angles. That's one thing I remember when I talked to you last time before you gave me a headache. But it's all right. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. But
Listen, listen. You give yourself that. It wasn't me.
I take it. I take it.
That's because some of his bias.
So I do want to. I'm gonna ask one more question, then I'm gonna go to Johnny because I want to get him in. So for Ari, what do you So you said that you feel like you what the heck? You feel like you missed. What do you believe you missed out on? Like what was the big? thing that you missed out on?
I feel like if I didn't have my kids as early as I did, and I'm not saying that my kids are hindering me, but I feel like I missed out on traveling without having to like worry about two extra kids. Like I feel like I missed out on traveling, just being young. And I mean, I'm sure everybody know what being young is. Like I feel like that's what I missed out on.
Because of who? Like, who said that's like fun is traveling and all that stuff? Or is it somebody
I
that you
mean,
see?
on vacation is fun. Being on vacation is fun. It's peaceful.
You can
Um,
you can go to a park. You can go to a park it's you can go to a park.
I mean,
You can have time to
a park
yourself. You
is
could
for kids. Like I said, I've spent my 20s raising kids.
uh,
And I have to mention, these are not my biological kids. So I took on my sister kids.
okay. Mm. Did you say I think you remember I remember you say you had like 8 kids, right? Something like that.
I have 8 kids. I have 2 kids.
Okay, two. Okay. Okay. I thought I remembered you when you said that. I actually just listened to a recording I had. Interesting. All right. Okay. Well, I guess. I mean, you can always, I guess, find a day that go fly a plane if that's your wish. You know, you can make time for it. I'm for sure. And then you can, be like, I had that moment. I guess. That's what they say was fun nowadays.
I mean, what's fun to you?
Who
Reading a book?
me?
Right.
Just simply waking up every day and getting to try life again, man. I make fun out of it. It's perspective, just like how healing work and forgiveness is the point of view of how you look at life. So fun is me meeting good people on this app sometimes, just getting a good laugh. So fun might be just me playing a video game because I don't compare what fun should be because I know if I was to compare it to somebody else and say what I'm missing out on, I'd be sitting there miserable because things change day by day. But yeah, I mean, it's anything, man. I can just sit there and make a painting or draw something and just look and love it. I learned that a lot of that stuff that we be putting, making big. As soon as we get there, it don't be that. It's like a moment. It's like that idea or that I'm not gonna say fantasy, but that what's the moment before you get there? The moment before you get there is always the best. Until you actually get there, they don't be all that. That's just how it be. And then you do it, and now you're like, what's next? Type situation. So I realize that it's just point of view and stuff, how you look at things. But I think that's something we'll learn later down the line, man. That's when I started what gratefulness and all that stuff is for real. That's actually the first topic. That's funny. But yeah, I think I'm letting people. Johnny, what's up, my brother? What you got for me?
What's going on? How you
Not
doing?
much, man.
You want me
I'm
to?
good, man. How you feeling?
Shit, I can't complain, bro. My lungs breathing, blood pumping, so
There you
I'm good.
go. There you go. That's what I like to hear, man. They got that boy.
What what you did you want me to go off the prompt or respond to something?
You can let's just start off. We can do piece by piece as a little handful of people over here. Let's just get the what are you grateful for?
Grateful for what there's a lot to be grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, my lungs breathing, blood pumping. Um, I like to think I got a free mind, as free as it can be in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I got a good attitude, got a good family at home, my fiance and stuff, and my dog, you know what I'm saying? We make ourselves happy, so I'm grateful for that.
You can answer the other questions.
Oh, I didn't know if he was ready to pass it
Oh
around to
no,
everybody.
oh
My
no, I
bad.
ain't know. My bad. I looked away.
You can just
Um,
go
All right,
ahead.
so I'm a
how's what you believe in helping you currently in life?
no, we
And
about to we gonna do one by one today. It's a few people up here now. No, it's gonna take a long minute. Everybody be asleep by the time now. But
yeah, I didn't know what you was saying.
yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna rotate it and stuff. So hey, Jane, what you got for me, Jane?
Hey, Kev.
Come on, talk to me nice, man.
So I just wanted to make mention to what Ari said,
Hmm.
from what I heard earlier, because I can definitely um also relate to how she felt. And it may sound crazy to hear that people missed out on their 20s, but if you don't have children and you're in your early 20s, the idea of not coming home from a party, it doesn't resonate like it would when you're in your 20s and you're a mom or you're responsible for other people. A lot of the issues that my friends now are thinking about when it comes down to motherhood in their 30s, I had already done that, so I had to race time, and I was in college. So imagine like being in college and all of your friends in college, they only worry about homework and you got to worry about a baby. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I missed out on a lot, and it was primarily just freedom to make mistakes and not have to second guess everything that I did. You know what I'm saying? I think that goes for a lot of the young parents that are that young. It's just like, oh yeah, well, when I step outside, I have to make it back home. Not something catastrophic can happen, or you know what I'm saying, or like even going to the store with your child. You think about all the things that could happen, and being a child at that time mentally, because that soft spot still isn't closed up. So, at that time it's just like, okay, what am I going to do next? And always thinking about an exit plan of things, or always thinking about the things that 30 and 40-year-olds should be able to handle. Now you have to handle that all on your own primarily, or with someone, but it's still hard. So my whole 20s was a blur, and I don't regret it, but now I can be kind of childish with my kids. But a lot of the things that my friends learned through experience of being young, I never had to do that because I never made those type of choices because I couldn't anymore. Like going out to a party in my 20s was not a thing because I couldn't do that. Where they could, and they could learn different life choices, I couldn't do that. So then I had to do that older to realize I don't even like it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of things that you miss out on. The kitchen, I don't want to, everybody needs to make mistakes. Everything, you have life is filled with lessons. It's not about just good. Life is filled with lessons. So a lot of the lessons that you learn throughout life, that's what shapes and molds you. And when you're young, you do need to make mistakes. Babies fall while they're trying to walk. And that's the same thing as adults. You do need to fall to get back up. But if you never fall, you fear falling if you can't afford to do it. So yeah, those mistakes, they need to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't say mistake. I would say take risk, but I would say take like smart risk though, because that can be scary. Because one mistake could be your last mistake. So I wouldn't put it in that way, because that's kind of scary.
Calculated
But
risks.
but I
You
would
just
say
never
yeah,
know though.
like it's a risk. I get it as a risk. Like if you don't take a risk, and you might not. Because some people throw a lot of money and then they'll get rich, because they actually took a little risk or whatever. But I would say like make a what is
Yeah.
it thought type risk or something like that. But
Yeah.
saying a
Like,
mistake, that's why people
yeah.
live free, die. I mean, unalive, young, and all that stuff. They be saying all that stuff, and that's why they walk around with diseases and all that, or whatever the situation is. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
could
said
still
I
make
couldn't take
mistakes
like a
though.
risky choice, like dating just anybody. Like, how you just, oh, I'll go out on a date with such and such. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I like them, they look cute or whatever, their conversation was good. You got to really vet when you got kids. Like, I can't just go out with this person. I got to get to know the background. So when you in your 20s and you're doing that, it's like, why you thinking like you 30? You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking like I'm 20. I just want to take you out, but you can't think like that. You know what I mean? It's not even about the sexual thing. You just can't think like that because what if this person is crazy and take my life? I got to go back home to go take care of somebody.
But you know what? The reason why I'm gonna put an optimistic way of thinking, 'cause this is what I do, because I don't believe in mistakes and stuff. But maybe that happened to y'all, slowed y'all down because it could have cost y'all life if y'all did live free. Because there's so many people that's young that end up being their last time. They got a little nice little party. They had their little fun, but that was their last fun they had. And I think just some things just happen to help because like we get to hear people like y'all speak. You know what I'm saying? Because we get it's so many different things that I look at it, but I don't know. That come with developing an optimistic mentality though, because me myself, everybody done went through a lot of things, including me, right? But I just don't look at it that I should have been with this person and this should have been, and all the other stuff because I just wouldn't be here where I'm at right now,
But
But
if you don't mind me chiming in on what you on that, bro.
Yep.
I mean, I think what they saying kind of it makes sense because not all people just because they have responsibilities, they don't have that mindset that they need to sit down and not do things. What y'all are saying to calculate a risk, but like it's plenty of men or women out here they have kids and then like they out at the club or doing whatever they do and they not making sure their kids got food that night or whatever the case is. They just worrying about the grandparents taking care of the situation type stuff.
Right.
Um, but
Right.
some things you have to make mistakes like if somebody doesn't tell you, like for example, somebody can tell you fire is hot, but until you touch fire, you don't know what that means. Like you sometimes you got to make the mistake yourself. Like yeah, you some things you got to like if you're traveling for the first time, you know you can read things and say like, oh, you're not supposed to carry this many liquids. You still can bring those things, and you made the mistake of bringing too many things. Now TSA is throwing your stuff away. It was a mistake. You learn from it. Now the next time you travel, you know to pack light. You know what I'm saying?
So I learned that negativity is a catalyst for evolution, meaning that without negative, there can be without positive. Without positive, there can be no negative. And negativity don't always mean a bad thing, people, okay? When I'm saying that. Meaning that if our lives were always perfect, we would never have room for growth, right? So, you know, those lessons in life we can't take for granted, right? Especially as we get older. Especially as we get older. But to answer the prompt, Kev, what are we grateful for? Shit, I'm grateful that these aliens here, man. I'm grateful that these aliens here. Yep, I'm real grateful. No, I'm just bullshitting.
And they take me with them. I'm ready to go back home.
Right. Now I'm grateful for my children, my family. There's so much I can be grateful for, man. I got a laundry list, right? But the most important things is that I'm grateful for my family. And I'm grateful that I made the mistakes that I did make because I wouldn't be the man that I am now. I'm grateful for those mistakes. Or I wouldn't even call them mistakes. I'm grateful for those challenges,
Experiences.
experiences. Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's the exact word I'm looking for. Experiences. I'm grateful for all of that. I wouldn't. Maybe my trips to the penitentiary. I think I might. I can live without them. I can live without that. But hell, looking at the totality of what's going on now. Shit, I'm kind of grateful I went through that situation too. But I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy though. How is what you believe in helping you currently in life? Oh, I believe in me. That's the reason why I'm where I'm at now in life. I stopped believing that somebody else was gonna save me and believe that I was gonna save myself. Ain't no sky daddy coming. Let me see. What are you willing to sacrifice to better yourself and others? Time. I'm willing to sacrifice time. Do you know how to forgive? How? If not, are you ready? What do you mean by that, Kev?
So Kev stepped away so he can go.
Okay.
He always eating without us.
I don't know what that last one is. Do you know how to forgive? How? And if not, are you really searching?
Right. So do you know how to forgive? And then how do you forgive? And then if you don't know how, then are you searching?
Okay, so how does one not know how to forgive? Forgiveness is a choice. So that's the reason why I'm kind of finding it hard to comprehend the question because I really believe that forgiveness is a choice. So by it being a choice, you know how to make a choice, but doing nothing is clearly a decision.
Can I give him an example? Maybe he.
Sure, go ahead, please. By all means.
So say for instance, I was your girl or I was your wife. We've been married for 20 years. Relationship has been going really well, but at that 15 mark, you found out that I was cheating on you. Would you be able to forgive me?
No, I ain't built like that. Not
Okay.
at all. And I hope you wouldn't forgive me because That shit go two hands. Now I'm done. I'm out. You know what? I can forgive you, but I ain't forgetting you.
Okay, so that was, and okay, so because you can't forgive me, what are ways that you are doing for yourself to help you forgive me?
Shit, get another bitch.
Okay. Okay.
Antoine, my family, I swear.
Get
Antoine, I'm
another
sending
one.
you a picture
Grab
of
me
my
another
brother.
one. Shit, give me another one. Cause what you
Jane, was
won't
that
do,
a
another one
okay
will.
example?
Or what you will do, another one might not. And I'm glad that you won't do it.
Jane, was that an example for that question?
Yes. And you know what's
Great.
crazy? Last week, the reason this question gets people stumped up here sometimes because last week it was a lady that said that she won't forgive, and her way of forgiveness is by sitting back and um somebody has to literally say they're sorry to her face or something like that. Like, it was crazy. We stayed on that one question for like 3 hours. Because she was
So
like, I need to hear it. I need to hear the words, or it's not sincere. And it went off. It went off the deep end.
so my thing about what he just said is okay, I'm gonna get me another woman. But you're not healed at that point to go get you another woman. Like you're doing that to be spiteful.
So healing
So
comes in
you
all
gonna just
shape,
take her you
forms, and
just gonna take her
fashions,
through the
right?
same thing we done been through.
Healing comes in all shape. Let me give you a real life example, right? My ex, right? One that before I got my wife, right? We broke up because I broke up with her because she wasn't a nurturing woman, right? And I knew that I was being with somebody that wasn't gonna go to sleep and wake up the next day and say, hey, you know what? I think I'm gonna be a really good mother figure to some children that aren't mine. Either that's in you or it's not, right? So by me realizing that I wasted time for 2.5 years, my shake back game was awesome because all I lost time. I can't get that back. So you know what I did? I replaced her quick. And I didn't, and there was no time. Heal from what? I can't get time back. Shit, what's the heal from? Can't cry over spilled milk. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 47 too, so you know my capacity to front cut shit off and cut shit on, you know, is pretty goddamn good. But uh, to lose time and then say it ain't like I fucked up and I'm trying to get back in your good grace. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like that. It's like, damn. Well, all I did was waste my time with you because you damn sure ain't gonna be no nurturing woman. So I ain't gonna get that no time soon.
But
So
it took you 2 years
why
to
stay
realize.
around? So
My thing is if it doesn't take well, I'm not shooting down your situation, but you know to me, you know a person after 6 months. You know a true person after 6 months. Like if you have to constantly tell somebody the same thing over and over, it don't take 2, 3, 5, 10 years for them to get it together. Cause like you said, it's either in them or it's on them.
right. And sometimes people be seeing it that simple and still will make an excuse or turn a blind eye to the situation and act like either it didn't happen or act like it wasn't that serious. You know what I'm saying? Or do the crazy shit, blame theyself.
So, did she act nurturing in the beginning and then did a little switcheroo?
No. Well, yes, to a degree, right. So here was my thing was, right. So I'm widow. My first wife passed away in 2014, right? So but I've always been in my children's life. I've seen every birth, placenta bag. I've done it all, seen it all, changed shitty diapers, everything, the whole kit and caboodle. Ain't skipped a beat. When my wife passed away, when I started getting to the dating scene, my thought process was, well, I don't need a woman to raise my children. I've been doing that since day one, right? And I just told her, your only responsibility is to keep my daughter hair up. That's it. I got one girl. That was my Achilles heel. I've been cutting hair for now 30 plus years, but you know, I got boys. I got 3 boys and 1 girl. So, you know, that was my Achilles heel. And I told her, your only responsibility being with me is keeping my daughter's hair up. That's it. That's all you got. Everything else, there ain't no other woman that you need to go confide in. I'm the last of the Mohicans when it comes to this. It buck stop with me. So you ain't got to worry about none of that shit there. So you know, when we engage one another, it was really towards the end when actually my daughter asked me, she was just like, ain't Miss Ashley your girlfriend? Why she don't do my hair? And that was an eye opener for me. And I just straight up told my daughter, I said, you know what, baby? As long as daddy got breath in his body, you'll never have to worry about that again. I literally thought about my situation, went to sleep, woke up, and broke up with her the next day. That's exactly how that went. Because I knew I wasn't going to get something from somebody that wasn't capable of giving me that. You know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes, and she had a daughter too. And she only had one child, a daughter. But when I sit back and think about all those times she engaged with her daughter, it's very different. And she was Nigerian too, so that's another thing.
So OG, can I ask you a question? Um, Antoine, what did you do different, I guess, as far as in your next relationship and feeling like you made the right decision to pick the correct person? Like, what did you learn from your first situation to move on to the next one?
Uh, shit. If you got a problem with doing my daughter's hair, then shit, I need to move around like Bobby Brown. That's what I learned. Find that out in the beginning. I know y'all that might sound super minute, but
Cousin,
uh,
I get where you coming from.
it may sound super minute, but really it wasn't, because you dealing with a man like that's 100% self-sufficient. You coming into my life where even if you had a job, your job would be insignificant to me. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're for one, I ain't never been with a woman who made more money than me. Second of all, I'm just gonna put that out there. Never. I ain't never had it, ain't never seen it. So, and second of all, how I am as
So
a
if they
man.
did make more money, would that matter?
No, no, not at all.
As far as like you feeling like they need to do stuff like keep up with her hair and stuff.
No, 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 no. And what really pissed me off about the situation with her and the hair is that if you doing your daughter's hair, call me and ask if I need my daughter's hair done. I bring her out the hair. I pay for. If you don't want to do the hair, I'll pay for both the hair to get done. Just take the bull by the horns. That's all I'm saying. Whether you do it or go pay for somebody else to go do it, shit.
No, I feel it. I feel it. I was just like wondering as far as like, you know what I'm saying, would he I mean, it's a valid point for you to say, yeah, you want your partner to, you know what I'm saying, treat your kids the same way that you treat their kids and that, you know what I'm saying, they treat their kids and stuff. I was just curious as far as like, I, as far as finding a relationship built off of that, like how is that what you found now with your current relationship?
What you asking me? I'm trying to understand. You kind of made a statement, but then I was trying to listen to the question
Like,
within.
is your current relationship like, did she do your daughter's hair and stuff?
Oh, that's what? Man, wow, shit. She cold blooded. She do locks the whole king caboodle.
Oh, okay, so
Hell. My mama come over here and get her hair done by my wife now. So no, that's definitely not an issue now. Not even remotely. Shit, if you come into a blended family and if a man tell you, or if a woman, if a man tell you all you gotta do is worry about my daughter hair, you got it made, woman. I'm sorry.
Facts. Cause I'm gonna take that hot comb out real quick. Get that kitchen. I'm gonna put some bobos in that head. We gonna make some little braids all the time.
Okay,
Right.
I gotten permission to say what I want to say, and I'm kind of on the fence with this topic because I've been through this before as the I'm not quick to say stepmom, but I've been through this before with someone's child that I was dealing with, and I feel like for me, I have to have a bond with that child before I just start playing a mother role to another person's child. And I think in my situation, me and the child's mother, we were at odds all the time. So, and it even got to a point where I felt like the child was going back telling the mom things that was going on in my home. And like that kind of grew me distance from that child. And I know, okay, I'm grown. I'm supposed to control my emotions, but at the same time, she messy. The little girl was messy. So no, I don't want to treat you like I just couldn't do it.
Oh,
Um,
that's way different. When that kid is messy, so it's like this. So y'all,
right. I have
y'all
to say
forgetting the
that
element. Y'all
I
forgetting the
feel.
element. My daughter don't have a mother. Y'all keep
No,
forgetting.
that's why I said your situation is completely different. My thing is with the hair situation. I feel like every woman shouldn't be obligated to me. You gonna hate me for what I'm about to say, but to me, every woman shouldn't be obligated to take care of somebody else's kid.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was curious as far as saying, like, when you got in a relationship with her, did she knowingly like agree to be in a relationship with you with the stipulation that you had that she
Absolutely.
had to do your daughter hair?
Absolutely. If I'm gonna be in a committed relationship, there's no exception to that. I'm not wavering from that. If my only responsibility to ask you to keep my daughter hair up, and if you can't do that, I don't need to fuck with you. Period. That is a
So yeah, she
small,
has she had pretty
small,
much she had
small.
said like, yeah, like I'll make sure I do it, and then she just didn't do it type shit.
She made it like it wasn't no problem. She do here. She did here. She was just lazy with it and wasn't consistent, and I had an issue with that. And when my daughter brought it to me, that's when I had to address it because shit hit different when it comes from somebody else. But when your kids ask you about something about somebody you dating, it's a problem. That shit hit different. It hit way different. So, and me, I'm not the type to waste no time. If my children got a problem with that, I got a major problem with it. I got an even bigger problem. So, and I ain't finna be in a relationship where a woman got a problem with my kids got a problem with her, and all. I ain't finna do none of that shit. None of that shit. None of that. Because I'm gonna pick my kids over you any day, all that. So for us to avoid that, we need some common ground and some respect from off the rip. So, you know.
This is where I wasn't confusing to me because if we put it in the perspective of if a woman is meeting a man and they're in a relationship and he says, I'm athletic, I go to the gym all the time, you have knowing of this, you have sons or a son, and all of a sudden he says, yeah, I would love to take, what I'm saying, the son out there and play football and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden, no, I don't want to do it. Or y'all go to the barbershop or he goes to the barbershop every Saturday. And now all of a sudden, oh yeah, I ain't even trying to do that or whatever, or just doesn't do it. You know what I'm saying? But even though he said, I would love to have those, the son father days out where we go to the barbershop, we watch a little football, we do this, we do that. And then all of a sudden it just doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's because we primarily don't hear it all the time when it comes down to women. I do because I date women and I've seen women choose the partner or me over their children. I've seen women favor my children versus their own children, and I had to leave those situations alone. Or women that fake the funk just to and act motherly and nurturing, just to end up in a relationship where they're pissed off.
And that was my thing. That's why I started off with, yeah, I have to have a bond with that child before I just start just being, just going all out for a child.
I guess to give, I see where you're coming from, Ari, and even where Jane is coming from, because I've been what we call I call myself a professional stepmom, but when I met my first husband, his kids were 2.5 months old, twins, and a 2-year-old, and I was married to him almost 18 years. And I developed that bond. It kind of grew with us. Luckily, I grew into a good like co-parenting relationship with their mom, and I was just at one of their weddings a couple years ago. So it's just you have to develop that bond. But I've got two stepsons at home I've been with my man for 10 years, and they were older when I met them. So the bond is different when they're older of age. So you have to kind of, I guess, tread lightly, because I don't want to step on nobody's toes. I ain't trying to be their mom. Well, they don't like their mom. Let's just say that they don't like their mom. but
That's where I was going with that.
but
Like,
it doesn't mean I'm gonna be their mom. You know, I still have to meet some of their needs and meet most of their needs. But I gotta listen to my husband and what he says. This is how they are gonna react and respond, and so I gotta listen to my husband when it comes to them too.
So I'm gonna say this, that most people gotta understand, when you choose a partner, you choosing whatever the fuck comes with that partner of yours. So
Yep.
you can't be picky, choosy when it comes to the foundation a certain way. Meaning, if he was already the kind of guy who sit up here and prioritize his child, um, if you sit up here and tell him, "Oh, I don't want to sit up here and do this for your kid," I don't want. Guess what he gonna do? He gonna happily remove your ass. And the thing is, because a man's life isn't to build it and to cause drama. So everybody in that man's life must understand their role. When you sign up to be his lady, you signing up to be bonus mom, you're signing up to be, whatever it is in that relationship that you contributed to. So you can't just sit up here and say, "Oh, I only want to do these parts of life with you and not these parts."
hmm
Like he ain't gonna be able to balance that.
That kind of goes back into the what are you willing to sacrifice to better yourself or better others? You know, what are you willing to get rid of so that you can be in this relationship with this person that you want? But they
Well,
come with what people call baggage. To me, it's value. So, I don't know. Are you gonna look at it as baggage, or are you gonna look at it as it's adding value to your life? Because sometimes kids, man, they can add value to your life in a lot of ways, even if they're not your biological children.
And I don't think nobody obligated to do nothing, because if you don't want to do it, hey, there is somebody who would sign up for the damn job that would do it. And
Exactly.
it's like, if you don't want to do it, go find somebody that you willing to do shit for.
and you know what? And you know what, you absolutely right, because that's exactly what happened in my life. That's what I was saying. Like, it wasn't hard for me to cut ties with that woman because I knew without a shadow of a doubt there was a woman who would love to take on that
What up?
responsibility of just hair.
Exactly, Antoine.
You know what I'm saying? Of just hair, and I got four goddamn kids. Three of them boys, one of them girl. All you gotta do is deal with hair. One girl hair. Shit, you got it made. Goddamn it. Shit, you ain't even got to pay a light bill. Shit, much less, much less pay for their goddamn hair.
She would have had French rolls, pin-ups, curls,
Right.
kick and twist 1 minute, flat twist the next. Girl, what style you want this week?
And you know what she told me when I broke up with her? This is what she asked me. Can't make this shit up. She said, "Can we still fuck?" I said, "What's the point of me breaking up with you if I'm still gonna do that?"
because a lot of men still do.
Well, I ain't never been no tender dick nigga in my life.
But I do feel where Ari coming from though, because my stepdaughter, I don't like calling her step. She's 21 now. I would put 22 on that child because time went by, and I met her, and she's closer. We're close in age, you know what I'm saying? I'm 35 and she's 21, so she was older when I met her. And her dad relationship, or my husband's relationship with her, was almost like null and void because he had deployed all those times, and I had to kind of bring them back together and mend that back together. But I also had to gauge the relationship for what it was, and I couldn't force myself in because that was an older child. So when it came down to respect, we don't have the stepmother-daughter bond. We have a different bond where she can come to me, but you already have a mom and you have a stepdad that have been primarily in your life. I just want to be another adult figure. So she doesn't call me mom. She calls me by my first name. You know what I'm saying? And we have a mutual respect, and she respects me as an adult, but I also respect her as an adult at this point too. So she's still open and willing to call me whenever she wants to, if she needs anything. I'm glad I'm a trusted adult, but because she's much older, it was really not much of raising I could do. And I definitely wasn't going to force myself in because then she was going to push back. Like, I got a mama, you know.
And that's what I was saying, Jane. Like women who feel like just because a man have kids that they gotta automatically play mom. Like no, like as a kid, kids know that you're not my real mom. Kids know that you should be with my dad. And coming in as a girlfriend, it's like that. I feel like that pushes a lot of kids back from building a relationship with that stepmom or with that other figure. So that's why when I say you have to build a bond with that woman, I mean with that person first, and instead of just going in strong, oh, I'm mom, so or I'm with your dad, so I'm gonna play mom. Like that's not how that goes.
So
Like of
I
course if we're
wonder.
all going out, I'm not going all my kids together and then you the only one looking messed up. Like no, I don't do that. But I'm not gonna go in straight headstrong to play mom.
Um, this thing going off like crazy. It wasn't making no noise. All right. I was about to say. Why do it seem like that? It seemed like because I'm hearing you say that you gotta play. Why you gotta play mom as soon as you. Because it seemed like that. I never hear like kind of men negotiate that off real. But they don't even get accepted unless they gotta play dad off rip. But I
That's
guess
not
that's the
true.
huh.
That is not true.
You said that ain't true.
What woman do you know? What responsible woman who has respect for their kids just want a random man or a man she been talking to just to come in
What
and start playing
I say
dead?
the half part then. They want them to start, you must come with this money and all that. I have kids, I got stuff I gotta work. So they doing one of the main dad parts, right? I would say that. So off rip, like they standards is so high that yes, the dude gotta come at daddy type mode. He might not be like had the responsibilities because it gotta be half and half and dealing with, that's the unfair part about men. They gotta come in and
You see, I nip that shit in the bud off the rip and I tell a woman quick, look, if you don't want me to correct your if we're gonna be together, I got to be able to have the autonomy to correct your child if they get out of hand. Because the minute you try to correct me for correcting your kid, we're done. There is no coming back from that. Because what I refuse to do is be disrespected by a kid, and I can't check that child. So, I'm a Scorpio. There's just a lot of things I'm just not gonna accept. Period. And
That's
I
funny
ain't.
because I was literally doing a topic about that earlier. I was doing it on my TikTok studio though, but it just was not popping up. That was literally my topic today though. That's crazy. It was something dealing with that though, but the question was gonna be can families destroy your relationship? But obviously, if I can figure it out, I'm trying to set that thing up. That just so hard to do. I'm trying to see how everybody be able to pull people in the panel while being in that mode. I must be doing something wrong. And my stuff was glitching like crazy too.
But
So that's one. Oh,
active fathers that are in their children's life, they make that the foundation. They don't play around when it comes down to their kids. If they are actively in their lives, they let you know this is something you're not going to play with, and they don't put their children as secondary. Their children come first, so they have ground rules of what that woman is not going to do, especially in the presence of their child. I think they are more strict, but I do think that it's not the status quo to see a great deal of single fathers.
Hmm?
What happened?
My alarm, y'all, my bad. But I don't think it's a status quo to see a great deal of single fathers or broken homes, and the father does have the children and them dating primarily. I don't think a lot of them don't date to be serious. They don't play around when it comes down to them and their children. So we don't hear about it a lot because when a woman is meeting a man that is a single father, those grounds are already set. That foundation's already set. We already know you can't come in and play games.
Oh,
But for us,
I was talking
it's
about the
like,
stepfather side. I was talking about coming in trying to take care of somebody else's child type situation. That's what I was talking about.
but see that's a lapsy way of women and how a great deal of us as single mothers don't mind just having any old thing in the bed and just accepting any old thing instead of vetting properly or having family members vet properly, especially when you have children. That is the status quo. Seeing women that you just met that guy, now he's in your house after the club and your kids in the other room sleeping. You see what I'm saying? Or making that man a stepfather and you've only been dating for a couple of weeks.
She ain't lying because I done did that. Met one from the club and her kids at the crib and I'm knocking her down and they in the bedroom. Well, I didn't be that. That didn't happen. That's real shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Antoine. I think that's talked about because that does happen. You know what I'm saying? And no woman that has any respect for herself or any value for her children and respect for her children is going to let any man, like Ari said, just come into her life and say, hey, play step pappy. You know, that's not okay to do. And that's very unsafe for anybody to just be around your children. But I mean, it's a status quo.
I don't think, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't say they do it. I don't think they don't even let the father be a father nowadays. So I know they're not talking about that. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about as in because they even think they more of a parent than them. That's okay. It's funny that I think about it. So of course I ain't gonna say that one though. But I would say that I'm talking about as in they gotta come with some right. So somehow what I noticed is that their standards is even higher. When after they made I don't want to put it that way, but I guess after they made a mistake, now they want to have all the standards in the world, and then now the new guy got to come in or whatever, and they got to go through all the stuff, all type of loops and stuff.
Huh? Like the other, like the last nigga got the whole cow for free. Now you trying to make me pay for it?
Yeah, it just be like the standards be on ultra high, and it's like, dang, you wasn't even doing that to your man before that night. Now you gonna put the new guy. And then then my thing.
The last man. That's
this,
where we learning from.
Huh?
Why are you trying to compare to the relationship I had with my last man?
Yeah.
Like that's what we're learning.
No, let me just finish real quick so I can get to my point. That's not what I'm getting to a comparison. What I'm saying is that overall, I don't know what happened. Hold on, give me a second. What I'm getting to is that freak. What the heck? I don't know what's happening to me now. I just cannot remember. I be forgetting what I'm getting to. But I think what I was getting to is that what I realized is that when I'm trying to talk real slow so I can see if I can get into my head because I just lost it in 2 seconds.
Oh, you lost your train of thought.
Oh, yeah, my train of thought. I don't know what's wrong like doing that. When I get cut off, I get towed up. I don't know why that happened. That been happening real bad lately too. That's because I have so much stuff on my mind.
You be smoking that good. That's what's happening.
I don't even smoke. That's the bad part about it. I hope I just ain't got nothing.
That ain't. I tried to give you an excuse. Damn.
Yeah, it's just been happening lately. I noticed. That's crazy. But I think the point I was getting to is that that the fathers that they forget it, whatever.
So Antoine said, "Why about it?" Hold on, say it again, Antoine. You said something about the cow.
Right. The last nigga got the whole cow for free, but she making you pay for the cow.
There you go. And then Kev, you said no, not exactly that, and then you continued on. Did it help you? You over there with Alzheimer's shit?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I hope I ain't got nothing going on. I've been forgetting a lot these past months. I don't know what's happening. But I think basically what I was getting to, it's not even just that part about, comparing it to it's the where they just, okay, there we go. That's what I'm trying to get to. It should have been the opposite way, right? They make it seem like they deserve a king out of nowhere and like they I don't know, like they higher on the market than the woman without kids and stuff. I don't know. It'd be backwards though. Cause it's like you come with all these things like you the ish now, but you it's like, hold up, no, you supposed to be kind of, and then go back to that topic where I said that stepfather should be a gratitude to have somebody because they don't have to do that, right? But I think a lot of times that I just be real. I think a lot of mothers, right? They come with this entitled mentality where it's like, no, you got to come with this and you that and I'm not about to, and it be like from that same hurt from last because they never healed, right? From the last thing, but that Lex man got to get their work because of what she felt that it's like, hold up. It's like This dude, he taking out. I mean, I think that's one grateful thing is you got a dude that's coming in and taking care of a kid that's not even his and you, right? Willing to probably even unalive himself for both of y'all. And then you come, and then he coming with this thing where this dude, you must do this. You come with do, like I just never understood. Just like what they be coming with when they get their heart broken, and then they tell me I deserve. Like I never understood what the heck you deserve. And everybody deserves something now when you fail. Like I wish it did work like that if I lost the lottery or something and I deserve and they gave me $1 million. I don't know. I just be trying to understand something. I guess some women. I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from, Kev, but I do feel like parents, that's whether a father or a mother, when they're choosing a date, those standards are set based on having kids. It's like you can't come in here in this relationship and play games because I don't got time for games. This is already ready-made family. So if that's what you're looking for, that's what you're looking for. If you're trying to take trips and take pictures of food and play games and here and there and everywhere, you can't do that when you got kids because then the kids are affected because the kids get pulled into that type of situation. So it's either you gonna come over here and be serious or you not. It's the same way as a dude going down the street and Bone Quisha, and Bone Quisha sat there and act like she was feminine and had everything up under the sun and was gonna treat a baby right, and then she dumped him off on him. Now she wanted to go out and run the streets. It doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a woman that's going to come into his life and be able to be a wife to him and be able to be a stepmother to the child. Because maybe there was somewhere in between their lies being told, and that's the reason why they got that baby. Or maybe one walked away when they wasn't supposed to and they couldn't stand in the kitchen for the heat to take care of their child together. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more shunned on us as women because it happens so often or spoke of so often or we're out loud with it. And some of the things we do is very disrespectful when it comes down to our children and a mass amount. But that's also for a man that may have children that may be the sole father. Yes, he should have high standards. You now have somebody else you have to look after. So no, playing games is not going to happen because you playing games with me and my baby now.
I wonder.
Exactly.
So
Go ahead,
yes,
Jeff.
I'm gonna let y'all go in a minute. I was just about because it made me think about the and kind of like it was me, Ari, and another girl that was in here earlier, and I was talking about the healing thing, right? And I said I would recommend because I actually talk against like people, and the sad part about it is like avoiding people that can't forgive, right? That's one of my vets because it is a lot that come behind it, and that'd be like because they basically put everything on you and come with it. It's an attitude that probably does not seem right, but it's like a thing where it's like that's the part I don't get when they say I deserve, right? And you did not put no work after. You just all of a sudden you got your heart broken and now I deserve. It's like first you deserve to tell yourself where did you go wrong, and that's what you deserve, right? You deserve to go maybe I don't it's just different little things, and it's like hold up, what have you did to condition yourself to deserve anything? That's what I'm trying to get to, because it's like you didn't put a piece of work in, you didn't do anything. All you did was got your heart broken, and then you say you deserve this, but then now you're gonna be coming with bitterness. You're gonna be coming with extra stuff you just haven't. I mean, it's so many different things you're gonna come with. Why somebody else why do somebody else deserve that? Speaking of deserve, you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's like I said, that's one of my things. And it's funny that this topic was like this because I did want to see where everybody's mindset is on when it comes to that healing of forgiveness. Because I don't think that's one of the hardest thing to deal with is a person that can't forgive. That's a hard thing, and that's just real talk for real. Because it's like oh, it's not hard. It's so hard, but I would just say, for the most part, you do not want to be around a non-forgivable person because you will be the next victim. I'll put it that way.
And what makes you think that you didn't deserve that, and that's why they walked away or went away? How many relationships were you in before you had children? Think about the little, the teenage children, or teenagers, or your high school sweethearts, or whatever they want to call it, and how many relationships did you go through before children involved? Maybe you didn't deserve that. Maybe it wasn't because you weren't deserving of it. Maybe they didn't deserve you. So we can look at it from two different points of view. Maybe it's not that you didn't deserve it, it's maybe it wasn't meant for you.
I feel what Kev's saying because deserve is wild as fuck. Like, the only thing that's gonna be absolute, like I said in the comment section, is unalive, and that's it. We all gonna do it one day. But deserving of anything is like putting yourself on a pedestal and saying, "Well, this is well. If you were somewhere else, would you deserve?" You know,
Right.
that's almost like a privilege to have. Like, just because I'm me, and you know what
Maybe
I'm
you
saying.
should be glad you didn't get what you got. Maybe you
Right.
didn't deserve what you got.
Maybe you deserved exactly what you got because maybe that's the energy you put out there. Maybe it was waste.
Exactly. You gotta say it
It's
like
vice versa. I get you, Jane, on that, and that's what I'm saying. Is like maybe you deserved exactly what you got, and that's why you're here.
Mm. Living in a world where you don't control the narrative and saying you deserve is crazy.
Exactly.
yes, welcome to the land. It come with the entitlement mentality that I speak against all the time. That's what it is, you know. And we hurt ourselves from that because we hurt us first to start off from our own expectations of others or something outside of us, and that's what be hurting us. Then we start talking
Well,
like
maybe
that. Then we get disappointed every time.
look at the song by Tank where he said maybe I deserve for someone to go out on me because he went on somebody else. So maybe he deserved that. At least he talked about what he deserves. So,
Actually, real talk, you deserve everything that comes to you because that's just how life is, man. Like I said, me myself, I don't believe in mistakes. It's all everything that happened to you in life, or it's actually for you, right? Depending on your perspective.
Deserve tacos.
Oh my, that's funny because I just ate some of that. That's crazy.
I deserve you getting back on Fridays for the karaoke night, Mira. Don't let me stop because one night people was outside.
I'm working on it.
there's a difference
It's just been
between
my wife.
deserving and
It's actually been
demanding.
technical difficulties. It's actually been technical difficulties. The reason why I ain't been back on, but I gotta get some parts and stuff. But I'll be back on.
I
If this
deserve.
Friday, if I ain't gotta work, if the weather ain't, it depends on what the weather do. If the weather don't, if the weather act right now, I gotta go in, then I'll be up. But if I gotta go in, I ain't gonna be up this Friday. So it all depends on what this weather do
Right,
up
I think
here.
I gotta work this Saturday, month.
Y'all working for Christmas?
Hello, life for
Nope.
Robin.
Like, how you
What's
doing,
up?
my brother?
Mira,
All right.
I wasn't done saying what I deserve. Now I deserve to sit on that panel and listen to some good music. I deserve to listen to Al Green.
Scared me a little bit.
I'm deserving of that.
I deserve to sit on that panel.
Oh my God.
That's what she said.
That's why I said it scared me. I didn't know that she was getting to like, whoa, this ain't the live. Chill.
Stop doing it, Mir and Kev, man. When we get you guys both in the platform, we're in trouble. we deserve better. We deserve better.
We deserve
Miss Kev
it.
fought.
I deserve. That's
I
gonna
like
be one of
that.
my topics. What do you
Reminds me of
deserve?
it, like deserve, like do
Not
I?
deserve. That's the problem nowadays. They get served that deep.
Ooh.
She said, "Ooh."
That kind of just caught me up a little bit.
Look, they don't even care how they get it. They don't even care no more.
Facts.
Look, you tell them, I say, hey, I got a girl. I don't care. She not
Well, I think that the
I
roles
mean,
have
you know you
reversed.
got a
straight
girl.
player.
That's been going around for a minute. I don't know how many times I told men I was married and they asked, well, your man can't allow you to have no friends. Your husband don't let you have no friends. I don't care.
No,
I
Damn.
have no
he out
friends.
of order. He shouldn't have never said that.
Oh, that was a lot of
As you
heat.
married, a motherfucker supposed to be like, I'm cool.
You know that most of the time women are approached
I'm
more
my wife friend.
when they're wearing a ring. They're approached more. When I wasn't wearing a ring, I was barely approached. As soon as I put that ring on, it was, oh, you married? Your man don't let you have no friends?
You don't even like being
The
approached.
same thing with men.
You don't
Same
even
thing
like
happened
being
to me.
approached. Cut it out.
Stop it.
You say I
You
don't like
think it's
being
creepy.
approached?
Yeah, you think it's creepy.
No, I don't. I don't get approached inappropriately. I've
must
never
be.
been approached inappropriately as far as like somebody not understanding that okay, I'm done with this conversation because I know how to dismiss a conversation with a smile and say goodbye, even if it's an inappropriate
Right.
way. I
So
can still
you're
say
an older
thank
woman, I'm assuming.
you. No, I'm 35 years, so I'm
Yeah,
older.
yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm 30. I just don't look approachable.
But no, even when I was in my 20s, and I'd be like, "Oh no, thank you.
What do
You know,
approachable
I'm
look
okay."
Yeah, I'm wondering.
like? Got me on that one. What do approachable look like?
Well, I guess I said that because I work in a prison, so a lot of them don't approach me on that type of level because I don't give that. Like I don't give that. I want to have a conversation with you.
Have you dated a police officer
That
before?
that friendly face.
You dated a
That's what
police
I'm
officer?
saying, Mira. It's the friendly face, and I'm not saying walk around with a mug on your face, but people know when you don't want to be talked to.
It's usually your circle, like you know what I'm saying. Like I hate to generalize it, but it's like it's kind of like your income, right? Your income level, and the people you surround yourself with, right? Some of us are fortunate enough to be very uh, orated, or speak a lot, or talk a lot, or know how to talk, and know how to present ourselves, right? And most of us are just in our own little bubbles every day, even dealing with relationships, right? We genuinely are around the people whom share the same interest.
So
I got a
it's like
question. I
Kevin's
got
talking about
lovely,
this
lovely. I got a
deserving. Oh,
lovely,
go ahead, Jen.
lovely. I got a question for you, sis. If you can answer it for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my grandma lived till she was 89. My other one to 92. When the hell did 35 become older? How
Like
long we
who
supposed to
said you was
live?
old?
Are we supposed to live till we 40?
Is you really saying I said you was old?
No, I'm
Don't
just
do that.
asking. No,
Don't do
not
that.
just towards you, life. I'm not talking about just towards you, but I hear that a lot. Like, oh, you're older. And then I'll say 35, and they'll be like, yeah. And I'm
Yeah,
like, damn, well,
I'm
how long do
42.
humans live?
Somebody
I'm
just called me
42.
older earlier. Oh
Right.
no, but
Did
that
he?
was a 21-year-old. Never mind.
It's a
Did
young
he?
man who's the host of
About that?
this live, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a young man who is presenting himself correctly.
Right.
Well, didn't Kev talk about that? What was it on your live like last week? Remember we brought up maturity, and it didn't matter about what age you were. It was more about your knowledge or wisdom or anything that you had. Did it matter about your age? So your age is one thing,
I'm a
but
young 34.
yeah, young,
I'm a
yeah.
baby. Say no, I'm talking to.
I'm a young gonna be 44.
That mean when I
So
turn 35, I want to be an old fart.
I'm 100.
Mary,
It
you
kind of
are.
hurts my feelings,
I'm 1
man.
year from a fart.
It kind of hurts my feelings, bro. I'm 42. That hurt my.
you're
I tell him this
from
all the
party a
time.
lot. Yeah. Well, you know what it reminds me of, as we're talking about deserving and talking about, oh my goodness, I'm not even gonna bring up farting, but deserving,
Deserve to
but
be young.
yeah, we
Age ain't
deserve to
nothing
be
but a
young.
number.
But
Throwing down ain't
how
nothing
do
but a
we
thing.
respond? How do we
Oh no, because R. Kelly said the same thing. We ain't doing that one.
well, I ain't going
Don't
there,
fuck with that
man.
no more. That age ain't nothing but a number thing. We gonna get
Oh,
this
that
shit
was
straight.
Take
light.
that.
That
Take
was
that.
light. I thought that was you guys sound so much alike. But think about what do you give people elsewhere? Like what we're talking about what we deserve, but what do we give people that they think they should deserve? Like from us, from us.
You mean from women or
No,
in
just
general?
from me as a person. Just me as a
You don't,
person.
don't nobody on this planet deserve nothing from another human being on this planet.
Thank you. Thank
Simple as that.
I mean, even with Christmas, right? I just explained this earlier. I say Christmas is usually the season where you give to people you fuck with, you like. So
you.
you give gifts. It's the season of giving. You just give shit. You
Are
don't
they
ask for nothing
deserving
in
of it?
return.
Are
Yeah,
they deserving of it?
yeah. If I like them, they are.
You know what you deserving of? You deserving of this life, and you deserving of the ending of this life, and you deserving of the choices that you make in between this life, and the outcomes of those choices. So that's what you deserve.
My parents deserve me taking care of them because they took care of me. They deserve it. As long as I have breath, that's what they deserve.
So is it reciprocal?
Yes, because they took care of me. So in return, I need to do the same thing for them.
I was literally just having this conversation today. Kev, you know I'm in the boxing ring with you right now.
Okay, so are you Tyson?
I'm biting his ear. That's what I'm doing.
Not the Tyson.
That kind of is the
Not
spirit of it.
Tyson.
That's the spirit of it, right? We supposed to find the people we love and show appreciation, right?
There you go. I like that. Appreciation. Yeah.
About to bite my glove.
Thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me. Let me love you back. Let me show you, because love is an action word.
Well, when somebody hurts you, and you forgive them, do you still appreciate them?
Yes.
Ask your husband. Ask your boyfriend.
Exactly.
What do you mean by hurt? Like, you mean like feelings? Talking about feelings and
Because
stuff.
we ain't got no feelings. Let them tell
What's
it.
up? I got us on mute.
Like, I didn't deserve for you to do that to me.
But you still love them, because I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if everybody in the panel is still cool with their parents, but I'm pretty sure your parents did some hurtful things, right? But there's still a deep root of love that you have for them, whether you want to admit it or not.
But why are we in a position to question parents?
Only on Tuesday.
Why do we question parents though, right?
Yeah.
My mama was a dope fiend. My dad sniffed coke, went to the army. Both of these peoples had professions. She was a nurse, and shit happened in the 80s, right?
Right.
So now me coming up and having the opportunity to be with both of them in the same room, I see why it didn't work. And I told them to their face, I see why y'all don't work.
Tough.
I like what Newsom was saying is like, do our parents deserve for us to care for them?
No.
Even though that they may have put us through some hurt and they went through some pain, do
Yeah,
they
we
deserve
care
for
for
us
them.
to be able to care for them?
We not accepting the bullshit they got going on.
Right.
I love you, but that shit was wrong.
Go ahead, Ari. Go ahead,
Yeah,
sweetie.
like what Life or Death was saying, like how his parents grew up. I had a similar situation, but my parents ain't had no career, so I basically had to fend for myself growing up.
Mm.
So when Jane said when parents get older, we have to take care of them, like no, because I ain't taking care of neither one of them, and they already know that.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
But I didn't mention because they're my parent, because my mother that I speak of is not my biological mother, and she passed away 2 years ago, and I didn't take care of her, and I haven't seen her in over 10 years. My stepmother, who took care
Put
of
some
me,
context to that shit, because that sounded harsh.
my father,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Let Jane finish real quick.
my mother, my stepmother that took care of me, and my father, because they also had the same choice as my mother did, to be piss poor, to not be a parent, to allow herself to be bitter, and to allow that to engulf her life. So she was an absentee parent, even though she was there. No, I did not take care of her because she did not take care of me. But my parents that did take care of me, and out here in Texas, they deserve it because that's what they did. Do I give it to everybody? No.
Now I agree with that. I agree with that, but just because they're our parents, I don't feel like as a child, as their kid, they're obligated or they're deserving to be taken care of.
Can I say something?
I agree.
Yes,
This
sir.
is
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Newsom.
this is why I feel like no one is good, right? No one. I only say Jesus Christ because he's the only one in record that would do something for somebody
Yeah,
without
you
requiring.
preaching right there. There you go.
With like he's the only one I feel like would do something in history, right? By historical records without requiring something back. Like everything I'm noticing people say, right, is you didn't do for me, so why do I deserve to do for you? And it seems really selfish
Right.
because we expect people to do stuff for us on the
Conditional.
condition
Conditional,
Exactly.
right? Said the word.
On condition that if you do for me, I'll do for you. But nobody's saying because you hurt me, it's okay. I'm still gonna do for you. And honestly, right?
Just
I know,
me.
and that's real. All of us, really. I'm pretty sure we encounter somebody we met, we wrote, or we know that we've met along the way that's did something to us, and we're and in the back of our head like, yeah, that's why I'm gonna do this, or yeah, you're not getting this from me, And
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's really sacrificial that you have to, like, somebody does something wrong to you, decide it's okay. I'm still gonna look out for you. I'm still gonna do this for you because you don't deserve it. But neither did I deserve, the different things that took place in my life. Because nobody's good. Nobody. I don't believe that. I really don't.
Yeah, nobody good. Nobody ain't. Yeah.
Nobody's good.
That would be considered unconditional love or genuine love.
Forgiveness too.
I
And
just
I would say you have to, because I still, right, I can admit that nobody good part, right? But I can say that we can condition ourselves to strive to learn how to love unconditionally, even though it wouldn't be on the same
Real
level.
talk.
It wouldn't be on the same level as God and stuff, because He forgive everything. We gotta fight, so it's hard, right? But
Right.
that's what I teach. Actually, what I try to kind of teach over here, because that's one thing that taught me how to do it. Is forgiveness is like number one when it comes to that, right? To
Yeah.
learn
Hey,
how
a
to.
question, Kev, while you cooking, when I
No, let
heard
him
everything,
cook. No, Mira, let him,
the thought that came to
Mira,
mind is, isn't
Mira.
that bitterness?
He's eating.
Damn it, let him cook. Because he
Hold on.
forgets.
Go ahead, Mir. Go ahead, Mir. Go ahead, my
He's
brother.
already cooked. He's eating what he cooked. But no, I wanted to keep going, Kev. But isn't that bitterness?
Yeah, that's bitterness. Yeah, most definitely. That's what's gonna happen, and you can hear bitterness in voices. I ain't gonna lie. That's how
Facts.
I can
Yeah.
tell myself. It's like now
Yeah.
that I heal a little bit and figured out how to heal, I can hear other people that haven't, and that's
Yeah.
just real. That's real talk. Like you can
That's
just
real
see the way
talk.
they talk, the way they
Yeah.
defensive on everything, the way they like and and they talk
Yeah.
just like that. It's the
Yeah.
same exact thing. Because I
You ain't
used to be
lying.
like that, you know,
You ain't
but
lying.
I just want
it
to
takes
give some
time.
historical context to it. I
And
just
I
need
have a
you to
question.
I
you
do
you
too.
you
I
need
have a question.
historical context to it.
And I
We
can give you
gotta
that. I
we
can give you
got to
that.
put historical context to it because it's a thing. It's something that really happened, right?
Okay.
Okay, so
Even
wait 1 second, because I got to clarify something. So unconditional love doesn't have to be face to face, nor does it mean I sacrifice or be Christ. I'm supposed to be like Christ. That's why we're of earth, right? So at the end of the day, if you don't want to put yourself in a compromising human situation by dealing with somebody that you know is harmful, just because you don't want to do that does not mean you don't love them. That is also being careful. So that's not selfish to not want to compromise your life based on what you know somebody can do against you. That's almost like saying, I would take care of somebody that murdered my child, knowing that the possibility of you murdering me is possible. But I
All right.
will go in there and I will wipe your tail with a knife in your hand. That's
what does
Can I
that
can
even
I
mean?
interject on that?
What
Can I
does that
interject on
mean?
that? Can I interject on that? Now this
What
is where
does
it's
that
going.
mean?
I'm about to
This.
explain what it means. So, unconditional love is not face to face. I can love you in Africa from China. I don't have to take care of you. I don't have to be in close proximity to you. There's plenty of prisoners that have a great deal of love from the inside of where they are. But
Love is
because
an
you're not a
action
state
word, though.
person,
We've
It
already
wait a
we've
is.
minute, wait
already
a minute,
established
wait a
that.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. And I can still love you.
Mhm.
God loves you and omnipresent. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get that clear. Jesus
Okay.
loves us and omnipresent at this point. So when it comes down to it, you can love someone. You don't have to be face to face. I love the entire world and haven't met everybody on the planet. But that doesn't mean that I put myself in close proximity as a human of flesh and get close to that person knowing that harm could come my way. That is
So
called
you're already
foolishness.
going into it
Wait a
Yeah.
thinking
minute.
that someone's
That
gonna
is
do
called.
something to you.
I'm speaking of the situation of when we started teetering off based off what I stated, which was I was not going to take care of somebody that I know would harm me, which was my
Right.
mother. So I loved
Okay.
her unconditionally. But when it came down to it, my human flesh cannot withstand being harmed.
So
So
this
I'm
is
not
about
going
your
to.
mother.
Can I
No,
This
speak?
is what we
the
talking about.
conversation,
Your mother.
the
He's
conversation
going off
piggybacks
what
off
I
of that.
said. Right.
The
May I
Know
speak
conversation
on
what?
that?
piggybacks
Look
off
what.
of that.
I
Let me
had to
say
get
this
bring it
though.
back.
Hold on,
Yeah, let me.
everybody.
Hold on.
Host is talking.
Yeah,
Go
let me
ahead,
say.
guys.
I just want to say this real quick though, because what Jane is saying is 100% right. Because that like
I said, even me myself, I said I learned how to, and I work on it daily, right? To forgive, love unconditionally, right? So it do be time. It is gonna be like that. Don't mean because you have to be around this person. You have to stick around. That don't mean you have to even be or date this person again. It's just like loving somebody from afar. So it's like, and this what I'm gonna let y'all know the simple way of because y'all you ain't gonna understand the other way. So the simple way of learning how to love unconditionally is loving someone for who they are, not for what they do for you. A lot of times we love people for what they do for us, and that was making a condition. So when we learn that, okay, this person is this how they is, or that's their way of thinking, that might be the way they wanted to cuss me out or whatever, but it is what it is. I still love you as a, because even not when I get into it with people, maybe on this app or in real life, right? I had to learn that I'm looking like, you know what, I mean, it is what it is. That's you. And when you become better in life and all that other stuff, you don't stoop down to other people up. But it's a lot of people is messed up already. That's why they don't know. That's why I really can't talk to people that don't. I'm not gonna put it in that way, but that don't really know how to forgive or don't know how to,
Right.
because it's like it's gonna be a lot of things behind it, and that's gonna be an eye
Yeah.
for eye type person. 9 times out of 10 it be like that because they just
Yeah.
haven't learned, and they feel like they got to get that get back or something like that, or I don't. And then it come with, victim mentality become behind it. It's so
Yeah.
much stuff that come behind a mindset that's like that. But it's not it's not really trying to down talk. It's just like basically to put awareness as in that's something that has to be figured out before we even step to the next person or even try to, deal with people in general, especially if we're gonna be around people. Nobody
Yeah.
don't want to walk around. Hold up real quick, news. Somebody talking at the same time with me. That's first. Hold up. But I was about to say, that at the end of the day, you don't want to, because like I said, when I said what I said earlier is that you can't tell. Like once you did the healing yourself or whatever, and learn how to, that you really prioritize peace, this so-called thing, because that's another thing. If you can't say you want peace and then don't know how to forgive at the same time, because it's a whole nother level when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? When you because you got a peace of mind, that's the first thing. But we can lie to ourselves and play ourselves and say that, nah, I ain't got to do this and all that. No, that person been on your mind ever since. Every time you see this person's face, your stomach hurt. Every time you think about it, every time something, somebody mention your name, your stomach turn. That can tell that this person's still affecting you.
Yeah.
But when you look at it from a different perspective and you get a different type of energy and you kind of like, you know what? Hey, thank God it didn't get worse, and I'm appreciative for me surviving that situation because it's gonna make me stronger for the next person that I'll come up to. And that's when you kind of change and look and view life a little differently. Because the thing is, a lot of us think that life's supposed to work the way we want it to, and I'm supposed to be nothing bad's never supposed to happen to me. Why me? I think once we start thinking a little selfless and start thinking about, instead of just being prideful and ego driven, we wouldn't be living hurt. We wouldn't be. And my thing is, I'm not saying that you have to be not have boundaries, right? You got to learn boundaries, but you got to learn yourself first. That's the first thing. But oh boy, that's a deep thing. But I'm gonna let y'all go here. I just want to say that real quick though. But
Can
what
I?
she said was 100% right though. You don't
I'm
have to be
saying,
around a person, or you don't have to always keep forgetting. It ain't got nothing to do with that. You can love, like I be loving people across the city. I ain't never knew nothing about them. I can still show love to them. I can still, whatever. I still got a heart for them. I don't have to
What?
know somebody to love. I don't gotta. They don't. I don't have to be around them. Then that's the whole thing.
y'all got to start talking about historically though. Our parents, they had jobs, they had trades, they had all type of shit going on. They didn't have time. We were latchkey kids. We knew how to catch the bus. We knew how to lock the doors. We knew how to turn off the lights. They were latchkey kids,
Wait,
man.
what you talking about? I'm trying to get to what that's tied into forgiveness.
Because it's tied into the point of people saying, "Hey, my parents, they didn't parent good. They didn't know how. Not
But
only
check
did
this
they
out
didn't
though.
know how, but they didn't give a fuck to learn."
But check this out.
Yeah.
What I was gonna
Go ahead,
say.
Lucian. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. What I was gonna say, right? Going back to that, it's basically almost like what someone is saying when they say because someone hurt me, I can love them from afar. I argue the fact that that's not possible, right? Because the reason why I say that there's not a such thing as loving someone from afar. when you say that, I can
Love is an
identify.
action word.
But check this out though. What I was about to say, I can identify someone who's still struggling to forgive someone by the way that they use their word in context, because usually it's still that thought process in their mind that they have, and that forms in their words. And you have to realize you can't love someone from afar, right? You don't say to someone that you're trying to prioritize or that you marry that, oh, because you made me mad, I'm gonna love you from afar. When something happens, even though they love you, you make it your best interest because you love them to make it right. Now, this is where the thin line draws, right? Because if someone loves you, I can understand they don't change, right? And you go to them to try to fix the situation because they can't change and they won't change. There's nothing you can do on that part because you made it your best interest to solve it. However, if you approach that situation from the context of they've hurt me before, all right, that's the last time I'm gonna do it. I don't know if you're gonna do it again, but this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna distance myself and quote unquote love you from afar. That tells me you haven't truly forgiven them. So it's like there's no such thing. If you approach it from the Christ-like manner, right? Christ knew he knew Judas was gonna betray him, and he still in the Bible they still identified Judas as a disciple, and he walked with him. He walked with him and talked with him and even ate with him, right? So it's not about the fact of saying like, oh, I'm not gonna hang around someone or love someone or affiliate with someone that I know has a possibility of hurting me again, right? Because that's life in general. That's people in general. If you approach people from the fact that like the host was saying, they have a possibility of hurting you, then it's like you're not going to be able to connect with people. And if people are going to see that, and they might not even know why they're turned off a little bit, but they're going to be turned off because they notice something about like your interactions. It's going to show in your interactions if you're bitter towards somebody, even if it's not towards that
So,
certain type
okay,
of person.
Newsom,
Wait,
Newsom, I have
before
a
you say that, because
question. I'm sorry.
I want him to understand what I meant though.
Okay,
Yeah, because I don't.
right. I
Go
just
ahead,
want to
go
ask
ahead,
one
Jay.
quick
Go
question,
ahead, Jay.
Kev, and then you can just go off because it's your panel, right?
Go ahead.
Um, so the people in prison that they've done the unspeakable things and they worked within human behavior, they don't deserve love from afar because people can't touch them no more.
But is that
Right.
a question?
Yes. So if somebody has life and they've done something unspeakable, no matter what it is, based on human behavior, because we're humans here, we're not sitting behind those pearly gates. We're humans, right? And they have mothers and fathers and uncles and even kids out here in this world, and they can no longer be touched. They can no longer be faced front and center on a consistent basis. Are you telling me that the people that say they love them don't really love them because that's from afar?
Now that's the difference. They're locked away. There's no way of them going into the prison to love them unless they visit them, right? We're talking about in real
That's a
life.
letter sent, and when I got letters, I got a TV, I got mail. That was love to me.
Yeah,
They're
Newsom,
Now,
showing
when I
you
gave
you
them
action.
That's
my
what.
kids straight,
contradicting
that shit
yourself.
was love to me. I
That's what
got
I'm
phone
saying.
calls. I got to talk to my people on the outside. That was love to me.
And they're showing
I
Hey,
never
action.
look,
forget that.
I'm glad you're saying that though. That's what I was about to tell Newsom. Right? It's not no one way to love, man. You can
Love
express
somebody.
love 1,000 different. It's a bunch of different ways, right? Just like when you give to a charity, that's a form of love. You got something. You got to have something in your heart to actually go ahead and give something to somebody that don't have to. That's not going to give you anything back. I mean,
Exactly.
it's a lot of, even the one that she just used. That's still a form of loving from afar. You don't have to be in the vicinity of somebody to love. That's basically like saying that if you're not around your mother and she don't move to a different state, that means you stop loving her. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh,
it's
I
so many
see.
different ways
Okay.
to give your love out. It's so many different ways to even just love people for being them. Because me myself, I love everybody. I really do. I really but it took time. It took me some years, right, to figure out how to do that. But I had to love myself first before any of that and understand how love was and
But this
understand
is
how
the
humans work.
disconnect. I was approaching from the standpoint of choosing not to be around that person, not the fact that there is a blockage and where y'all can't meet each other because y'all are away from each other. No, I'm approaching from the standpoint of
But we
I'm
talking
choosing
about the
I'm
parents. We
choosing
talking about the fathers
but
and
yeah,
the mothers.
but right, what I'm saying is I'm choosing not to hang around this person because of something that took place between us somewhere in our past. But I love you, quote unquote, I love you, but I'm choosing to keep this barrier between us because there's a possibility that this could happen again. So to avoid that, I'm going to love you from afar, quote unquote, love you
So,
from afar. And
Can I
that's
ask?
what,
so
and
what about
that's
your
where I'm,
kids then?
Can I ask a
and,
So
question?
and
if your kids do that, then say if your kids
Come on, get it to him.
yeah, right. I about to say if your kids did something, some type of crime or something like that or whatever, and you knew they was kind of dangerous in your life, you gonna just stop loving them?
Wait, Kev. That was my example.
Oh,
Facts.
I
Wait. Let me
steal it
let me
all.
let me let me give him an example, please, please.
All
Facts.
right, for sure.
Okay. So y'all know, I made it clear I work in a prison. I work at a max prison. Okay. So, Kev, this where I was going. It's a 23-year-old right now in there. 4 life sentences. Okay.
yeah.
You walk around real quiet all the time, and I always wonder why you in here. You so young. You look young. Okay. Stop, baby. So I finally came up to him, and we ain't supposed to do this, but I kind of felt something for him because he around all these grown men. So I said, "Why you in here?" He said, "Man, just look me up." And he said, "After you look me up, don't feel no different way about me." I said, "Oh shit." So I go look him up. Now he didn't beat the death penalty because he took he pleaded to the deaths that he did. He did a couple STABs on his girl's family. 23 years old. Now, this one time, it was time for them to lock up, and he was on the phone past my town when I said it's time to lock up. He was on the phone with his mom. He said, Miss C, could you please give me just a few more minutes? I said, okay. Now remember, I already knew what he did at this point. He came back up to me. He said, my
Just
mom
told
told
his
me to
ass
say,
go back to your cell.
because I'm gonna get to it. His mama said he came back up to me. He said, "My mom said she want to thank you and that she love you." I said, "Why she say that?" She said, "Because you still treated me as like a human." So Kev said, um, as a parent, and if your kid did something dangerous or something, she know her kid is capable of doing something real heinous, but she still loved her kid. So when we speaking about loving from afar, it's possible. She didn't give up on her kid.
All
Facts.
right, see, now that it's a
Or
Yeah, but
like
you was
disconnect.
talking
It's still
about
a disconnect.
your mother. You was talking
or
about why you ain't seen your mother. I
But
wanted to
how
know
about this?
about that.
Maybe someone is loving them so much that they're choosing to sacrifice not being around them so that they don't damage them more. A lot of times
That's what
we
I'm getting.
a lot of times we actually push our own personal wants and desires aside because we realize being in a situation, being with someone might just be a worse scenario. Like for me, my biological mother, if I see her, I would do something so disrespectful because she gave birth to me and it's a certain way I should be. The things that she did just in this past year and a half to my children, I want to off with them heads. Like I would take her head off. But because I processed that she gave birth to me, she's still my elder. I on purpose stay away from her because I don't want to do something outlandish. That to me is a form of love. What we do also have to process. Okay, baby. Here, I don't know what she, give her, girl, you got every device. What we have to process is that everybody defines love differently. There are people in this day and age that think stoning someone is a form of love. You can't necessarily define it for someone else. Yes, this open conversation, so you're talking, but yeah,
But
I
check this
definitely.
out. Check this out. There's only one definition for love. We can define something a certain type of way or interpret it a certain type of way, but there's only one definition, right? We
Someone
understand,
wrote something down,
but check this out.
absolutely, but that has nothing to
But
do with me saying what I can process that I feel and
but
I
that's
go
not where
through.
I'm getting. That's not where I'm getting. What I was meaning, like, for instance, then the preference. in understanding, right, the preference and way of identifying that someone loves somebody is through their actions. How I show that I love someone that I care
Yeah.
about. But check this out, how I show that I love someone that I care about, and don't take this defensive, because people get defensive but don't understand where I'm getting with what I'm saying, right? How the preference of seeing that someone loves somebody is through their action. To know that somebody, now don't mix this up, because someone can have compassion and somebody can care about somebody, but that doesn't mean that they love that person. And that's where people say that they are defined differently. No, they're mixing these understandings and these contexts. Somebody can have compassion for someone can care for somebody can highly respect somebody, and somebody can honor somebody, but they're not the same as love, right? So when
So my
people say,
action
and
of
notice
being
this, catch this
love.
though, but catch this. This is what I also caught that you said. I noticed that you said, and I'm not, because I don't want
He's
you to be defensive. What I'm saying, like, I noticed that you said that you understand that she's your elder. Now, why would you bring that up? That should not even be a question regarding love, because we're not talking about who she is in your life. But notice you
my
said,
world. It is. You're telling me about my world. In my world, if I love someone, especially because I do love like humans, because you're humans and you come from creation. Give it to her, please. But in my regular so-called human way, if you have a titling like that, my elder, I have another level of respect for you, which
that's where I'm
couples with
getting.
love. So
That's
I
where I'm
love
getting.
her in the term of respect only, really,
That's where I'm getting.
because I get that she gave me life.
That's where I'm
But
getting.
but it's interchangeable. Love is interchangeable with respect. But you're still attempting to define it for me. I gotta.
No. That's not what I'm
Let
doing.
me
I'm
let
not.
me say this though, because
Okay.
Go ahead,
it
Greg.
is multiple different. It's multiple. We keep you saying it's just one. It's not one, right? It's just like saying happiness is one way, or jealousy is one way, or envy is one way. They are all feelings and their emotions, and it can be an action that shows them. So I don't know why we make it seem like there's just something that we have with that's in us, right? You can have hate. It is multiple ways you can hate. You can have, I mean, it's
But
so many multiple ways. So that's like saying, oh dang, happiness only work one way. You only see it when I get a smile when I'm playing basketball. But it's so many forms of happiness,
that's
and
the
it's so,
disconnect. Because what
huh?
I would
Disconnect
say
because
that's
you
a
just want to go
disconnect,
to
because I'm
Google
not
and ask
saying.
Google
But check
what
this out.
love
Check this
is.
out. That's the disconnect, because I'm not saying
Hey,
like
you're not gonna
love.
cut off the host now. Come on now.
I wasn't meaning to cut him off. Sometimes it's like a glitch where he stops,
Ain't no
and then it's
glitch.
like a
We
wait
just
period,
want to
so I don't catch it.
Hold
we
your
just want to
lips.
let Kev finish his thoughts.
What
Because
up, little
he's.
brother?
Go ahead,
What's
my
up?
brother.
What's up, big bro John in the building? But no,
Nothing
I was
shit,
about to
man.
say. I guess I don't know. I explained myself as much as I could on that one, so I ain't had nothing else to say on that one though. I was just saying that I think we keep trying to put love in this one little box though, but love is way bigger than that. And he mentioned something about compassion. That is a form of love, just like forgiveness is a form of love. Understanding could be a form of patient. Being patient with somebody could be a form of love. I mean, it's a lot of ways you can show love. If they made love one way, just like this weak love language thing that people come up with, even though you should, it's probably more than just them five, but people only pay attention to the ones they receptive to than rather the ones that they give. But it's so many different ways. Imagine that. And speaking of, I like that you know the Bible, right? And then God don't show us one way to love, right? He even showed different ways to how love is. It wasn't just it's like even sacrifice is a form of love. He said peace. He said it's so many different things, but to make it seem like love is just one way street, that would be not true.
Well, that's where I was about to say, because I understand what y'all are saying, right? But because I study this is where I'm getting, right? According to, because we're talking about Christ-like love, right? Jesus was someone that had compassion for people and performed miracles, right? But nowhere does it state he did it out of love. It states that he did it out of compassion. Somebody can be moved with compassion, not loved. That doesn't. Now, what you're saying, right? There are,
It say
because
God so loved the world. That's the first biggest word that's on there.
wait,
That he
no.
gave his only son.
I get that, but this is this is where I'm getting, right? Love is what influences someone to do these things. That's not the different types of love. Love is what influences people to do certain things. That's why it says, for God so loved the world that he gave. It didn't say because he gave, he loved him. He said, for
I'm
God so,
confused.
It
for
I'm
also
God
said
sorry,
so,
God
Newsom.
is love.
I'm
but
confused. Are you
this is
saying
where
that we
I'm,
should be sacrificing ourselves? Because the only thing we're saying is that I love people in North Korea. Do I know those people in North Korea? No. Can they leave? No. I love my daughter in Virginia. Do I love my daughter in Virginia? Yes. Can I touch her right now on her shoulder? No. Do I know what she's doing at this very moment besides sleeping? No. If somebody bothers me to the point where I don't like them, I can still love them. They can be in China. I could be in Africa. Love travels. Love can still be the connection even though you find yourself not liking someone's ways. Because God doesn't like a lot of our ways doesn't mean he's going to stop loving us.
but
Love and
guess what
like
the
is two different
disconnect is?
things, and that's where I'm thinking that you're having a disconnect when we're having this conversation, because at the end of the day, I cannot like my mama at all, but I can love her. I cannot like what my father said, but I
Mm.
can love him. He can live all the way in
Absolutely.
Australia, and I can love him. If my child decides that I didn't like your parents and mom, I'm going over there to Korea. She goes to Korea. I'm still gonna love her. She's still gonna love me. Hopefully, she will still love me. But at the end of the day, you can't control what the next person is doing. And even when people are placed, their souls are placed into hell, God still loves them. And that is from a distance. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
still trying to figure out as to why we're
Exactly.
not understanding that love does travel and does come from a distance at time. And in close proximity, you can be harmed. We are of flesh. So why would you
Mm.
want to say that's like saying I don't love the man behind bars that unalived? I still love that man behind bars. You know why? Because at the end of the day, we're all human. That we're
Right,
all
Right.
but
placed on this
this,
planet
And
as human with human error. So that does not
I
stop
can
me
help you
from
even
loving
more.
anybody behind bars
You're
overseas in
right.
North Korea or anywhere else.
and
and
this
But
is
I
what
the
do
can
you
help you
think,
even
disconnect,
more,
Jane?
but
Newsom.
that's
Read.
not what I was
Listen,
saying,
if
right?
we
I,
talk about
Newsom.
Christ, if we talk about Christ, where do you
Newsom.
think his love came from?
No, no, look, Newsom, my uncle, my dad's brother, he assaulted my person in a way he not supposed to twice. Do you know when his mother passed away, my grandmother? I went to the well, excuse me, when she transitioned, I went to the service and I hugged him and I still told him, you know what? I apologize for what you have to go through with your mother. Like I can still process. I still had love for him
Mm.
even talking right now. And it's so crazy to process that I have that for a person that's done some craziness, but it just is innate. And I don't want to be around them. I don't have to be around them. I only was around them just for that moment because something tragedy happened. But it when you love, it just is different. You can't define it in no one way.
well, that's, I want to say,
It's the
I'm
same thing,
sorry that that
Newsom.
took place, but
It's
what
the
I was,
same thing, Newsom, that you're saying with the love, like coming from afar. It's the same thing with Christ. He had to trust in the love that came from the Most High in order for him to do what he needed to do.
but check this out.
So
The,
he loved from afar.
Charity.
the disconnect is, right? Y'all are hearing that,
Oh
and
my
then
goodness.
y'all are hearing that, right? But I understand that. What I was saying to Ari
No,
was,
Newsome, we saying that. We
no,
ain't we
no, no.
ain't
Check this
hearing
out.
it.
I
We
was quiet.
saying
I was
it.
quiet, Jane. Let me finish
I know
respectfully.
Newsome.
I was
I
respectfully
know.
quiet. This is where I'm getting. This is where I'm getting. Because nothing that I'm saying is disagreeing with y'all. I said that when you choose to not hang around someone for the simple fact that they hurt you, and you on your end go to them to console the situation, that is love. However, from the simple fact that they can't change or they decide not to change, you decide to distance yourself. That's purposely, that's still love.
We heard
However,
that.
but let me finish. What I'm saying is that's different. Y'all are hearing what I'm saying and taking parts that resonate and then saying that I'm saying the opposite is
No,
different.
you're just
No,
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 not
I asked you a
completing
question.
it.
I said,
Wait,
how
Jane,
I
let me
Newsome,
noticed
finish.
it was another
Let
what
me
you
way.
just
finish.
my brain
Jane.
has to compute. What you just
Good
said was
night.
incomplete. You just said that's different. Different as to how. I just want you to
And
elaborate a little
that's where
bit.
I'm trying to get to, but I keep getting cut off, respectfully. That's where I'm trying to get to, right? What I'm saying is
Right.
when you choose not to be around someone, y'all are saying you can be away from someone and still love. I understand that. I understand that I can be in Virginia, my mom could be in Florida, and we're apart from each other and I still love her. I understand that. Totally get it. What I'm saying is, for the simple fact that someone hurt me and I choose not to be around them, for that simple fact that they could do it again, and I call that love from afar. What I'm saying is, if I choose to do so because there's a possibility that they could hurt me again, and I choose to distance myself and quote unquote love them from afar, that is not called love. Now, that's what I noticed she said.
What?
No, Des, let me
Stated to
finish.
you, I
Let me
answered that and
finish.
said to
Des,
me
let me
that that
finish.
is
Let me
still
finish. Let
called
me finish.
love,
Let me
and then
finish.
I
Right?
elaborated.
Newsome,
So
Let
you're
me
we
trying
finish.
heard,
to Newsome,
Let
you're
me
trying to
finish.
we
say the
heard you,
same
Des.
thing. You're saying
Yeah,
the
we heard
same thing,
exactly
which
what
doesn't
you
make any
said.
sense. If you
We
hurt
heard it.
me and I choose to not be hurt by you again, so if you come up to me and jab me in my chest and I make it and I say I ain't never gonna sit on the couch with them because they jab me in my chest, but you know what? I love them. I am keeping you away because it's called safety.
Now you've
If
missed
you
it.
if you
You
say
missed it.
something to
You
me
missed it.
that is harming and disrespectful to me or my children, I may not like what you said, and that may warrant me to have enough sense to not come around with me and my
And James.
children. But that
And
doesn't mean I don't love you. I'm just loving you from a distance because I'm not in control of what you do and say. I'm in
James,
control of
you're
my
saying
close
the same
proximity
thing.
to you.
You're
No,
saying the
you're
same
saying that
thing.
that's not love. You said that if
No,
somebody harms you,
you missed the
and in
component that I
any,
said. You
you
missed it.
said if
Cause
somebody harms you, Kev,
all
am
right.
I,
Go
Kev,
ahead.
can I?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You said if
Finish that.
somebody harms you and you
Right.
choose to step away from that harmful
Right. Keep
situation
going. Keep going.
and you decide to part from them
That's where you missed it.
willfully,
That's where you missed
no,
it.
you
Cause I
just said,
said no.
Kev, am I losing my mind or is this just what he
Nah.
said
I
several
think he just. I don't
times?
know. I think that's what I'm trying to get to. Like, what did you
That's
just
what I'm
want?
trying to say.
Would you
Right.
just want to be right or something? I don't get what's going on.
No. No.
Because
No. What I'm
if you
saying. Right.
understand us and we understand you, then what's the point we trying to get to? I
The
don't get it.
disconnect, right? It's not about me trying to
As far
prove
as
a
the
point.
disconnect.
Because what I was saying, right? I was adding a statement and people were disagreeing with the statement. So I was trying to give, I
Oh
was
yeah,
trying to
so
give,
yeah, we gonna stay disagreeing with that because I guess we ain't on the same page yet. Because
well, no, because,
we literally just gave about 14 different examples of here of how you can love from afar, even if you get effed over. Because you don't have to. That's called setting boundaries. But just because you set a boundary don't mean you don't love a person.
but that's the thing,
I think
right?
you coming from
I
a
agree
hurt
with that.
perspective where people just say it right and they still treat that person a certain way if they come around. That now that's and I can get it. You can have a hatred or something, or whatever, but we can't say or tell somebody just because you can't do it right. That don't mean nobody else can not
And
love
that's
people
where the
from afar.
disconnect, that's where the
There's
disconnect
always
is.
a disconnect, but that's yeah, right. You're right because you can't do it and others can. That's what
But
the
that's
disconnect
not what
is.
I'm saying, right?
Well,
What I
and
was
I
trying to
think
That's to
get,
love
I
yourself.
think
Des
That's to
hold
proved
love
my
on.
point.
yourself.
Des
Like if
proved
Let,
you
my
got,
point.
let me say
Des
this
proved
real
my
quick,
point. Because what
Newsome.
she said was when Des was talking, she said she went to him. She went to him.
where is the
She went
self
to
love
him.
at in this scenario?
Hey,
Newsome, let
Newsome.
me say something with this too, because I know you can bring up biblical scriptures, and a lot of us talk about the Bible a lot. But when you talk about loving Jesus from afar, Jesus isn't sitting with us right next to ourself. He's within us, whatever you want to call it, however you. But so, do you not love Jesus from afar? Do you not
So
love the Most High from afar?
this is what I'm saying, right? The point of Jesus coming
He ain't
down,
hearing nothing. He want his point.
but this is what I'm about to say, right? The point of Jesus coming to earth, right, was to die for a bunch of people that we are considered as sinners. God wanted a relationship with sinners, so he sent his son to die, to reconcile, to get us to him so he can have a relationship with us. Now, the difference is that's the whole point of heaven or hell. The difference is when we choose not to want to be in relationship with him, he distances himself because at that point, there's nothing he can do. Now, like you said, he still loves us, but he chooses to distance himself to let you do what you want to do. There's nothing you could do about that
But that's the
until
same
you
thing
just
everyone is
hold on, Ari,
saying.
let me finish. Until you choose, right? Until you choose to get it right and come to him. That's where I was getting with the disconnect. Everything that I'm saying is in alignment with y'all, but I
You just
noticed that's
contradict yourself in a matter of seconds.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
even
what I was
realize it.
getting
but this
to.
is what
That's
I'm
what
saying,
everyone
right?
is
This
saying.
you can't go against the fact we all agree if whether y'all believe in scripture or not. God so loved the world that he gave. Why did he give? Because he wanted to have a relationship with a bunch of people that are considered
What's
as
that got to
sinners.
do with? What do that have to do with loving from afar?
Because
You
Liz
just
Liz
deflected
brought that
that.
up. She
Kev,
brought that up, and she brought that up and asked a statement. And I'm saying, because she said many of us go by biblical scripture or godly scripture. That's why I bring that up. What I'm saying is, someone can love someone, right? I'm not saying that
From
I don't
afar.
do that. The disconnect is if you choose to go to make it right to that person, and they choose not to be right or to still be toxic.
That's a
That is
them
right.
problem.
That is right. No, what I'm saying is that's not a you problem. That's a them problem. You can distance. You can
Just said
distance
that.
yourself
Come
from
on now,
them.
Newsome. You didn't say that. Kev just said that. You ain't been
What?
saying it this whole time.
Jane, I was trying to explain it to you,
My
but you
boy
kept
want to
cutting
be
me
right
off.
so
No,
bad.
you've been repeating the same thing this whole time until Kev just said that. Now you want to sit there and say what Kev said.
Jane, this is what I've been
We ain't
saying the whole
crazy,
time.
Newsome. I love you, but we
Oh,
ain't crazy.
No,
can we
I
Jane,
just
can we
turned the
no,
agree to
volume down
no,
disagree and
for a
move
I
while.
gotta
on?
no. What
love
I
this
was saying
man.
the
I
whole
miss
time,
TikTok. I ain't been on in a
somebody
while.
Look
somebody
at
can
you,
choose to
Newsom.
love
I
somebody.
am loving you from afar right now. I don't know where you're at, but
But
I'm loving you from
this is the
afar.
disconnect. You're not choosing.
Newsome,
I
You're not
love
Newsome.
you
choosing.
and your disconnect, man. That was about to sound
Can we
wrong.
just
I'm glad it
agree to
didn't. Yeah.
disagree and respectfully
He's
move on?
focusing on
I
the
think
fact
what it
that you're
is, right? Y'all hear a
disconnected from
part. Y'all hear a
malice. He's
part.
focusing on the point that you're hurt, so you're disconnected. That's what he's talking about. He won't accept that you can choose to love somebody because you hurt and not fuck with their ass no more because you hurt at the same time. He won't accept
Mm.
that fact. So that's all he keeps saying. That's what he want to focus on, y'all.
No,
Got it.
I'm not trying to focus on that, right?
Oh my
What I'm
God.
saying, it's really not hard. I get what y'all are
I
saying.
gotta get off this thing.
Y'all can choose to love somebody because of the simple fact that they heard you. Of course, there's distance between us, so you can love me from afar. Not saying that's not possible. That's very possible. We can agree upon that. What I'm saying is, from a hurt standpoint, if you hurt me, if I don't love you, if I choose to love you from afar, if I try to reconcile with you, however you choose not to reconcile with me, yes, you can love from afar. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are hearing the
Boy, we
what?
confused. We do
No,
some.
You did
That's what
not
I
say
just
you
said when I
can.
asked
You
if
you
you said that
definitely are
you're
You
switching
you
said
stuff.
love
you
That
me
boy
here.
switching sleep than a
You
motherfucker,
literally said you
boy.
cannot. That's the only reason why we've been spending 57 hours on this conversation because you
That's what
said
we
you
just said.
cannot.
And you know what? Let me give you this,
Hold on, y'all.
Newsom.
Let
Like when we
let
were
John
talking
come
about
in.
loving from afar, that's why I brought
Hold
God
on,
up, Christ.
Let John come in.
Oh, go ahead, John. Lay it in.
what I was saying, John, what I was saying, I totally agree with what you're saying. I
Let
totally
John
agree
finish,
with what you're
please.
saying. Totally
Please,
agree with what you're saying.
Newsom. Let John finish. Let John finish, please.
which means we have all been through different hurts, trials, tribulations, pain, agony, blues. You're going to be something special because you're very articulate. You're understanding the Bible. Some of it you've got a little sidetracked with your own thought process, but with time you'll get better. All right? You got people a little bit confused because you're saying one thing, then you say something different. I don't know, it's because you're getting a little bit frustrated. I don't know if it's that you're trying to get your point across. Yes, you've been interrupted several times. I won't disagree with that. But when you say Jesus came down from heaven to save a bunch of sinners, we are all sinners from the day we were born. He gave his life on the cross to atone for our sins. He ascended to heaven to sit at the right hand of the Father to speak for us when it comes Judgment Day. And each one of us has a different day. You can love somebody from afar because I have lived outside of the country. Did it for a year. I love my family sitting all the way back here in the States. That's why a lot of people got a little bit heated with you because you're saying that's not possible. With God, anything is possible. Yes, you're correct. We have freedom of choice. Every one of us. We have the freedom to think the way we choose. We have the freedom to choose the way we speak, what we believe versus what we do not believe. We have the freedom to love and not love. All these things we have. Just like I keep giving you compliments that you're well articulated. Stay the course. Just because some of us don't fully agree with what you're saying, stay the course. God's working on you. God's got plans for you. And God's going to move you in the right direction. Just out of curiosity, Newsom, how old are you?
22.
Shit, I didn't even talk like you were 22.
He's a baby.
Stop it. Leave him alone because of his age. Most 22-years do not talk like Newsom.
Right. You are very intellectual, Newsom. John, I agree.
He sounds just like my son. Me and my son just had a battle similar to this. He's 22. And I had to just sit down for a second because I love that he used his mind.
Man, what you eating the phone? That thing going crazy.
Baby, Lord.
Stay the course. You're going to do mighty and wonderful things by the time you hit my age of 61. You hear me?
I hear you, sir. Appreciate that.
All right.
Hey, you know what just happened right there too? John gave you that love from afar right there, boy.
Oh my God, Kev, shut your mouth. I knew he was about to say something crazy.
But can I say something though?
But look,
because I got to get ready for work. But I just want to say I appreciate the compliments from y'all for real. I do believe that everybody has their opinion, and your love is from afar. I just think without I just was what I was saying, right? Is that if someone hurts you and you try to reconcile with them, but they choose not to change or to be toxic still. What I was saying was if you choose to be away from them from afar, it's not on you. It's not your fault. You still can love them from afar. However, if you choose to be away from that person and then you no longer want to be affiliated because they hurt you and you don't reconcile, but your point is because they hurt me, I'm gonna be away from them. I argue if that's love or not.
Okay, I
Because
agree with that. Then you put
that's
it
what I
in.
was saying.
I
That's
agree.
what I was trying to get at.
I see where
But
he's coming from on that.
but people was trying like with everybody heard that part and interrupted me because it resonated a little bit. But I was trying to defend that part, so I couldn't get it out because every time I would say something, it's like a defense remark to reaction to what people were saying. So I was trying to get that out, but everybody was
Gotcha.
like, but
So
I
if
appreciate the
if you
compliments though.
think
I appreciate it.
do
For
you think
sure.
that
Follow you,
it's
John.
somebody that stops loving somebody? That like when you can love somebody from afar, but there's a difference between stop loving somebody and then loving them from a distance.
I think that if someone hurt me, right? And I choose to reconcile with them, even though they hurt me, that's love.
Yeah, that's
Because,
love. I agree. I feel what you mean, though.
I agree.
cause I'm choosing to come back to them after they hurt me. So that's love.
You
Because
basically saying what I was talking about earlier, where I said that some people just say it, but they're not really, really doing it. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly,
you could tell the bitterness behind them because these are people that say like I forgive you, but every last part of their actions don't show that they forgive. You know, so I get what you mean, though.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
I
That's
get
what
what
I
you're
was
saying.
saying. That's what I was saying. Like someone can, but
We
if
heard
you
you,
hurt me,
Newsom.
Hey,
yep,
Newsom, where you from?
Yeah, we heard you, and now that I think that it was reworded.
Hold on, lovely. John just asked where the man was from. You know, John don't have no, he don't be yelling at us.
I didn't hear John. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead, my
You
brother.
okay, sis? I love you from afar, girl,
I
period.
love you from afar as well.
Yeah, but back to Newsom. Newsom, where you from?
South Kakalaki,
What part?
South Carolina.
What part? Which city are you in?
All right, that's a little too fat, but
I'm in
I'll tell you
Florence.
where I'm from in South Carolina. I'm from Charleston.
Oh shit, I'm only 2 hours from you. I'm in Florence.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's where y'all was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina.
All right.
Oh, so that far love gonna be close now. Okay, we getting some.
This guy, man.
Do I hear a close
This is why we
love
bring
in the
people
building?
bring people
Same
together.
state. You know what I'm saying? Same state love. Period.
I'm gonna
Afar
follow.
or apart. But hey, this is how we bring people together.
The only reason why I'm on TikTok is to find people that got some intelligence
Right.
so they can teach an old man something.
Hey, it's around here, you know, it's everywhere, man. We just gotta pick selective though.
And Newsom and John, actually, you guys can DM each other, and you probably will have some
I'm gonna
great
follow you.
I
conversations.
like all these 33s though.
Right.
Can I
What you say,
piggyback
Val?
off what John said? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Now, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ari.
It's me. Okay, it's another subtopic, but I wanted some opinions on it. John said, he's older. So, do you guys believe that we will ever have another generation like our grandmas? And I say that to say, even with my mom, she ain't nothing but in her 40s still, and she's still young, want to party. And when you come to think about it, like these are our new grandmas. Our kids gonna be looking up too, so we not gonna have no more Johns around.
That's crazy.
No more big mamas.
Yeah, ain't no
Want me to
more
go
big
ahead and
mama.
answer that one?
That's
So John,
wild,
I
bro.
appreciate you spending time on
Want me to go?
TikTok and
Want me to go ahead?
educating us, because we still need you.
Want me to go ahead and answer that one?
Yeah, after
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
John, I would like to say something.
It's an age old thing now. That Big Mama, that left with my generation when I was little. Honestly, it has gone. Just like you said, Ari, grandmas now are hitting their 40s.
Mm.
They're not hitting their 50s or 60s. Times got too fast, got too wild. Each generation, every decade, each generation's got worse than the last one.
Mm.
So I feel bad and pray for my kids because they're 37 on down to 22. I thought it was rough when I was a parent, and I would always go to my mom and ask, how come? How come? Why this happened? Why that happened? Those generations are gone. You can't ask the old generation what was it like, because the old generation trying to understand this stuff. Most people that are in their 60s and up don't talk to the younger generations. They got nothing to say. They got everything negative to say, and they just worry about themselves. I've been talking to the younger generation since I got out of the Marine Corps back in 1990. Do I have any degrees? I got zero. Have any degrees? I got zero. My degree is called life. My experiences are my testimony. Where things went wrong for me are avenues of, look here, when I was your age, that didn't quite work out right. Instead of worrying about hanging in the streets when I would talk to the young men, instead of worrying about being on that corner with 40-year-olds that ain't grew up yet, living second childhood on the street, I would say, go get it. Go get your education. Go get a real job. Go make an opportunity for yourself to you will not become a number. I've been doing this from Seattle, my home, all the way across the country. It doesn't take a degree to be able to help the generation behind. It used to be, it takes a village. Anybody know where the village is at now?
I can answer that.
I definitely did. Are you landing or no?
I'm waiting for the answer.
We don't
You
have a
said it.
village anymore because you
Oh,
can't say nothing to these younger kids.
so I wanted to.
Yeah.
What I want to say is it might change it a little bit, but it's my perspective. To me, it's answering your question. So, everyone is different. I see. I get. Oh gosh, I definitely get what you all are saying, but from my world's perspective, my great grandmother just was 92. I'm 41. So that means she was 50 years my senior. 50 years is actually not large when you're saying she's my great grandmother. My grandmother, year and a half ago, transitioned, and I got her obituary, and I realized reading her obituary, she was 15 when she married my grandfather, and that's just how they say it. And my grandfather was 25. My great grandmother that transitioned 2 weeks ago said she would never allow a man to trick her the way that she was tricked again. All of the elder women that I talked to that stayed in those marriages, that have the land, that have all the children, they had a lot of nonsense going on in the house that we were just told not to talk about. So for me, when I hear people talk about the elders and we need the elders, yes, that's absolutely true. But it's a lot of stuff like we're not processing. Like in my world, the elders were young. My grandmother started being a mom at 15. My great grandmother was only 50 years my senior, my great grandmother. So we are actually having grandparents nowadays that's older, because it used to be grandparents were having children at 15 and 16 and 17. But now you at least have your children waiting till they're 20, maybe 18, to make you a 40-year young grandmother. It's in my world, at least, that's the dynamic. So I'm kind of thrown off when I hear people say, oh, well, you know what I've said already, because that's just not, to me, they're older. It was way younger back then.
It was also a different time. That's what you gotta look at. It was a complete
I didn't
different.
hear you.
I said it was a complete different time.
No, I hear that, and that's what people like to throw up. But what I'm talking about is the fact that we keep talking about young parents and young grandparents. The facts still are the same. The grandparents were younger back then because the times were different. Back then, you could have children. I don't care about no times being different. It ain't no way that makes sense. And I told them, as much as I love my grandfather, as much as he took care of his family, that is outlandish. That girl was 15 and she started a whole family, had to be a whole grown up. That is crazy. But when we look at the people now, like me, I was 18 having my first child. That was young. And I know how it is for me. I have 9 children. My grandmother had, one had 13, another had 18. And they all were young having children. So I don't know about this old grandmother. They only old because we grow up. But they
Oh,
started.
That's what we get
this
into.
sounds like she's coming from her perspective only, because I ain't hear her say nothing outside her just what she
Yeah,
But
experienced.
because what we saying
I
is,
did say that. I said this was my perspective from the beginning. Yes, I did.
she did,
Can I
Kim.
can I speak
My
on something
thing
really
is,
fast
Oh,
about what I heard
oh, go.
earlier, about talking to the youth and the youth not understanding, because we can't really talk to them. I don't find an issue talking to the youth. I just got a brand new neighborhood daughter a couple of days ago because her mama don't have any patience. That's what we're lacking. That's what separates us from when we say big mamas, you know what I'm saying, or the granddaddies of the families, that we don't have enough patience. So if you look at the fact that we're on TikTok, this is their world. Who created that world? My generation created that world when it came down to social media with MySpace and then Facebook. We created that world, right? And then they're embarking in that world. So now you have children that everywhere they go, no matter where they are, they're in this lifestyle now where they feel like they're celebrities. Anything that they do is screenshot, posted on social media. They are scared to use the technology that our generation built, which is FaceTime, in order to talk to their friends, because they don't want to be screen recorded based on something intimate they might say. And then if we don't have the patience to talk to them as adults and as the parents, because we just don't have enough time, because we worried about us, we worry about the club, we worry about the bar, we worry about who we want to sleep with, we worried about it on work, we worry about getting to the bag. We still living on daytime, and they try to sit around. To me, it seems like they're more raising themselves entirely, because we don't have enough patience to sit down and take away some of the distractions that we give them on a consistent basis, like Christmas coming up. Somebody's child's about to get an iPhone 16 but got D's and F's on a report card. Some children out here are being rewarded for their bad behavior because these parents don't have enough time nor patience to be able to raise them. And that is one of the main issues when it comes down to it. So when I talk to these kids out here, these teenagers that my daughter brings here, and it feels like she brings them here, and I become a whole new mom all over again, because all I keep hearing is my parent don't never talk to me. I got all these issues going on. I got all these stresses going on. I got this in my face, this type of peer pressure, that type of peer pressure. They don't even put their commercials out there nowhere. because our generation just got rid of it and said we don't need it. We don't even want to deal with it because we're just going to do what we want to do. When my parents said that our generation was going to fail, when all of those parents said that we were going to fail, we definitely did, because we lack communication between one another. We lack having any type of stability when it comes down to how a household is supposed to be ran. We think we can do everything by ourselves, and we have individualistic mindsets, and that is
Mm,
why our children are failing. We lack God. We lack religion within the
mm.
household. We lack reading the Bible at home. We lack even going to some of the churches because it's based on what we feel versus what we need to perceive within the
Ooh.
church. So when it comes down to it, there is no God within the home. Everybody is, oh, I'm a boss. I'm a boss. I can do it all by myself and all this other stuff. And when it comes down to the grandma's just as young. So if you partying with your mama, who's the problem? Both of y'all the problem. So that's why the kids are failing, because nobody knows what their kids are doing. They too busy in their iPads, iPhones, failing, talking back, and all this other stuff. And what are the parents doing? Nothing but hanging out and being just like the kids.
These parents don't even go to parent teacher conference no more. So when we talking about Big Mama, that's what we referring to. I can't recall a time where
I can process that. Okay.
I can't remember a time where I sat in the kitchen with my mama and she teaching me recipes. You know, because me and my mama too damn close in age. All she did was cook tacos and fried chicken. So when we talking about big mamas, we talking about the real big mamas back in the day, where they actually took their time out and actually showed us things.
Mm.
Now to go back to John,
Okay. See,
what do
I
you
had
think
that
a village
aspect,
is?
so I didn't
Oh, we
process
got to
that's
get
what you
John.
meant. I hear you and I received
John
it.
asked us the question, so I just want to get him back.
You want to get me back?
You asked us, what is do we know what a village is? And I think we kind of went off the grid with it, but
We ain't got that no more because the cousins don't even hang out with the cousins no more because you don't like the sister or the brother in the family because they said something to you wrong 10 Thanksgivings ago. That's what happened to the village. Everybody think they can get out here and get it on their own and I can do this all by myself. That's what happened to the village. Don't nobody want to be accountable for their own actions. Don't nobody want to speak up about nothing. Don't nobody want to
You
lead.
better not touch
Don't
my
nobody
kid.
want to follow. Don't touch my baby. Don't you over there hitting on my baby. That's what happened to the village. We ain't got it no more because don't nobody want to be to the point where they are listening and following anything. You know what happened when we get on panels and older people like John speak or some of our elders speak? I'm not saying you're old, John. I'm just saying, you got your wisdom. You know what happens within the household when it comes down to that? Don't nobody want to hear it because they too old. You know how grateful I was to have a grandma to tell me all the stories that I would never be able to embark
yep,
on.
yep.
And I listened to those stories 10 times over times 10 times 10 because that's an experience I will never have. And there was wisdom in that. It didn't matter if I heard that story last week or the last 5 minutes because it was wisdom in it. Nobody wants wisdom because everybody's too damn smart. Because now you go to school, which is a business, and now you got your degree, and now you know every fucking thing, just like Monique said. So if you know everything, why you still here? Because all knowing means you need to be somewhere in the ground or somewhere in a urn if you know everything. If you can't learn from an elder.
Mm.
I
That's
like
why.
the
That's
name,
why I
man.
sit back and laugh a lot. Sometimes I come up on camera so you can see exactly why I say the things I say. My beard is 90% gray. My father didn't wear a beard. I used to sit up underneath my father and his brothers back in the 60s, 70s, 80s until I left home. I got all my wisdom because my father was born in the 20s. My mother was born in the 20s. I sat back and listened. When I didn't understand, I asked questions. I was literally a little pain in my father's ass because I didn't go running around with my cousins all the time. I would sit up underneath and learn because somewhere along the way, I had to be smart enough to understand what it is and how it is to go from a boy to a man. Big Mama and Grandpa would teach how to be these things. Yes, our big mamas, our grandmas, our great grandmas, and if you're lucky, you had a great grandmother. Yes, they went through some wild stuff that we don't comprehend and understand. We use those as excuses to not learn from what their mistakes were to make us better than them. The whole goal of being a parent is to raise your children to be better, more self efficient, know how to be a father, know how to be a mother, know how to be a husband, and know how to be a wife. All these things are missing. Like some of you ever said, you got grandmas out here in their 40s hanging out with their 20-year-olds in the club. They're competing for the same men. Just because they look young at an older age can pass themselves off, but they're not teaching their daughters how to be wives, how to be mothers, what it takes to run a household. Young boys are not being taught how to become men, how to lead a household. Most boys can't even freaking read. That's why I was so thoroughly impressed with Newsom, 22 years old. One of the youngest young men I have seen on any panel I've been in that can articulate himself. Though he was getting frustrated with being bombarded, he still kept his cool. He didn't get to yelling, cussing people out, calling people names. Now, most of you ladies, I've heard men in their 30s, 40s, 50s, my age group, 60s, cussing people out because they can't articulate as well as this young man.
Mm-hmm.
That is thoroughly impressive.
He been quiet ever since. I'm the
I know
boy.
he come to
That's because he said it
He
earlier.
letting him marinate in this boy. Okay.
Now, John, I have a question for
My
you.
bad for cussing earlier, John.
Oh, I don't care.
Last question, and I'm about to call it, y'all. I gotta get ghost.
I can cuss better than Bernie Mac did on Kings of Comedy.
That part.
Go. What was your question?
So my question is, who? Not to play the blame game, but would you say that even though you said your generations, the big mamas was declining, so do you believe that they just became lazy?
No, they didn't become lazy. They got smart. If you chose not to listen to your big mama, why has she still got to talk? He let you go ahead and hit that brick wall called life. Here's something my mother always said, especially when I was in my 20s. In the military, she said, I don't know what to tell you. No matter what my problem was, I don't know what to tell you. The reasoning behind that, I had to learn it the hard way because I kept hitting that brick wall. Is you took the time to make a choice, think about it, sit on it, marinate on it. Then you made a decision, then you chose to act on it. And then when it did not work, you wanted mom or grandma or great grandma to fix it. When you never went to them in the beginning and asked them, what do you think about this? The generation just ahead of you moving forward has failed each generation behind it. With the old adage, when I have kids, how I got treated, I'm never going to do that to my kids. But none of us are locked up. None of us in the backseat of a police car. We're not on America's Most Wanted. And we're not unalive. But yet and still, every one of us that our parents have made some type of mistake raising our kids thinking we knew better than what our parents do. It's to the
John,
point now to where it's to the point now that school used to be a place to teach. When I was in school, you were able to learn a trade in middle school and high school. This is the late 70s, early 80s. Now is a place to babysit. When I was in elementary, they took God out of school.
Mm.
That part, I was sitting in a Catholic school. Supposed to be separation of church and state. And they took God out of school. Look at what we've been looking at over the last 30 years. Young kids going up in school with toys because they can't control their feelings or their emotions, and they use them.
The whole divide, the division between racism, classism, politicism, education, all that, it divided us from God. It divided ourselves from who we should be for the Almighty, not for what other people tell us that this is how you need to. What is that verse that in that song that says, "I believe in God, but not the way you told me."
I got
well,
Yeah.
if you like, if some parents, because I stay in a very remote area, right? Ain't no clubs, ain't no bars hardly out here, but most parents wouldn't want to live in this area where God is still being taught in schools, and my children pray in this public school. They got paddled 2 years ago, but they stopped paddling. But they pray. They still pray every morning. They say the pledge and then they pray. So a lot of parents don't want to scout those areas because that means that they will have to get away from the clubs and the bars and the inner cities to actually want to raise their children into an area where they're gonna have God in school, and there's not a lot of like stuff going around here. It's not a lot of violence in this city at all. But I did want to say to John, there's two things Big Mama used to tell us. I don't know what she want me to do about that. And if somebody came with a problem with their husband, she would look down and say, "You married him."
You know what, Jane, that you just brought that up with
So
like different,
look
and
real
John
quick,
brought it up too with
cousins
the
in the house.
Catholicism and the
real,
Christianity and everything. It is like I used to get sent on a bus to go to church. My parents didn't even go to church in my younger ages. They were like, "Let me send you on a bus. Let you go talk to God. We're gonna go over here and do our own thing."
so I'm gonna do a little. It's gonna be a a crazy. I can't say negotiation, but I guess y'all gonna be on a time limit. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mute my phone, and y'all got until TikTok shut y'all off, because I ain't wanna cut it right off. So just I guess be mindful. I don't know when it's gonna shut y'all off, but it's gonna shut y'all off. So
Go
Well, I'm
good
gonna
ahead.
say
night,
good
y'all,
night.
and I love y'all. So I'm about to just go ahead and
We
mute up.
Kev, I love you from afar. I ain't gonna sit on here and let it drop me on my head because I ain't got no wig on. So
That's why I brought
love
cousins
y'all.
up too, because I said he a mind, so he probably can let some people up. Y'all can let some people up until
Oh,
y'all
is that
get
what it
dropped.
was?
love you from afar. Love you
Love
from
all
afar.
y'all from afar. Period. Good
Look,
night.
I thought you was gonna close it down. I'm like, why you bring me up?
No,
Now I
no,
see.
no.
Ah, yeah, I'm
Hey,
gonna let TikTok close it down unless everybody getting off now.
cousin, you just came up here, my brother. What you got? What you got? Because John was dropping
I
gems.
wasn't. Hey, listen,
And
I thought he was closing it down. I wasn't even gonna come up, and he just invited me, and I was
nope.
like, wait, what are you doing?
He brought you up so you can close it down.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what that is. Okay.
He said,
From afar. From
Well,
afar. I
yeah,
don't think
you
you've
know,
been here
we're gonna
earlier,
close it
cousin.
down.
We were talking
Listen,
about how you love people, and do you let people go, but do you still love them, or do you love them from afar? Because you know,
well, I
that's
think
what
that
I was
once you,
thinking about that.
if you genuinely love somebody, you never stop loving them. Now, how you display it and how you act with them, that's different. That's the choice you make.
Mm-hmm.
The emotion though, and the feelings that you have toward that person in a certain capacity. But I think that the boundary now is I know that this person, I can't deal with them, so I will not allow myself to be around them. You might do that. That doesn't change your feelings. It's just how you react towards and how you show it. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess loving them from afar, I mean, that's a good term. You know what I mean? I guess that could be it. You know, I think that's just how that works. You know,
I bring up earlier, and I think John was trying to help the young brother that was up here. And I agree with you, John, that he was very intellectual for his age, you know, for his understanding, and he's actually seeking things that I didn't seek at 22. I was living a totally different life at 22, you know. But loving people from afar, and he brought up biblical scripture, he brought up Christ, he brought up God, and all that, and that's the example that I was giving, and maybe John can speak on this. Is that look, it's kind of like that belief and that knowing. It's like, don't we love Jesus from afar? Because he ain't sitting right next to us; he's within us, but God ain't sitting right next to us either. But we can actually love something from afar. We really do have that ability to do that.
Only
can I say this
Go
real quick?
ahead.
What's up? What's up,
no.
John? How you doing tonight, sir? I ain't said
Now
nothing
you,
to you.
now you,
Let me. I
now
rolled
you,
in rude. Look, I
now you
rolled in
can't.
rude. My bad.
Go ahead, little brother.
I just said I said I kind of come in. I ain't speak to the man. I'm tripping. I had to come in. You know, we can't just walk in the house and don't talk to nobody in the house. You know, we don't do it like that. My fault. I apologize. Let me say
That's
what's
that old.
happening.
That's that old school stuff right there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The only part I disagree, lovely, is my God sitting right next to me.
I don't think we disagree. I think it's within me. It's within me. What do they say? God doesn't walk with me; He carries me. So
Yep.
I believe it's within me.
Footprints. Footprints.
Yeah, footprints. Exactly. So
Right.
we agree on that. We agree on that.
Footprints.
I'm with you on that, John.
Footprints are part of that. One part I got of that memorized is man is having discussion with God. They walked
Mm-hmm.
on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Says, why did
God
you
doesn't
let
walk
me
with me;
go
He carries
through
me,
everything?
man.
He said, look behind
Exactly.
you. And the man goes, I only see one set of footprints. He goes, I've been carrying you all this
Yep.
time.
Yep. He carries you, and that's why I say He's within me. He's not sitting next to me; He's in me, and
No,
He's
he's all,
carrying me. He's
he's all
walking me
around
through
me.
that sand. He's making those footprints, but
Yep.
I have to walk with Him.
Yep. That's why he's always there next to you. Because
Yep.
it didn't show God man walking one behind the other. They're walking side
Right.
by side. That's why I
Right.
said God is next to me.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I think
I
we're
think
on the same page on that.
yeah, I was gonna say I think I agree with John on that. And like for me, I grew up with a lot of different religions in my family, and spending time pretty much equally around in my family, you get kind of introduced to every different, all the different nuances, right? So it wasn't like it was Christian way and that was it, and that's all I knew. Well, yeah, I knew that. My grandmother's deacon, the whole thing, like it's real big. And then, maybe a third of the Jehovah's Witnesses, they're whole totally different, right? And then you had some other people, so I grew up kind of seeing that. And then from a young age, I realized that God is who you think God is, right? And God is apparent when you can see it in a person. So how they act, People can sit there and say, I don't believe in God, right? But yet they walk like God would walk, meaning that their life is led, you know what I mean? They lead their life in a way that you're just like, you know what, that's an exemplary person. So then you say, you know what, I think you're lying. You do believe in God because you're walking like God. Vice versa. People can say, oh, I love God. I believe in there's the Lord. You can say, but yet you out here debauchery. You are totally everything that the God isn't. So then I'm gonna tell you you're lying. That's bullshit, right? So I think that you guys are kind of both right. It is walking beside you because God doesn't make you do anything, right? God doesn't make or help you. He wants you to help yourself, but he wants you to do it with his acknowledgement. He wants you to do it, right, and with his purpose. So now he will be on the side of you, chilling with you. Like, okay, so if something comes to you that I know that you can't handle, I'm gonna take that edge off. But you still got to put in that effort to show me that you walking on this path. So I think that it can't carry you. I don't think God carries us. Because if that was the case, why would we have to make the choice? I think that he would be on the side. And depending on the choices you make, how far away from the side is he gonna be? Does that make sense? That's just my philosophy. I could be wrong, but that's just how I look at it, you know?
You guys both broke it down. I see it as like walking hand in hand. Like I'm holding his hand. Or he's holding my hand. I'm not going to say I'm holding his hand. I'm holding God's hand. And God is holding me. You know, so whatever I walk through, he's walking me through that. It's kind of like you were just saying, like, with people who don't believe in God. You know how many times they were in desperation and they prayed to God? I'm like, why do you only go to God when you're in desperation? But you don't even believe in him. But when you're happy, when you're joyful, when blessings are coming to you, do you actually account for God?
Anything about your tissue.
I think a lot of people miss that point, that joy, that love, that compassion. Like we were talking about love earlier, John. Remember when we were bringing up love, and I just, especially as I read, and I've gone into all different scriptures, all religions, all different society divisions, and all this stuff. And I'm like, at the end of the day, when I sit with God, that's the most important thing. Because am I relying more on God? Am I praying to him when I'm in bad times, when I'm in good times, or am I depending on cousin? Am I depending on Kev? Am I depending on John? Who do I depend on first? The Most High. The Most High. A lot of people don't even give the Most High as much grace that they give everybody else.
Do you think though, because another thing, right? There's this old joke, and I know John might even know this, right? And you might know this. And there's a guy, and he's flooded out, and he's on the top of his roof, and he's sitting there, and there's a guy in a little bathtub floats by the front of his house. He's like, yo, you want to get in here? There's a little bit of room, you can make it. Like, nah, God got me. So he floats by. Now a dude comes by, and he's on a little raft. He said, man, I got some, you good? No, God got me. God got me. I got faith. God got me. Save yourself. You good. Helicopter come by. Put down the ladder. But he can't really reach the ladder. He got to jump a little bit. He's telling him, hey, man, you can make it. No, man, God got me. Well, he dies. He gets up to the gates. And he talking shit. Like, what the hell, man? I've been believing in you, and you let me pass away. And God look at him and say, bro, I sent you a bathtub. I sent you a fucking bath. And I sent you a helicopter. So shut up. So this is the point.
I sent you a vessel. I sent you somebody that was going to help you.
Right. So then that goes back to what you were just saying. If maybe God sent Kev, maybe God sent me at a certain point to talk to her or say something. Maybe God sent you. So who are you dependent on? It goes to, if you depend on your support system, you are dependent on God because God sent that. And that's the thing I'm trying to say. It's never going to be, oh, he is just going to walk up to you like, hey, what's up? I got you. No, it's going to be a vessel, right? It's going to come through what you need in that moment. So I always look at it like a lot of the times, and I know maybe y'all can talk to this, but I find in my 50 years on the world, you know, most of the time when people are always, well, no, it's all in God's hands. It's God. That's just you trying to now not have responsibility for making a bad choice, or having to make or have responsibility for your own self. So what you do is we find a higher power to put it on. But at the end of the day, right, God is real, but you have to put in the work. Can't rely on it. Ain't no God ain't it ain't in God's hands. It's all everything is in his hands, but the choice is in your hands. That's what free will is, right? We and then we talk about it as if you put it on yourself, you're taking it away from. No, you're not taking it away from God. You're understanding that God gave you intellect for a reason, to use it. God gave you whatever talent that you have to use it, right? That's what you depend on, the tools that he gave you. If he tell you that you go ahead and you need to cut down the forest and he give you a chainsaw, then you need to go down there with the chainsaw. Why are you throw the chainsaw away or sell the chainsaw, go get you a little handsaw, and now you got to make it's too hard. Why would he give me this handsaw to cut down the forest? He already gave you a chainsaw and you fucked it up. See, and then you want to blame it on, right? So I'm just saying, I think, anyway, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Cousin and John. Do you think that people are out here blaming God?
All the time.
Thank you.
All the time. Whenever something works out in their favor, because they didn't seek God first for counsel, they blame when it don't work. That's just like what I said earlier when I said, here's what my mom used to tell me when I was in my 20s and in my 30s. I don't know what to tell you. You wouldn't make choices of your own without seeking counsel. So when it doesn't work in your favor as you saw it in your mind, you're always looking to blame somebody else instead of blaming yourself.
Right. You know what I would add to that? I think people blame God when it's convenient to blame God. Because most of it's either they're going to blame God or they're going to blame the devil. One of the two. Just depends on what company they in and who they talking to and which one seems more appropriate to blame in that particular conversation. But I think that's what it is.
You know what's crazy that you say that? Blame God or blame the devil? I've either blamed God, because I've been there, and I'm like, God, why me? Why me? Why me? But I've never blamed the devil. If I was gonna do anything, I blamed myself. I blamed myself. I was like, damn, man, am I the devil?
Well, no, blaming God is when there's nothing else to blame, right? When it's just you in the room, now it's God. When you messed up by yourself, now God, why you do this to me? Why, God? But then if something else happens in life, then it's the devil. See, that's just ain't nothing but the devil. The devil a lie. The devil did this. The devil did. See what I'm saying? Like anything that is outside of your control that you can see tangibly, oh, that's the devil coming against you. The devil trying to get you, right? But yet, when it's you and you have nothing else to blame, then we gonna have to go ahead and go to the high. We gotta have to blame God. Because I ain't got nobody else to blame. Who else am I blame? I can't blame myself. I can't look in the mirror and do the work. No. I got to blame God. You see what I'm saying? So I think it just depends on where the stress is coming from, if that makes any sense.
Go ahead, John. And before go, John, you got anything to say on that, my brother?
No.
You know it's crazy that you brought that up. Because if you look at devil, if it's almost like I'm big on words, and if you look at devil, DEVIL, is like lived. And I'm like, wait a minute, am I live like even if we take it backwards, if we were to read scripture backwards, look at lived is devil. It's like we live in our own devilish aspects of our life. We make bad choices, and then when we make bad choices and we deal with the consequences, then we want to blame God, or we want to blame the person next to us, or blame our parents, like what we were talking about earlier. It's like, well, our parents did this and our parents did that. But at what point do you actually start blaming yourself and saying that I need to start making different decisions and different maneuvers towards the Most High rather than going against the Most High?
Well, the funny part to me, when I was listening to the live earlier, when everybody was talking about they can't give their parents grace, that was the dumbest thing I ever heard.
That was so hard to hear, John, because
It wasn't hard to hear because that's what people do.
I know, but it wasn't that it was hard to hear. It was because I know I've given my parents a lot of grace because I went through a lot through my parents, but I never stopped fighting for the love. I guess I fought for myself, for them, to make sure that they stay right with God, but I can't choose their choices, but I never stopped doing it. I just never stopped. I just don't. That's not in me. That's one of my spiritual gifts, is that I will continue to forgive. I will continue to give grace. I will continue to be kind. I will continue to be loving. I will endure, like what Psalms 117 says, is like the endurance of love. I don't know. It's just not in me. It's just not in me to exit people from your life, whether they're from afar. It doesn't mean I can't contact you via phone call or whatever it is. I just can't do it.
What saddened me when I was listening is I'll never take care of my parents.
I know. I couldn't do that. That was hard.
The seeds that you sow are the ones you're going to weep and reap. So just like you did not take care of your parents, because what they were forgetting, Jesus said, honor thy mother and thy father so your life will be long and fruitful.
Yes, he did. And you know, it's crazy that you brought that up, John, and I'm so glad that you brought up how that impacted you, because I've been dealing with my biological father, who was not very close to me, didn't take good care of me. I talked to him again today, talked to him again yesterday. Me and my sister's in Florida. I'm loving her from afar. And then I'm here in California, and we're trying to get him into a home and stuff. It's like, even though he didn't take care of me the way that I thought a dad should, I can't stop loving him as my dad because I'm here,
And that's what they forget. Without your mother and father, you are not walking on this planet.
Exactly. So I keep stepping in, and I will keep trying to make a way, because my dad told me this, John, and I don't know if you heard this on another live, and I shared it last week. I don't know if Cousin heard it. I know Kev did. But my father called me because we've been trying to get him into home. He's got some like health issues, and all this stuff going on. He's in a good area. He's like a roommate, but the roommate can't take care of him now the way that he wants it. He's like, he called me and he left a voicemail because I was working at the time. He goes, I need to go I need you to reach back out to the social worker or whatever, because he's a VA. He's like, I need somewhere where I can go to die. And I called him back and I said, Dad, why can't you just say you need to somewhere where you want to go live out the rest of your life? Why do you have to say it as like you need to go somewhere where you're gonna be in demise? Why can't you say it like in a different way? And he's like, man, I never even thought about it that way. I was like,
Men don't look.
I'll tell you
Don't
why.
look and think like that.
Why is that? Why is that, cousin?
Well, I was gonna say it's probably because he got that inner guilt. Because he know he fucked up.
Yeah,
You know me, I'm just gonna keep it real. I
I
ain't
know.
gonna
I
I ain't
believe
gonna
that. I
sugarcoat it.
believe
Look,
that.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
I believe that.
When we
I
get
believe
old,
that.
listen. When we get old, Father Time is undefeated, right? And we understand that once that countdown start coming down, boy, we start getting real reflective of life, and it start being like, oh man, I didn't. And now I think it might be a subconscious thing where I need to just go somewhere and die. Because why? Because you know you have not done what you were supposed to do in the way that you were supposed to do it, right? And it's probably something that he knows that he has to now eat crow and talk to you, even though he
Yep.
didn't do you right. He has to now beg you to take care of him. And so in order for him to do that as a man, it's hard to bow down especially if in your whole life you haven't, right? So what I need to do now is I need to build a little bit of sympathy. And the only way I can do that is by bringing up, hey, I'm about to die.
Mm-hmm.
My dad did the same thing, right? And but the difference with my dad was I had to tell him, I said, listen, that was his humor, right? He had that dark humor, and I told him, because he was always there, right? He had his little flaws or whatever, but my dad was, you know what I mean? That was my superhero growing up, right? But his dark humor was that, well, time for me to put on, my time to kick the boots up and go on, kick the bucket and all that type of stuff. That's just his way of trying to deal with a touchy situation that he didn't want to deal with. And I had to tell him, listen, you need to look positive because you had a good life, and that was, that's the conversation we had. But
Yeah,
I
and
think that,
we as children are still trying to help him, despite the fact that he wasn't always there, especially through like what we went through with my mom and my stepdad and their abuse and their addiction and all that stuff. He wasn't
right,
protective or whatever, but it doesn't mean that I don't stop loving you because you gave me like John said, without him I wouldn't be here.
right. But he's probably dealing with a lot of that internally, and that's just
I
as a
agree.
man, that's
I
just
agree.
the way he's trying to deal with it and trying to express it. He wants to express that where he is, but he doesn't want to be vulnerable at the same time. It's just a weird thing, and I don't know if you're not a man, it's hard to
Nor
explain it.
does he want to be a burden.
Right, exactly. So
Right.
so he's trying to process all of that at the same time while still asking, for the help, which
For
is a
the
difficult thing to do.
exactly,
So that's difficult.
exactly.
Yeah.
Another thing is, as men, no matter how old we get, the hardest thing for us is to ask for help.
Yep. Yes,
So when
John.
we do ask, we stumble through it. We fumble. We will fumble that ball. We'll fumble the words. It won't be what we mean to say, but it just comes out as in the stark reality of the situation.
Well, and you know what? I think about John too because the live that I did over the weekend, I had a couple different lives. I did one on the Father's Matter. I think cousin was there. Well, Kev helped me like expand that, but it was a totally different topic. Where I talk about Father's Alliance. So, what is the difference between a man and a father? A man and a father, or is there one?
You didn't invite me.
I'm telling you, John, you need to be on my live. I swear on my
You
life.
didn't invite me.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad because you're on the next one because it's actually building my podcast. It's a Father's Alliance podcast, but it speaks a lot. But more men are on there. I rarely ever invite women onto that unless they're on the same page that I am because I recognize how important men are or dads are or fathers are or whatever that like that impact that men have in our community. And that's what I'm trying to do is build up the men in our community because a lot of times they are looked down upon. they are told, you can't cry, you can't voice your opinion. I'm gonna allow you to see my kid. And I was like, wait a minute, but you laid down with him and made that child. Like, women don't like me sometimes. They don't.
Yeah, I went through that with my ex with my two oldest because my oldest just turned 37 a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay.
I went through 10 years of not being able to see him.
10 years. See,
And I sat back and waited patiently. I cried my tears. I went through the heartaches, but I also went to God.
Are you close with them now, John?
No.
Hey,
That damage is done.
Go ahead, cousin.
can I submit into the conversation? That is a difference, right there in your face. And I would say that, lovely, to answer your question, the difference is a father enriches his children, period. That, whatever that looks like to the individual, right? We all have different definitions of what that would mean, but at the end of the day, a father enriches his children and he don't stop. So what that man John just told you was, hey, I had to sit back and wait for 10 years, but I didn't never stop.
Right.
I'm still there, and to this day, I'm gonna still be there for my kids. I'm gonna still do what I do. Now, that I think is a definition of a father. When you have the other people will be like, well, she said I can't see the kid. Well, then fuck it, and then they bounce. Dude, you sucker. You don't take the first no, and then that's it. No. There's always hurdles. There's always problems. You beat that wall down. You don't go and retreat. But that is the difference, I think. Yeah, I mean, that would be a real prime example or tangible evidence right now that we could talk about, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, my situation was she disappeared. She was supposed to be in California, and by the time I found out where they were in Columbus, Ohio.
See? Now, how many people do we know who would have just been like, oop, they gone. All right, then. I guess I'm just out of that responsibility. Right? So, because I always look at it like there is if we're being accountable, there's a degree that we do have to pay for the sins of our forefathers a little bit. And it's not fair, right? But a lot of this system is set up because a lot of people in the past have taken advantage of the system or abused the system, right? And so these things had to be made. And now it's getting flipped the other way where women are taking advantage of the system, right? But for so long, a man had all the leverage. Women had to stay because of the kids, because he would cut her off and she would be just destitute. There was like if you go back in time in history through centuries, women just were stuck. Like once you had a kid, it was a wrap. Because if you don't, I'm gonna take away all provisions, and there's nothing nobody can say about it. And so when that started to change, right, and when that started over time, that started to flip. Now you had women, flipping the tables. Well, now I'm gonna use the kid as leverage, right? And that began this whole other side. You know how the pendulum, when you ever see a weight or like when you put something on one side, even if it's the same balance, it's going to start teetering until eventually it levels out. And I think we're on that teeter side. Like it's teetering one way, it teeters the other way, it teeters one way, it teeters the other way. And that's been going on for about 100 years now, right? Like where you have these systems where now, women are having some level footing, and then in some cases they try to take it too far. And then when they do, we hear the horror stories. But then when we take it too far with the men, we hear the horror stories. But nobody ever talks about the shit in the middle. But it's always just the bad or the good. And I think, when we look at divorces, do you realize over 96% of the men just automatically give up their kids? They don't even try. Like that's statistics that you can look up. And so when you have good dudes who are like, yo, I want to be there in my child's life, and I'm trying to do that. They don't get the benefit of the doubt in the courts because so many dudes before have said, fuck that. See what I'm saying? And I know that it's not fair, but that's the reality that we're in right now. And I don't think that people are ready to have that conversation because we will always say, why should I have to pay for what this next dude or the dude did before? Well, you don't have to. You shouldn't have to. But the reality is we do. I mean, that's just the reality. We are living.
I've been doing it for the past 12 years because I got stepkids.
Right.
And
Right.
the fathers were not involved.
Right.
And I've
Right.
had to pay the heavy ticket.
And see, that is what I say is stepfathers are the MVPs. And people talk about, what do you hear nowadays? Oh, you a simp. You don't be taking care of nobody else's kid. Oh, man, don't do that. Man, blah, blah. Man, shut your ass up. That man is stepping up doing the responsibility of 4 other men or 2 other men or whatever. You get me? That's MVPs. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I got, my wife had 3 kids. And I stepped in with a 25-year-old that had a child. An 18-year-old young man that did not graduate from high school decided to drop out in 10th grade. And the youngest one that was in 6th grade when I stepped in the picture. And let's not forget, I was already a father of 4. I had 2 that were still in middle school at the time. Did I make my life easy? No, I made it hard as hell. Why? Because I was built for it.
Well, and I believe that, John, because I was built to be a stepmom. I don't have any biological children of my own, but I raised many for 18 years. I've raised 3 when they were babies, and I've got 2 that are at home right now, and they're 20 and 22. And I've been with my husband for almost 10 years. You know, so, you know, you just, it kind of reminds me of Warlock, and I'm so glad Warlock is here because it reminds me of being like a coach and being like a mentor. Sometimes we step in to be in that place for children's lives when somebody wasn't there for them, but we're actually welcoming them in. We're not shutting them down because of what their parents went through because they got divorced or, you know, I didn't divorce my husband. When I divorced my first husband or we got a divorce, I didn't leave my kids. I was in their wedding, you know, 7 years later, you know, and their mom and I are very, very close, you know, so I didn't divorce my children. I divorced the person, you know. I didn't leave my kids aside, so I just want to kind of tap into that. I know Warlock has come in, Honest has come in, and I know AJ is here. Warlock, you got anything to say on that, my brother?
Yeah, we gotta be careful because this is Kevin's lab. We might get closed out.
I was gonna say real quick.
We just have to keep tapping.
Right, I was gonna say this real quick because Kev is not active in the live. Okay, we are in
the live.
We are in a ghost live right now. So if it cut off, it is not any of us moderators that is cutting it off. That is the actual TikTok cutting it off. I was going to put that announcement out there. And I know that I know Warlock. What's up, man? He gonna get you in. And let me just say this real quick because we had this conversation, and when I talk about being stepdads and now that is like something that John said. If you built for that, right? There's a very special individual that's built for that. Okay. And there's times in life when that is appropriate. I personally would not say to a young man at 20 years old or just getting out of high school or whatever, yeah, you should try to be a stepfather. No. What you need to do is get your motherfucking shit together. Okay. You need to leave that shit alone because you're wasting her time that she needs to be dealing with her kids, and you're wasting your own time probably because it's not, you know what I mean? So at a certain point in life, I do think that it's wise to not do that, right? But it's his own. But when you get to a certain point, you have to understand that being that mentor to these children, man, that's a gift, man. If you are able to bring up another kid and somebody else put them along on the side of the road and you pick that kid up and you nurse that kid back and you make that kid a valuable member of society, you're the MVP, man. So
Oh
I just want to
yeah.
say that. But go ahead, Warlock or whoever was next. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna sit up here and say that it. So I have no problem with step parents or anything. I think it's cool to be a step parent or a bonus parent, however you want to see yourself as. I think because I came back up in here because I heard the girl earlier. She was talking about like how stepdaughters and stepmoms don't get along, and
Oh, we
I'm
heard.
like, cause you with somebody that you don't understand where you fit at in his child's life, and you up here talking about, oh, I don't want to be there for the kid, and I don't feel like I'm obligated to. And that's the problem. So I
Yep.
could see why you're not close to the kid, because I wouldn't want to be close to nobody who just wants one parent. You just want the parents to deal with the parent in a relationship a certain way. You just don't want the kid. You just don't want the relationship with the kid. But at the same time, like I said, the foundation comes with the child or the children, however many you have. And that's what people don't understand. So if you're not prepared to, because you got to understand, when you come into a man's world and he got a kid, you got to be prepared for whatever comes with that. So if you choosing somebody who's still back and forth with him and his baby mom, you shouldn't be with that person, because they still got issues that they ain't settled. Or shit, I wouldn't say not be with that person, but if they show, because I ain't gonna lie, it took for me to actually see if my partner was still dealing with his baby mama, because people was like, oh yeah, the whole baby mama, baby daddy. Remind you, I already dated with people with kids, so it wasn't the kid was never a problem. It was like, what's your relationship like with the mother? So when I seen that my partner, he ain't had no problems, they actually co-parent. She ain't worried about him. He ain't worried about her. He got his own crib. He let her keep the car that he gave her, the crib that he gave her. We ain't got another place of his own. I said I could deal with it. I could add to this. And then I seen when I met his daughter, just seeing how loving and caring she is, like how she came off to me and how she really gravitated to me. Because kids, I don't know, they probably have a sense of energy that certain people just don't like them. Like, and that's just really what it is. And me and her, we close, like we real close. Me, her mama, like we cool. I done met her mama before she passed, rest in peace. You know, met the family, grandmama, everybody, like they cool. Everybody love me. I love everybody. And the thing is, if it wasn't for their daughter going back and telling the family like, oh, she like this, and she always bringing me up, talking about, girl, we heard so much about you. Our Nia loves you. I expect her to, only because when I'm adding to somebody's life, I want you to understand that I'm not replacing your mom. I'm just another mom that's adding to your life. You get what I'm saying? And she got to the age where, she had asked me one day in the car in front of her dad. She was like, she said, are you my mom? I literally told her, I said, if you want me to be.
Aw. You know what? Honestly, you remind me of, before I go to Warlock, when my one of my twins, who I helped raise since they were 2.5 months old, when he got married a few years ago, their mom, who I came very close to, over the years, she pulled me aside at the wedding and she said, You know how they say that you marry somebody like your mom? And she was at the wedding dinner the night before, which I wasn't there. And she said that he told me that the reason why he married his wife is because she reminded him of me. And I was like, what? I was like, and he's like, she explained it, and we cried together. We literally cried together. So we didn't take nothing away from each other. We just knew that we raised our children in a co-parenting lifestyle where we raised good kids. We raised good kids because we didn't have no animosity. We didn't create chaos. All birthday gatherings was everybody inclusive. Everybody inclusive. We coached sports. My ex-husband was a football coach. I was the basketball coach. So but to feel that, to understand that the investment that I made in this child actually invested in me. I took something from that. I felt like I didn't give anything, but I also took something from that. And that was beautiful. It was beautiful for their mom to even embrace me with that, and to hug me in that limelight. So when you're taking on somebody and you're taking on their kid, you take it all in. You take it all in. Warlock,
That's
go
right.
ahead, brother. Go ahead, my brother. I
Hi,
know you.
Warlock.
Hey, Warlock, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing fine.
I know you
Better
are.
But I'm not gonna have a long drawn out spiel in reference to this step parent thing. Only thing that I got to say is this: if it's not for you, it's not for you.
Mm.
And fuck anybody that thinks we're fucking fools. Because I'm gonna tell it to you like this, and I know this is a very harsh thing to say. It is very harsh, and I probably wouldn't even live up to it, honestly. But if in fact you ever passed away and your children didn't have nobody, fuck you and your kid. Let's see how they survive without their parents.
Warlock, you should
That's
have
all.
been here earlier when we were talking about people taking care of their parents when they were older.
No, that wasn't allowed in my family. That was not allowed. My dad took care of my mother when she was ill. My sister and myself tried to take care of my dad when he got ill. He demanded that he went to a long-term care facility because he said that wasn't our job.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I've been called so many damn different things because of being a stepdad or whatever. But like I told them, I said, you know what? I'm a stepdad. I said, my children love me to death. I said, however, I can damn near guarantee you, these quote unquote people that you call stepchildren of mine will probably be there before your natural born children when we get older.
Ooh. Yeah.
What you mean? What you mean? My kids love me. I said, you want to make a long-term bet on that one, my dude?
Mm.
So you can call step parents whatever you want to call them. I could care less. That's not your life. You haven't lived it, so how the hell are you going to speak on it?
Right. Exactly, Warlock. I appreciate that because I know we speak on the same things. AJ, what you got to say on that, my sister? Because I know you've been here, and then we'll let Dami go, and then go back up to John. And by the way, disclaimer, like Cousin said, look, Kev just shut down, but we're just running this live the way that we got to run it. So go ahead, AJ.
I mean, y'all pretty much hit it on the head with all of that, so it's not really a whole lot I could say. The only thing that I would say is if you are entering a relationship with somebody who has kids, at least one of my red flags is that if you're trying to introduce me to your kid on the first date, that's a red flag for me. it's a huge red flag for me. You know what I mean? That's just me. I don't want to be. I'm somebody who gets attached to kids pretty quick. So I'm not really trying to meet your kid on the first date. Like, that's weird. Because we don't know, you know, if we're gonna last or not. So definitely just take your time with it. I guess if that's the path you're gonna be down, but make sure that you are being honest with yourself if that's something that you can take on or not, and if that's something you're willing to entertain or not. Because if you're with somebody who has kids, understand that those kids are gonna come with that relationship. You can't just have the partner and not the kids. Like, that's not, you know what I mean? I've never seen that necessarily work successfully. So, but yeah, y'all pretty much already hit the nail on the head for it. I guess as far as taking care of your parents, I don't know, culturally, that's what we do. So, you know, if anything happens to my parents, you know, I took care of both my grandparents until they passed, and, you know, other family members and so on and so forth. So that's not anything new to me. That's something I definitely would do. But yeah.
We were talking about that earlier about, like, do you take care of your parents despite, like, what they may have done to you? Do you take care of your parents? But I want to go to Dami, and I wish you were here, AJ, earlier, because I know you would have hit the nail on the head too. But Dami, what you got to say, my brother, on what you've been hearing and what you've been listening to? You got anything to say, brother?
Yeah, sure. And I'm gonna be sharing from my experience as a Kenyan and Kenyan who lives in the U.S. and a Kenyan who loves African American culture. Well, I love them. I love the music. Oh gosh, they drive me crazy. I don't know how they arrange the words, but the thing is, in my country, Kenya, like, we try to take care of the elderly by bringing them home to ourselves, and just because we know when anyone is growing old, dementia is gonna kick in and stuff like that, and we are the one who knows them, and I'd rather be there for her or him, and I'd rather be the one who's showing the last love. I know in my culture and many cultures in Kenya, we try to avoid the idea of, like, just dispelling our mother, our father away, stuff like that. It's kind of emotional.
So in Kenya, do they have, because we were talking about, because I know you went into the, you know, taking care of your parents, which I'm glad you touched on. But in Kenya, is there like a step parent, like, culture, like, where people divorce and then get with the other people that have other kids?
Oh yeah, that happens. And also I wanted to just ask you, like, it's kind of, I caught a little, like, the tail of the story, and I'm sorry for wasting time. I didn't know what the exact story was, but about taking care of the elderly ones. But I don't know what the main story was. But
Yeah, we were talking about, like, step parents and how somebody embraces another child in comparison to, like what you already touched on, taking care of a parent. So how do we embrace a child that's not ours, coming from, but also the relationship aspect, you know? So
and I'm one of them. I'm one of them. What you're talking about, because when I married my wife, she had a daughter.
okay.
And, yeah, it's not. By the way, these are not gonna be a good story from Disney one. I wish I can create a movie, but then I realized, like, okay, the reason why I said, you know what, we can give this girl a life. I mean, it's so sad that she found herself in this. Then the girl loved me, and I'm a humorous guy. I can tickle you. Which parts are not ticklish, by the way? Yeah, so we can laugh. There we go. Yeah, we're happy. Yeah, we're happy. Then, when kids grow older and they get to their teenage, they develop some rebellion. So the thing is, like, we good and all that and whatever. Then there's a point where we had to tell her that, I'm not the biological dad. She got so disappointed, but she said, between my biological dad and daddy, she used to call me daddy, I choose daddy. But it was so painful on her, by the way. I wish families will never do this. Yeah, I just wish we just had a man, a woman, they got a boy, a girl, and they live happily ever after. I just wish, because she was trying to connect the two things and stuff like that, and the biological dad was in Kenya, so they were going to have some. I was at work, I could not travel, so I tell you guys, don't make me let you know. I'm gonna give you whatever. Maybe I can contribute a little I have. You guys just travel because I have to be at work. So they went to Kenya and they had fun, whatever, and they met the biological dad. Then she came back and she told me, "I just want you to be my dad."
Right.
I know. That's a painful picture. I didn't like it. Yeah, but the idea is we're human beings. We are creating environments. We are creating stuff. We are creating love. We are creating hate and stuff like that. But there are people who are taking, like they're victims. The victims are the kids. I don't know when we stop to think about, like, a victim is gonna be a kid. I don't know.
Right.
That's my
And
thinking.
I think you see it from all different aspects of this side. So I want to let motivational speak and then go back around to cousin and Warlock and back down to AJ, because you spoke on all the different highlights that we were talking about, being a parent, being a step parent, and then also enculturating. I guess it has a lot to do with the family dynamics. I know it's not all in alignment with Kev's live, but we've just been having these conversations. So I want to bring motivational into this. Motivational, how you doing, my brother, tonight?
Hey, first of all, you already know it's already love. How are you doing? First of all, lovely. Doing
Always
wonderful.
well.
To Warlock, to Cousin B, you already know it's respect. To Brother Dami down there, and
What's up, man?
man, hey, my heart goes out to you, bro. What you went through, and I just want to say this, man. You stepped up to be a stepfather to a child that wasn't biologically yours, and you know what, what happens, the usual thing, bro. I'm sorry it happened to you, but these women have the inability to sustain a long-term relationship. They get bored, and you, as respectfully, you stepped up to take care of a child that biologically wasn't yours, and she didn't see how that was a gift to her. She was looking in the mouth and didn't even appreciate. She decided that thought she could do better, right? And she positioned that child to create a loving relationship with you, to then decide she was bored of relationship and walk away from the relationship. This same thing happened to my little cousin. I just want to say that real quick, and he's hurting right now. He's hurting right now because of it. But she did him a favor. I'm gonna say that, and just like this woman did you a favor, my brother. It doesn't feel like that, and my sympathies is with you. My compassion is with you. My empathy is with you. But brother, you will heal. You will be stronger and better, and then you will find a woman that you will create a family with, and it's your seed. And then that's gonna be a very powerful thing, man. I waited. I was patient, and I created a family with my seed, with my wife, and that's a beautiful thing to have, bro. Real talk. And I hope I hope and I know I believe you will create that as well. All right. Now specifically, lovely, what was the talking point here?
Well, what we were all talking about, and I actually wanted to let Cousin go and Warlock go because I think they can speak a little bit more on what we were talking about because it really started with men. It really, you know how my life goes. I'd be talking about men and how fathers matter and the father dynamics, and then it turned into stepfathers. Kev is asleep. So,
Yeah,
by
yeah.
the way, we're motivational. I just want to let you know, Kev's asleep.
Oh, it's all good. I
Yeah,
mean,
Yeah,
we can hold
since
we
so
can
go
hold it
ahead,
down.
go
That's
ahead.
lovely. That's my boy. That's my
I
brother.
think
Yeah,
motivational
yeah.
covered that.
So, so
Motivational is
we're just
Yes,
helping
leader.
run this
Dami.
live. So go ahead, cut. Hold on, Dami. Hold on, Dami. Mute up real quick. I want to let Cousin go and then Warlock go. We're just trying to
Right.
run this live the way that we run it.
So just to bring us back so we can understand where we were at, we were talking about how fathers are important, right? What we, I guess, what fathers contribute to a child, you know, how we nurture them, right? What good does a father do to a child in a child's life? And then when you're a stepfather, you get a bad rap, but those are actually, you know, those bonds can be stronger than regular fathers a lot of times, right? Depending on how you cultivate that relationship. And then we kind of talked about how when we get older, the children are now supposed to take care of us and what that dynamic is. And so we kind of touched on that a little bit. And I just want to touch on that real quick, and then I'm going to pass it over to Warlock. He can kind of finish it off, and then you guys you'll be all caught up, and then you can chime in and give us your feedback. But my personal position is the stepfathers are MVPs, period. These dudes are superheroes in my eyes. You have taken over a responsibility, especially if you do it right. And so with that being said, Warlock kind of gave an example where he was having a conversation and he was like, hey, look, my stepchildren has probably got a better connection and be there for me more than a lot of guys' regular children will for them when they get older. And so men want to deny that, right? Ego got hit. No, you ain't about to be my kids. You don't know about my kids. Okay. But what we have to understand is, and here's my point, this idea, like it's just supposed to happen, right? Like we have this idea that, well, no matter what, my kids are just gonna be there. And then you can just treat your kids like shit. And then you expect them, because they're your kids, later on in life, they just gonna return the favor. No, we have to understand that you can have a nice lawn and you've been putting water in it and you've been putting seeds and you've been fertilizing it, you've been mowing it, you've been making it look good, everything, been gravy, you've been nice. All 20 years that you was at the house, oh my God, it was just beautiful. You took so much good care of that. And then you just stopped. What happens in another 25 years? And that got all them weeds and all that shit is all tore up. You didn't take care of that. You think that now that grass is gonna serve you in the same way? No, this is an ongoing thing. Relationships you don't have just because you have a title does not mean that you have now all of this privilege. And I think that entitlement is really playing a part nowadays in our relationships. We get entitled to, oh, if you my woman or you my man, you're supposed to do this because that's it. No, you have work to do. And I think that was the whole premise of the conversation is, you know, the fathers that put in work and the ones who don't are getting put into the same boat. And sometimes we're gonna have to like separate the two. You know what I mean? And we're gonna have to start recognizing what a real father is and what a dude is with kids. Those are two different motherfuckers. And so I'm gonna leave it at that and let Warlock get into it. And then y'all can think about what we're doing.
I want to let Warlock in, but before you and Warlock came in, Cousin, and to let motivational and to keep AJ up on all this stuff and Dami, we were talking about there was some people in the live that were earlier before Kev went to sleep that were talking about loving people from afar. Like, do you let them go? Do you like? And we actually brought this up about how you take care of your parents. So because your parents treated you like shit, do you not take care of them? Or do you love them from afar? Do you disconnect yourself from them? or do you still care about them? So you can still love them, but do you love them from afar? So I wanted to bring that up because we were actually talking about that earlier, and that actually goes exactly into what like cousin was speaking on too. So go ahead, Warlock, my brother.
Oh, and real quick, AJ, I took them 6 rices, and them shits was overcooked, but I still love them from afar, just so you know.
Is AJ eating right now?
Oh, shit, my microphone is on. Sorry.
Hold on one sec, Dummy.
No,
Go ahead,
no,
Warlock.
that's just an inside joke between me and cousin. It's all right.
Look,
I just want you to know real quick, cousin. They weren't overcooked. I spit on them. That's what.
You see how she do me? You see this? It's just ridiculous. Sure, I got to put up with.
Look, I don't really have. I really don't have too much else to say about step parents.
What do you think about the older generation then, Warlock? Like when your kids, when you get older, because you're not old, your kids taking care of you.
Just like I told my daughter. I told her that is not her job to take care of me. That was going to be her mother's job. But unfortunately, her mother passed before I did. But I did tell her that it is not her job. And just like my dad told me it wasn't my job to help take care, or our job, I should say, my siblings, to take care of my mom when she got ill. That was his job. And when he got ill, because everybody was grown and gone, everybody had a family of their own, or was out on their own, he didn't think it was their job. So, I mean, if the child volunteers to do it, I guess that's cool. But I wouldn't have them do it at the detriment of their own relationship in life.
Good point.
So for that reason, that's why I told my daughter it's not your job. You have a daughter. Lord willing, I'll be around to see her graduate high school and college if she chooses to go and get married on her own. But regardless, I don't think that it is a mandate, or I don't even think it's your child's job to take care of you. I don't. I just don't. I think you had a chance to grow up and live your life the way that you did as the parent, although it be taking care of a child that was in some way, shape, or form, hopefully your choice to have that child.
But let me
Now,
ask you, Warlock, and the only
go ahead.
reason I'm going to ask you this is because I'm going through the same experience, like with my bio dad. Remember, I told the story earlier. People didn't hear it, but not everybody heard it. So, do we send them to a home? If they can't even care for themselves, do we send them to a home, or do we take care of them?
That's your choice. Like I said, my dad demanded to go. He didn't want to intervene, or what have you on any of us. Now, mind you, I am the only natural born child of my father's. Everybody else are quote unquote stepchildren. He married my mom with 5 different children. But even with that, although all of us was my mom's children, he didn't even think it was our job to help him take care of her. That was his job. And he did that to the detriment of his own health. Even when we volunteered to help him out, it's not your job. At the time, we thought he was an ass. I ain't gonna lie. But, enlightenment comes in its own time. And I understand where he came from. So, no, I don't think that it is the child's job to take care of your parent when they go over. Like I said, you can volunteer it. If they refuse it, which most motherfuckers nowadays won't, if they refuse it, then don't get mad at them. Don't get mad at them if they refuse your help. You know, I mean, still be your parents' child. You know, don't disown them. Don't throw them to the garbage. Don't if you have to put them in a home, don't put them there and just forget them. Even though my
Right.
dad was in a home, we went to see his ass
So then,
more. Actually, we went to see him more than when he was actually not in the home.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So then, because I
Well,
appreciate what you're saying, so then you're out of the picture. So you don't call the shots. You're out of the picture, and I appreciate that. And I mean, it happens. Life goes on, anyways. Yeah.
you know,
Be-
no, we wasn't out of the picture. Like I said, when we put my dad in the home, we went to
No,
see him 5 times.
why do you want to remain in the picture? Because I mean, we are out of the picture. Me and you, like, let them go on, and we wish them well. You don't like that?
I'm
Here's,
sorry.
here's the thing,
It's
Donnie.
okay to
Let
be
me
out
say,
of the picture.
Warlock, go
let me
ahead.
say this to you.
Go ahead, Warlock.
Even though my dad demanded that we put him into the home, he didn't demand to be alone. He just didn't want to interfere in our lives. Once we put him in the home, I'm quite sure if we would have just said, okay, go to the home, all right, we done with you. We ain't gonna see you no more until we see you in a casket. He would have probably been fine with that. But just because he demanded to go into the home and he didn't want to stay with us, does not mean that we abandoned him
Oh
at
no,
all.
sorry. I think I got you wrong. Thank you for elaborating. I think I got you wrong.
Right.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. It's a sad thing to see when you go if your parent is in a long-term care facility because you got to sign in, right?
Yeah.
And the only name you see on the previous 3 pages
Oh God, that's not
you and your
Pennsylvania.
sisters, and you
Yeah.
got so many damn different people in there, and they don't even get visited. I felt bad. I felt really bad
Do you
for other people.
ever dream about it? Do you ever see visions or something? Because
So
that's not nice. Anyway,
such
I
is
hope
life.
I hope things go.
I think it's a
Sad
mutual
ending.
thing.
Sad ending.
Warlock, go ahead and finish, and then we got to go back down to AJ, and then Honest is
No,
here,
you
and
can go
then
back to AJ, man. I'm good.
okay, go ahead, go ahead, AJ. You got anything to say, or are you just helping me out?
I mean, we talking about the parent thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
if you don't if you don't mind, if you can just raise up your voice, so because we are listening.
no, but well, I can hear
You
AJ.
might have to mute your mic because it's gonna clip the sound.
Yeah, you might have to mute your mic, Dummy. Mute your mic, or I can help mute you, or AJ can help mute you, or Honest can. But AJ, what we were talking about was like, like what Warlock was saying, and me and Cousin and Motivational were saying is that, like, is it the child's responsibility to take care of their parents when they get older, or when they need to go, like maybe they're ready, they need more care when they get older because maybe they're physically or mentally like unprepared. What's the word that I want to use? Motivation could probably help me with this. Like they're just mentally or physically incapable of caring for themselves. That's what I want to use.
Yeah, like mentally, they're like sharp. They're not there anymore.
Got
Yeah.
you. I got you.
So
Yeah.
AJ, what would you do? Like you as a child, or you as even if you're a
So,
parent, what do you expect?
so I think in order to answer this question, because again, this question is never going to be simple, black and white. You have to do this. You should do that. It's never going to be that simple. At the end of the day, I will break it down like this. It does depend, one, on your upbringing and what you're used to, right? For example, even in this panel, me and Warlock, from the sounds of it, sounds like we have very different upbringings, right? He had parents who were like, that's not your responsibility, like so on and so forth, and that's perfectly okay. They're not wrong for that, right? I come from a culture, you take care of your elderly, whether that's your grandparents, your parents, your aunts, your uncles, whoever, relatives, whatever, right? But even within that, it's like the step parent thing. You have to be able to answer honestly if you're able to even take that on at the end of the day. For example, if you have a parent with like dementia or Alzheimer's or something that's debilitating like that, and you are not equipped and you are ill-equipped to handle those types of situations, right? You may have to call in reinforcements, because at that point you are now assuming the responsibility of another human being, where you need to put what's going to be in their best interest, not what's going to not what's going to relieve your guilt. Okay, not what's going to relieve your guilt, but what is going to be in the best interest of that person, right? So that is how you kind of have to look at it, right? Because whether it's stepkids, your biological kids, it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, that is just how you have to look at it. So if, for example, like when my grandfather passed in June, right? He had early onset, dementia, and he had prostate cancer, and, so on and so forth. It's going to take a lot to take care of a person. And if you don't know what you're doing, understand that that is not only taxing on you, but you're going to want to make sure that you have a support system. Okay, because you're going to hit levels of frustration. You're going to hit levels of whatever. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your relationship was, right? For example, me and my grandma, when she passed, we didn't have a great relationship. I still took care of her. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. I was 18 at the time, but I wasn't alone, right? It's a community thing for me. So I have resources. I have people I can depend on. So that's the thing that you have to kind of take into consideration. You do live in a country where we do have, homes and things like that, and facilities and retirement facilities, rehabilitation centers, things like that. If that's going to be the best option, then that's going to have to be an option. You know what I mean? And you can make that work. And that sometimes may be easier and maybe sometimes even cost effective. Because if you have to have round the clock care, you still have to work. You still have to pay your bills. And taking care of somebody, that's also expensive, because you have to pay. There's last minute things, right? Emergencies, right? Emergency room visits. You have, equipment that you may need to buy, so on and so forth, things that insurance doesn't help with, right? Nurses, things that you have to pay for all that. That has to come out of somewhere, right? Insurance doesn't cover all of that. So you have to make sure that, that you're prepared for that. And as far as making sure that you're prepared for your children is making sure that you also financially set yourself up for when that does happen, because life does happen, right? A prime example of that is during lockdown. People lost their jobs, right? Imagine people who were trying to take care of loved ones at that same time. Now you lost your job, you lost income. You see what I'm saying? Things happen. So you have to try to do the best you can to prepare for that and prepare them for that. But also, if you're in a position where even now, right, you're in a position where you can make that decision, you need to, make those decisions and make sure that you're planning for that. That's not a doomsday, hyper focus on it. Oh my God, I'm bringing, ill will upon myself. This is the time to make sure that you're set up and that you're setting your kids up, you know what I mean? Or your family up for success when that happens, because that is very difficult. And understand that most people are emotional, right? They are not going to do, especially around when that time's starting to come, they're going to make a lot of decisions that are based off of their own emotions. They're not making rational decisions. And that's completely normal, right? That's normal to be like that. You know what I mean? I've seen family members fall apart. I've seen families implode. I've seen all sorts of stuff, around these times. So take that into consideration. The best advice that I can give anybody, if you are going through a situation like that, it's just the last thing and I'll drop. And you know what I mean? We'll be moving on. If I am going to give you any advice as far as dealing with that, or anybody who's dealing with that, whether you were close to that parent or not, make amends while you have the chance. It's going to help you better in the grieving process. Because what you don't want to do is leave things unsaid, left unsaid. And I'll go ahead and throw it on over.
No, I'm so glad that you brought that up, and we'll bring up honest if you want to speak on it, and then we'll go back up to cousins and go back up to motivational, and get all that out of the way. But I'm glad that you brought up that because as we're talking about step parents and then also caring about parents, my grandfather, who passed away a few months ago, helped raise me. you know, but he was my step grandpa, but he was my step grandpa technically before I was even born. Before I was even born, he was married to my grandmother. So, but I helped care for him until the day he passed away, you
Yeah, I
know.
mean, at the end of the day, it's just taking care of something that's outside of yourself that you may not have biologically brought into this world. That's all it is.
Exactly. So go ahead, Honest. What you got to say, my sister?
I'm gonna say this. If you love your people enough, you're gonna take care of them. That's one thing I understand. I took care of my grandma since I was 12 years old. She got real sick after my grandpa passed away. It's like I literally watched life break her down after that man left this earth. And one thing about her is we wasn't allowing her to go to a home because the family felt like you raised us. You raised the generation, so it's only right that that the generation return the favor and raise you. You went from wiping my butt in diapers, now I gotta wipe your butt. I gotta sit up here and be that strength that, you know, you can no longer be for yourself. One thing I made my grandmother understand is you're not a burden to my life ever. And I don't want you to feel like that. You're a blessing. When it's all said and done. And nothing I do for you, I look for something. I don't look for nothing in return. I think God put us through certain tasks for certain reasons. I was the last person my grandmother spoke to a couple hours before she passed. Physically, literally went down to the hospital to see her, talk to her, chill with her. I think that during those type of moments, and I ain't gonna lie, the family was looking at me like, what made her be the one to have the last word type shit. And you know, at the end of the day, I'm a fucking grandma's grandchild. So I really didn't care too much what people were saying or how they felt, because at the end of the day, when I say I felt like I knew my grandmother so well, to the point where she understood she can talk to me about anything, even things that she didn't want to tell nobody else. And I just wanted her to understand I want to be the type of person to give you your flowers while you're here. And so I would buy her random flowers just because it's Thursday, just because it's Tuesday, her and my mom. Only because I want to show y'all what you really mean to me. That you deserve every flower for all the things that you done. I think if you have people in your life that done you wrong, you shouldn't turn your back on them, because life ain't always going to be a beautiful, happily ever after story. And everybody ain't going to show up as the person that you expected them to be or that you needed to see. So I think that certain people deserve grace. I think some people, even if you feel like they should never get it, they still deserve grace. Because that's not something for you to carry. That's something for you to put in God's hands, I believe. Anything that that's heavy on your heart, on your mind, you put that shit in the Most High hands. Because it's not for you to walk with, to fix. Like, people be walking with in life with things that they be wishing that they could fix, but the whole time it's not for you. It's not your job.
I agree, Honest. I always love your words. Man, Honest be coming with some honesty. Cousin, I need to message you, honest, because we're close, and so we got to meet up. I know that's gonna happen. Cousin, what you got to say, and then we'll go to motivational and back to Warlock. What you got to say, cousin, on everything
Yeah.
that you've heard?
So I agree. We do need a little more grace in this world. Got to start meeting people where they are, and then using those. You don't have to be like, if someone does you wrong, you don't have to do them wrong in return. Like that never that only helps you in the interim. Maybe it's your ego. Maybe it's, I got revenge. They don't know. But what did it do? Nothing. You really didn't do anything but satisfy some emotional charge at that moment. What you do is you bounce, right? Like you said, loving from afar. That's one of those things where, okay, I know what you are. I know who you are. You over there. I'm good. I don't have to be an asshole to you. I just know not to have you around me. And I take you for that, and I'm gonna leave you at that. I'm gonna still have the same human love for you. I'm gonna still have that same, because like she just said, you never know when that table turn. And maybe, you all of a sudden something crazy happened to you and you down and out, and it's that person that see you. And because they know that they was doing you wrong and you never did anything in return, guess what they might just do? Put that hand out. That might be that lesson that they needed, right? So my thing is always, I hate to say it, but is take the high road. That's easier said than done, but I think that is always the best course of action. At least we should aim to do that, right? What I wanted to touch on was what AJ said, and it's a very great point, and I think that I don't know, I know everybody here heard it, but I think it's worth repeating, and that is, this is not about you feeling good. It's not about your sensitivities. It's about what's better for the person involved, right? The better care trumps your feelings. But because we all the time, how many times have we heard some people are telling you, I want to go, pull the plug. My value of life is nothing. I am on a machine. I can't breathe. Let me go. But because the family feels a certain way, no, we can't let them go. What you doing? It's not about you, right? That's just one example. But just to kind of bring it home, and I'm gonna land. My mom is not mentally viable. Let me just say that. Okay, she's here sometimes and gone sometimes. She has to be cared for 24 hours a day. Okay, now, me and my fiance, we got the property. We can, I could put a little house right here, and she can be there. She can live out in the back. She can have her own little shit out on the dock by the lake. She'll be nice. She'll love it. She can sit there on a little rocket chair. I had the whole shit planned out, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's all, every son wants to do that for their mama, right? You want to buy them a house. You want to, you want to hook them up. You want to do the whole, whatever. So I had the whole thing. But the reality is the cost of that, right? Let's talk about this. The cost of her. Then who's going to be there 24 hours a day? I can't, right? I don't have it like that. Nobody I know has it like that, to where we can just now sit there and do that. So that means I got to go hire a nurse. I got to go hire. Then she has to have regular appointments. She got to have medications. She got all the stuff that, her insurance may cover some, right? But then what happens now with the rest? That's on you, right? And now it becomes to not make sense. When I can, this is $6,000 a month just for her, and everything is inclusive. She got constant care, games, she go on trips, she got everything is done. It makes more sense, right? Because of her happiness, how that care is going to handle. Now, people can say to you or say, well, why would you leave her in a home? I'm not leaving her anywhere. That is the best care that she can get, right? So the circumstances, that's how that goes. So sometimes caring for your loved ones don't require you to be there, because sometimes you might be the anchor. We all ain't able. We can't caring for ourselves. You know what I mean? We got problems caring for our own kids. Now you're gonna take on another one? So I think sometimes it's our selfishness and it's our ego or our feelings and that we hold on to certain traditions. And sometimes we may have to look for, maybe I need to step back, step out of myself and think about what's best for that person and what's best in their wishes. Like Warlock said, that man said, hey, this ain't your job. That's a pride thing for that man. You know what I'm saying? Who are you to step in front of that? Who are you to now say, no, Pops, I got you. No, he don't want you to see him in this way. He want to roll out on his shield like a soldier. That's probably how he felt. And guess what? By letting him do that, that's probably the best way that you can honor him. So I think it's all about a circumstance, and I think we need to really look at that. And I'm gonna shut up. Who's next?
No worries, cousin.
So
I totally hold on. Go ahead, motivational. And I totally heard what cousin was saying, but we're gonna go to motivational and then go back to Warlock. I want some things to say on this, but we do have a new person on the panel. So go ahead, motivational. I just wanted to speak.
So brother cousin B brought up some great talking points. I am speaking on from actual experience of being an in-home health aide. This is nothing light. For those that's never been an in-home health aide that has taken care of someone clean and wiped themselves after going to the restroom, that they simply rely on you for everything, cooking meals, cleaning them after going to the restroom. This is nothing. This is no light matter. No light matter. Please understand. There is people, you can speak on it from a hypothetical, and that's great. But until you experience the day-to-day of it, that's a whole new beast. That's something completely different. And that, man, that, the day-to-day of it, where you don't, for some, they don't have the support system. And I did not have the support system. It was my cousin's husband I took care of for 1 year and 9 months, to be accurate. 1 year and 9 months as his in-home health aide. At one point, he moved into my home. Oh, imagine that, when there's not a time where the clock ends and you're off the clock. Yes, this is a very serious thing. And it's a heck of a process. And you really do go through emotional, physical, the stress of it. It's very real. And this is when you're trying to be understanding and when you want to be compassionate and when you're giving them grace. You know, this is very, 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 a very serious, real thing. So, you know, when we talk about, like they said, sometimes the best place for someone is a retirement home. Now, do your due diligence on the retirement home. Check out their history, their past. Ensure that they actually take care of their residents, right? That they don't have a history of residents with really bad like bed sores because they never turn them and they never clean them, and it just in general care is very low quality. Don't just dump them in any retirement home. Make sure you do your due diligence in your research. And if you're making sure that they're in a great quality retirement home where they get phenomenal care and they get game night and movie night and they have like all in ice cream night and cookie night, and where they can think about the interaction they're able to have with other individuals. Other individuals around their age where they have that interaction. Okay. That interaction is really, can be really great for them too, if they're in a great quality retirement home. That's just something to think about. I land my plane.
Thank you, motivational. I think you touched on cousin's points and you touched on your own points. And I'm gonna go after Warlock because I got so much to say on this. And then I know we got 2 new people on the platform, but I want to get to them. But go back to Honest and AJ. But Warlock, what you got, my brother?
I'm gonna say my piece and then I'm gonna leave. cousin made a real good freaking point in reference to how they want to leave. My dad, I'm gonna tell it to you like this. This is what I think. I never confirmed it with him, but my dad was on his way out, and they was like, "Well, we can do this or we can do that, and if that doesn't work, then we can do this to just keep you out of pain." My dad went through 3 rounds of chemo. No, I'm sorry, radiation. And truth be told, I think he did that not for him, but for us. Well, for me. My dad had vertigo. Never knew that for years. But he got up on that fucking roof and did whatever work it needed to be done. My dad was never one to show he was a quitter or that he gave up. And I think that's why he went through the radiation. The last time I saw my freaking dad, he was still conscious, but he couldn't communicate, couldn't talk, could barely move.
It's okay. Breathe, baby.
Last words that my mom said to me, I'm going to switch back to my mom because she passed first. It's funny because she had been put in a hospice and the nurse came through early and she heard my mom have that gurgle. And she called us by way of video. And the last thing that my mom asked me, "You got your bills paid?" She used to call me by my middle name, which I'm not telling none of y'all motherfuckers. But she said, "Are your bills paid?" And I said, "Yes, Mom, they're paid." I said, "They're paid for 5 months. I'm working on the 6th month, so I can be 6 months ahead." That was her biggest thing. Mind you, from what we was told, her internal organs were shutting down. And they was trying to figure out how she could go through that without any pain and still laugh and joke with us. My dad, like I said, he was incapacitated. All he could do was look at me. Thankful enough, the last 2.5 months, we talked. 2.5 months, we tried to cover damn near 50 years in 2 months. And it wasn't anything about the future. It wasn't anything about kids or anything of that nature. It wasn't even about the Bible per se, because my father was a minister. You know, the only thing we talked about was the lesson that he had taught me throughout my life. That's it. Just trying to make sure that I understood. Last thing I said to Mom, "Dad, was it's okay. We got it." That was it. After I said that, kissed him on the forehead. He blinked his eyes, and I left the room, and 4 hours later, he was gone.
Oh.
That whole thing, I think was motivational, talking about that day in and day out. We tried that. That's when my dad demanded he go to a long-term care facility. He stayed at the house, and he just demanded. He said, "I do not want to pass away in your home." Last thing I want to touch on is this. You're right about those facilities. You got to do your homework. You have to, because if you don't, it's gonna be hell for the person that you put in there. Those places hated. I mean, hated us. Me and my sister. We was there on a regular basis, so they really didn't have a chance to mistreat our parents. Fortunately enough, the one that my dad was in, it was a lady that came from the Philippines. She was a doctor in the Philippines. She came here, and she couldn't get a doctor's license. But she opened up a long-term care facility, and she knew my dad from preaching. The problem that we had with my dad is that a couple of the places that we wanted to put him in, and I've never heard no such animal. He made too much.
Right.
He made too fucking much. So she decided, you know what? Love your dad. We'll take him. That goes back to how you live your life. To this day, my dad been gone since last year, and my mom's been gone since 2020. You know how everybody's like, oh, your mom and your dad were such good people, and then in the background you start to hear little things about the bad shit that they did or how they really wasn't liked and all of that. Haven't heard any of that. Haven't even heard a little tremor of that about my parents. That is the type of legacy I want to leave my daughter. I don't want anybody to be able to say anything bad about me to my daughter or my granddaughter. To me, truth be told, and maybe I'm awkward like this, even though they will be set for financially or whatever, but that legacy is more important than anything to me. To leave a legacy for your parents to leave a legacy to you, whereas though your name is not tarnished. That is something that is, you remember the old commercial, a milkshake, $2. A night on the town, $150. Your mom's favorite necklace, $500. And then the last thing that they said, it was priceless. An untarnished legacy is priceless. For anybody, any child, any young person, any old person, instead of being caught up all in the finances and all of that and be a shitty ass person, why not try leaving your children, your grandchildren, your great children an untarnished legacy? That's all I got to say, y'all. I'm out of here. I gotta go wipe my eyes because them motherfuckers done turned red again.
Yeah, that way your kids don't need to go wipe your ass.
Hey, Warlock. Hey, Warlock. You told your dad it's okay. I told my dad the same thing. That's what we all got to tell our dads, because they be fighting for us. And they feel like they need our permission as that one boy. I was the oldest son. And he need that permission for him to put down his shield, put down his sword, and you gave him that permission. That's what he was waiting for. So I'm gonna give you permission to go ahead and get off this live.
Hey, cousin, I'm gonna send you something
Real talk.
I'm gonna send you something that even though I listened to it today, it still brings me to tears. You let me know what you think about it. I'm gonna send that to you.
For sure.
I love your tears. I always say crying have you ever laughed so hard that you cry? Crying is a release of emotions. Crying is my favorite emotion.
Crying cleanses the spirit.
Exactly, honest.
It really does cleanse your soul.
Thank you.
I think that I learned that shit when like I said, my grandmother, she was that one. My grandmother knew she was gonna pass. Crazy thing is, she said it, and the thing is, she cried about it. She said she was like, "I'm about to die," and it's like I'm up here saying, "No, you're gonna be sitting up here at Thanksgiving eating some greens, girls, some cornbread." And in reality, it was no words of comfort I could have brought her, cause in her mind, she already knew. And the fact that you wish you could heal a soul, and the fact that you know that you can't save it, I think that's what really hurts, is when you actually looking at the soul tell you it's not gonna make it.
I think that's what grieves us the most, honest. And as we think about this and we talk about, because I lost my mom to 16 years ago. I did not expect and it was a tragic event. I had my boys were involved. Everybody was involved. It was like it was just it was very chaotic in how she lost her life. And then, but that was tragic. And then I lost my stepdad a few years later, but that was the one that I helped put into hospice because I couldn't take care of him at the time. I was trying to do all this stuff. I was trying to still live out my life. It was my stepdad who was one of my abusers, but that's another story untold. I still took care of him and got him into where he needed to go, whatever. So I think about this too. Remember that video? I think I shared it with you, or you heard about it, Honest. That there was this video that I watched a couple weeks ago, and they said sometimes he said, and I love the way he said this. Sometimes you will lose people to death, but you will also lose people that are still living. So even though they're still living, maybe they're still, just because they're still living doesn't mean they're still hurting. Doesn't mean that they're still like sick or in pain or in hurt or not wanting to be loved or not wanting to be kind. So whether we put them in, it's the care that we have for them, whether we care for them ourselves or where we help put them at, because maybe they don't have the ability to say, this is where I want to go. Like, who was it that cousin said? It's like, or Warlock said, like, if you have a lot of money, maybe you can go into a better home. When I worked in Orange County years ago, Kobe Bryant had his aunt lived in a nursing home that was in Brea. It was in Brea, like a lot of people don't know about that, like in the Orange County area. And he took care of her. I think it was his aunt or his uncle. It was one of his family members, but because they had money, they had better care. So, and that's why we talk about classism, and like what you were saying, Honest, is that sometimes it's about our money, our finances, like what Motivational is saying and what Cousins is saying. Sometimes, like Cousins said, look, you need 24/7 care, but I gotta go to work 8 hours a day. I
just understood that, whether a person want to be obligated to take care of a parent or not, I realized I couldn't have that mindset because my auntie, which is my grandmother's daughter, she ended up passing, before my grandma. So when I say our family literally watched my auntie be from a healthy woman to, I never known this woman to ever be sick a day in her life. It wasn't until she got married and she went to Louisiana to visit her husband's. I think his grandmother was like 103 years old, 109 or something. Like she was very still walking, talking, eating, like she was still moving as if she was normal. And my grandmother, she heard that, and she used to say, "Be careful with people like that."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you know what? One thing that you made me think about, Honest, too, because 2 years after my mother passed, my grandmother passed away from cancer, and I think that it hurt her losing her daughter before she lost herself. And so is it a slow and tragic, because my mom lost her life in a tragic event. It was very unexpected. And then my grandmother losing her life, and then my stepfather losing his life a few years later. It was like, ooh, who's to say if you lose
But
somebody?
it's just a simple point of the fact is you don't want to be the person to sit up here and say, "Oh, I said I'm not obligated and I'm not the like."
Right,
It just don't sound right to me, because my thing is,
I don't
even
know.
though
I would
family,
never
like
ever.
even though family end up in certain situations, it should be still in you to want to be there for family, regardless of the circumstances, regardless how much time you can make time. And that's why I think everybody can make time for the ones that they want to make time for. And like I said, I'm just a firm. I just really understand that, looking at the process of my family and how we was literally watching people, because my grandmother and my auntie, they died, they got basically left this earth with a disease called well, my grandmother had diminished myositis, and it's a muscle disorder. It shut down all the muscles in your body to where one day you would never be able to walk, feed yourself. You would never be able to do for yourself again. And so I literally had to be her arms, her legs, put her in the tub, do her hair, put in her teeth, do her makeup, do what she wanted. And like y'all said, it can be frustrating. And how I knew it was frustrating, because like I said, I'm not sure if y'all see my comment earlier. You don't want to never hear a person you love say, "I hate that I gotta ask you to do anything."
Exactly, Honest.
I wish I could do it my goddamn self. And because in their mind, they were more of a person who didn't have to go through this. And they thought that they was never going to go through things like this. But the fact that they was, and they had to ask people and wait on people when Sunday came, my grandmother, she made sure everybody got up on Sunday. She don't give a damn. But the frustrating part to her was, we need to be on time. She always said, "Shit, you gonna be late to your own goddamn funeral."
Exactly. Hey, and before I go back to AJ, you reminded me of, because a year before I lost my mom, she had pneumonia and she was in the hospital, and I was wiping her ass. And she's like, "I can't believe you did that for me." And I was like, "But you're my mom. Like, like who else is gonna do it for you? Who else is gonna treat you? You wiped my ass when I was like born. Why can't I give you back the same care that you were trying to give me? Or even if your parent didn't take care of you, I'm gonna give you something that maybe you never experienced. Maybe because remember, I told you guys when I told this on my live this weekend, when my biological father called me, who is still alive, who is struggling, needs to get into a home, and I'm having to help him do all that because I can't bring him here in my family because we just don't have the room here. And he said, "I need to go somewhere where I can die." And I said, "Why can't you say you need to go somewhere where you can live? Like, I will treat you the best that I can treat you, because that's what the Most High tells me that I need to do." So I just need to go back up to AJ to give that, because Honest just hit that on a point.
Hey, can I say this
AJ,
real quick
go
too?
ahead, sweetie.
'Cause,
Before you go back to the cousin or motivational, go
well,
ahead, cousin.
I'm just gonna say because I think motivational kind of put it in the comments about being able to handle it, and I think it's been kind of touched around, but we have to understand too. Watching someone take their last breath, it's different from being there accepting or, oh, you know what, I talked to them and then 2 hours later they were gone. When you witness someone expire, I'm trying to say this gingerly. It is a different situation. And I'm going to say, I don't think everyone is able to deal with that.
Very good.
Much less when it is someone that you love, a
So do
parent,
you
a
mean,
spouse.
cousin?
When you see that,
I just want to clarify. Do you mean losing somebody
I'm saying,
tragically, or
right,
losing
let's say,
somebody with
no, I'm talking about when they pass. So like when you, let's say you're taking care of that person, right? Let's say you're taking care of your mom,
right?
right? You're doing all of these things and you're everything, you're there 24 hours a day, you're all the thing. And then you're there washing them. And then you're like, hey. And it is at that moment that you have witnessed that passing. That shit hits different. And I'm just saying, my sister has never been the same. She saw that with her, we had different moms. And she did that. And while she was a great caretaker, right? She was, she did everything. But when that hit, she even had to tell me a few years later, I still ain't over that. Like
Well,
if
that's
if I would have just heard about it, I would have been in a much better place.
Well,
But the
that's
fact
what I'm
that she is
saying.
right, and I think motivation kind of touched on that, and I think we kind of been dancing around it. But like you got to have a certain constitution about yourself, and a lot of us don't know it until it happens. If you had that constitution or not, but I think it's worth, it's worth thinking about. I mean, I've served in the military.
I
I've
think
seen it.
either way, cousin, though. Either way,
Yeah.
cousin, though, the grief is the same whether you lose them tragically or you lose them long term.
I don't know. I think it's different.
Let me say this to y'all real
It
quick.
might be.
That's why I
Listen,
said
it might be.
it's
I
It might
want
be.
to I want to touch on two things real quick before I bounce.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's different.
When I was younger, right, I used to work security.
Hold on, Warlock. I cut cousin off. I want to let cousin finish. My apologies, because I was trying to go back and forth with cousin. So that was my apologies. I'm trying to keep this live up.
No. I know. I'm just gonna say. I mean, depending on you and how you do, like I said, I grew up, hood business. I ain't gonna get into it, but I've been standing next to somebody as they got their face blown off. Okay, I've been in the military. I've seen people literally expire while we're trying to give them aid. Okay, it is a different situation when you have a tie like a parent, like a spouse, like a child, and they take that last breath in your presence. I'm telling you, it ain't the same. And if if you're not ready for that, if you're not that dude or that woman, don't do it. You won't be the same. I'm telling you. That's just I wanted to say that.
I agree with
But
motivation.
yeah, go ahead.
It's completely different.
I'm just gonna say this. Look, I've seen a person blow their head off in a foxhole at the firing range from a dead Jody ladder. I done seen the remains of a person after they got ran over by a tank and reforging. But the two things that has stuck with me for my entire life was I was working security at a club and a guy was on the median strip, and I wound up being the one to impale him with a metal projectile object. I was the one that was trying to give him first aid and when he expired. That is something that will stick with you. It was because he passed away and I was right there. But knowing you was the one that did it is what stuck with me. Cousin, I sent it to you, but I had to come back and share this. This is the song that I don't care how long I live. This thing is gonna bring me to tears. And after I play the song, I'm not gonna give any commentary. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna tap out.
Oh, before they turn off all the lights, I wanna read you your wrongs or your rights. Time is gone. Oh, I'll tell you goodnight, close the door. I'll tell you I love you once more. Time is gone, so here it is. I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forget, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. While you're sleeping, I try to make you proud. So daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid, it's my turn to chase the monsters away. Sleep a lifetime, yes, and breathe a last word. Can feel my hand on your own. 'Cause I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forget, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. While you're sleeping, I try to make you proud. So daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid, it's my turn to chase the monsters away.
I love that song, Warlock Monsters.
Motherfuckers cutting onions.
Yes, yes, you are, my brother Warlock. Ooh, always coming through with the AJ. What you got on that? Because I knew he was gonna drop down right after that. I know there's a lot to speak on, Miss Denver.
No, so when it comes to dealing with hate TikTok, the whole unaliving thing, yes, when it comes to grieving, the stages of grief, those are always going to be the same. Those will be the same. How it affects you is going to be different. When you're dealing with an older person, an elderly, a parent, a grandparent, and you know that they're sick, and that's inevitable. It hurts, but you expect that. It still hits different. When it is a young person and they're sick, and that happens, it hits different. When you're dealing with somebody who's young and they unalive unexpectedly, it's different. When somebody unalives in front of you, that hits different. When you are dealing with a situation where somebody unalives in a traumatic way in front of you, it's different. So we can't compare the two. It's comparing apples to oranges. At the end of the day, it's not one better than the other, or so on and so forth. Are you stronger because you went through that? That's all I'm going to say as far as that goes. I think the important thing is that when we start talking about legacy, that starts while we're still here.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example. When my grandma unalived, again, we had a tumultuous relationship. That messed me up. She unalived, and there was lots of things we didn't talk about, so on and so forth. That messed with me. It messed with me for a long time, right? Versus when my grandfather passed. Me and my grandfather were very close, right? Almost like he's my best friend, right? He cultured and we nurtured that relationship, both of us. So when he unalived, yes, when he passed, it was sad, right? I miss him. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, he was my dad. You know what I mean? He was a grandparent. He's my father. So in a way, it felt like I lost a parent. But at the same time, because of what he poured into me, I'm fine, right? And I'm not fine and like I'm cold to it, right? I knew I was going to be okay because when he passed, the only thing I was focusing on, the only things that came to mind were like the funny and the good times, the lessons, the conversations. Those are the things that stand out, right? And that's the reason why it's important while we're here to cultivate the relationships that we have with other people and the people that are around us, right? Whether that is your children, your nieces, your nephews, your uncles, your brothers, your sisters, whoever. Cultivate those relationships and don't take people for granted because, again, we'll get taken at any moment, any time, right? It's not written down when that's going to happen. Okay, it's not, oh, you know what, on Friday, June 13th, this is what's going to, that's not how that works at any
Right.
moment. You know what I mean? If I seem a little off today, I'm kind of going through that. I found that out. I had a family member that passed. Found out they passed yesterday. Unexpected. You know what I mean? So I'm dealing with that. I'll be fine. Right. I'm still in shock. So, you know, there's that aspect of it. But the only thing I'm going to say is that when it comes to taking care of somebody who's in that situation, after they pass, after the funeral, after everything, and you're stuck in that quiet, make sure that you seek the help that you need.
Mm-hmm.
That quiet is where you start to decompress. And sometimes you don't know what to do with yourself, right? Because you got routined into doing something every day. And now that's gone. And now you're stuck in the quiet with your own thoughts. So the only thing that I can say is be kind to yourself and try to be kind to the people around you. And yes, people are going to come at you crazy when you deal with these things because they're coming from an emotional state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just as much as I have emotions, you have emotions, you're not always going to function 100% in the best way. These are other people. And you have to give people grace and not wish ill will because, again, things can happen at any moment. That's the reason why I try to make amends with people. And it's never any ill will. If we fall off today, I'm not wishing you no ill will. I still wish you the best because I still want to see you win. And it has nothing to do with my guilt. It has everything to do with that's still a human being. And remember that you're human. And that's okay. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much all I kind of want to kind of touch on, I guess, as far as that goes. I see Ari came back up here, so I'm going to let Ari go and get them caught
Before
up.
Ari goes, can I go real quick?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I didn't know you brought Ari up. Actually, go ahead and let Ari go because I've got some. But I really wanted to touch base on what you were saying, but I can remember.
However you want to do it. But you run in the lab, lady. I was just.
I've been trying, and we've got some beautiful
You're doing good
on this platform. So Ari, do you have anything to say of everything that we're saying and we're talking about?
Not really. I was here before, so I just came back. I'm not really into talking about stuff like this. I'm just listening until the topic changes.
Okay, so basically we were talking about, remember I think when you were here earlier, we went from parents to step parents to children taking care of their parents when they were maybe getting ready to be, going into a nursing home or having to take care of our parents when they get sick or elderly care. And that's what I wanted to speak on with what AJ was saying. And what Cousin and Motivational and I have all been talking about for quite some time. It reminds me of the grief. Like AJ brought up, like the grief concept. Look, we're gonna grieve people that we lose. Sometimes we lose people whether they're unalived or whether they're alive. You know, whether it's a relationship that we lose or a divorce that we lose. But sometimes we have to deal with but we don't just experience the grief. The person that is passing away experiences grief too. They're losing something as well. They're losing the people that were in their life. And that's why they say funerals and weddings are where the most combat is, you know, because people are arguing over somebody else's life, you know, and I see that where AJ was coming from, where and I'm trying to like hit my points on this because I kind of lost my train of thought. But I see where people grieve. They grieve things that they can't control. And I have to go through the grief of losing my mom or losing my grandma or losing my grandpa. I have to go through that grief of that. But I also think that they had to go through the grief that they were grieving as they were losing themselves, you know, in that flesh or in that body embodiment that they had. I don't want to forget about the grief that they may have experienced in that last times, like when we were like motivational and cousin and AJ, we were all speaking on the hospice. Like, do we put them in a home? Do we bring them home to us? You know, is it gonna? Because some people will feel like they're gonna. Who was it that was on here earlier that said, "I don't want to." Oh, Warlock. Like, I don't want to make them feel like they're a burden on me. You know, so it's like, but that grief. With that grief comes bartering, comes anger, comes depression, but it also comes to acceptance. We have to accept that the Most High is the one in control of this. I'm not in control of whether you pass away or not. And I'm not in control of how I pass away or not. I don't know how I'm going to go. I don't know that. I don't even want to try and predict that. You know, so there's this grief that comes in when we lose people. But one thing that Cousin said earlier was those memories that come with it. Well, do we hold on to those? Hold on to the memories, hold on to the good, hold on to the joy, hold on to the compassion. That's why people have memorials, the memories. That's why they call it a memorial. You remember what that person did for you, what that person brought to you. You know, instead of, because we're going to grieve. We have to. It's just a natural human concept. But we got to remember the good. The good, the kindness, the compassion, or whatever, like with you, AJ, with you losing your, father or grandfather, like I just lost my grandfather 3 months ago. He helped raise me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be as disciplined as I am. I played in sports because of him. You know, I was an athlete because of him. I was structured. I was, you know, but I was met with a lot of love from his side. But from my parents' side, not so much. They were like messed up. So, you know, like you had to balance that out. So I have to balance out the grief, but I also have to balance out the joy that does come in because at this time and age right now, with all of us on this panel, we are still here. Something got us here and we got to experience some sort of joy and some sort of compassion even when we're going to grieve. So I just want to say that before I go back up. Let me go to Ari, and then we'll go back up to motivational and cousins. Go ahead, Ari. What do you have anything to say on that? I know you say you didn't like to talk about this subject. If you're here to listen, that's fine. Just let me know.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen until the
Okay,
subject
sweetie.
change.
Okay, sweetie. Motivational. What you got, my brother?
And not to switch up topic, but you know, it's something I was thinking on. You know, Lovely, we have become. I would consider good friends, and I would even call you family. You're just good people, genuine, honest, authentic. You know what I'm saying? Cousin B, man, dope ass dude, man. No Saint AJ, man, just I can tell you authentic, just a great person. And this is the wild thing about it, you know, and I say this with as much love as possible in my heart. Like, I have some good people in my life, but they don't really understand me. There's not many things we can even talk about. I'm just going to keep it honest with you. Some of the best conversations I have, some of the best connections I make are with you, lovely brother, cousin B, No Saint AJ. And the crazy thing is, coming January 19th, you know, Congress is planning to change that. You know, my level of thinking, and I think we choose to be intelligent. We choose to grow. And when you're able to be around people that choose to grow, that's an amazing room to be in. But if we're honest, in real life, it's hard to be sometimes, especially if you're talking about your family members, your friends, your wife, your in-laws. It's difficult to sometimes be in the room with those people because they don't get it, right? They don't get it. And you just know that, you understand that, and it's going to take some time before they do get it or understand. That's where I find myself. That's where I find myself. I find myself not I would say not mourning, but the reality of what do I do when I can't hop on TikTok and talk to Lovely? What happens when I can't hop on the TikTok and talk to Cousin B? As obviously we have cell phone numbers, and I think we should exchange those. I think I need your cell number, Cousin B, as well as you should get mine, Lovely. You know, No Saint AJ, it's up to you. But these relationships that we're creating on TikTok, the reality is it's not just a social media platform. Some of us are truly creating friendships with some pretty amazing damn people. That's the truth of it. And I just want to give roses to people while I am in the presence of them and not before something happens to you or myself. And I will land my plane.
Thank you. And before you go, cousin, I know AJ wanted to speak real quick. Before you go, cousin, go ahead, sister, and then cousin next.
Yeah, so yeah, we already know, TikTok gonna be, if it goes away, I have no idea what the hell they're doing. But I want to say, like, earlier this year, created a Discord. It's a whole server, where, again, I'm into networking. I like networking with a lot of different types of people, different types of aspects. Essentially, my goal originally, it's still my goal. My goal with this Discord server was to connect with individuals where eventually, hopefully within like 5 to 10, typically 5